So I'm not sure where you're from. I think whatever this. Who's that?
He's the co-host for today.
I'll copy that.
His name is Mike.
Hi, Mike. Maybe this is why your numbers are higher than mine. You just.
Go ahead.
No. I'm learning a lot about what's hip.
Okay, so you want me to continue?
It's your show, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slow you down. That guy seems like deeply unhinged.
Who, the guy who just left?
Yeah.
No, he was supposed to be the second guest for the episode, but hopefully he'll come back. I'll shoot with him once you leave. I tried setting it up with you beforehand, but I didn't know he was gonna just get really angry like that.
Did that shake you up at all?
No, we've tried shooting with him a couple of times. We usually schedule with him and Longneck at the end of the episode. But they usually don't get here. He got here now, but we'll fly him out from Vegas next time to make it a little
it's just
bit easier.
my boyfriend is outside. He's not gonna be wild, right?
Oh, he's probably just sitting with him. They're probably using that TV that we have outside to watch the episode.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
They'll probably watch the rest of it together now.
Okay.
Maybe they'll become friends?
It's possible.
Do you think they will or no?
I don't know. He seemed a little young and methy. He had big like Adderall energy.
No, he wasn't on any drugs like that. He was about 14 years old, I think. He's the youngest rapper from Vegas.
He's 14?
Yeah.
Huh. Can you imagine? Like, what does a 14-year-old have to say? Is it raps like you talk about adversity, relationships? Like, what does he rap
Well,
about?
most people think he's in his 20s. That's why. So he can just use that as the way to get through the interviews.
Sure.
Why did you decide to get so much plastic surgery?
You know, thank you for asking that. I
Yeah.
always find it a big compliment when people think I got a lot of plastic surgery.
Oh, you're saying you didn't?
Well, I used to get Botox and I stopped getting Botox. Do you see my wrinkles?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't get Botox anymore because I thought it made me look crazy, but I had a television executive tell me that I looked tired and haggard when I was 26. And I went and got Botox. I didn't get filler though because.
Oh, so you got plastic surgery?
Well, plastic surgery is different. I got plastic surgery on my boobs.
But you didn't get like the jawline stuff or nothing like
No.
that? Were you born with the plastic in your face?
I wasn't born with plastic in my face, but we are all now. Apparently, we have microplastics in our blood. So I probably was born with microplastics.
No, that's just because you eat stuff from plastic, like the little cardboard stuff. But
yeah,
I don't think it would like help your jawline. You know what I mean? Or make your cheeks like that.
Yeah. No, these are my cheeks. Do you want to feel them?
Not particularly. And no offense, are you transgender?
I'm not transgender, but I.
Oh, you look a little bit like it.
Yeah.
No
how
offense,
so?
by the way.
No, I think you mean offense by it. But
No,
what,
not at all. I was trying to be completely nice about it.
But would you think that, do I seem transgender to you because of my looks or my voice or my personality or my dick or what?
Mostly the first one, I think.
My looks? Okay.
Yeah, you look in the face a little bit like a man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you. People normally say, this is like being on Reddit in person.
Oh, it's like meeting one of those guys.
It's just like being in a Reddit chat room.
I'm not on Reddit.
No, you are Reddit.
No, I've never used the app before.
No, I know, but I'm just making a point that everything you say is like.
Oh, it's
what,
like getting confronted by it.
Yeah, it's like this is what Reddit says about me.
And do you read comments like that? You're
Sometimes.
And do they hurt your feelings or no?
They only hurt my feelings when they're true. I would say when it like strikes a chord. Do you read your Reddits?
Not often. I don't think there's too many about me.
There's a couple.
I haven't. I sometimes I'll check it, but it's usually people talking about like what I used to do back in the day. It's less about my show and
back
the
in the day. Aren't you 17?
Yeah, like when I was like 12 or 13, I used to. I had a YouTube channel where I would talk about like the next up and coming stocks, but they were all
stock. Okay.
Yeah.
But how do you know all that stuff?
Oh, I didn't. It was a sponsor, but I wouldn't tell anybody. So the sponsor was whoever was doing the stocks, and then they would just give me a couple, and then I would sell it when the episode released.
Oh wow! And then is that a crime?
I was
no
really
offense.
young back in the day, so
Not
it's
trying to
okay. Maybe on them it's a crime.
You're still kind of young.
Yeah, so I can get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, it would be hard for them to press charges. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. If you were responsible for the cost of your specials in relation to how much money they generated, how much would you be in debt?
If I was responsible to I think all my special. I don't know the answer.
You think you would be how much in the hole would you be?
I don't think that's really how specials work unless you put them on YouTube, and I don't really. You're the YouTube
Have
guy.
you not made any money from your specials? I don't understand.
No, they pay you up front in a special. So they'll give you, say, $1 million, and then they'll give you the budget. They'll say, here's $500,000 to shoot it.
Yeah, but they're the ones who are, the money comes from like Netflix and those guys, they're the ones paying for the budget. So the question is like relative. If you were the one paying for the budget and you were making all of the profits, it wasn't an upfront cost, how much money would you have lost?
I unfortunately haven't lost money on specials.
You've made money. Well, but that's because you're getting paid. How much money have the companies lost?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
They haven't mentioned
But
it to you?
they keep giving me specials, so I think they're probably making money.
Oh, they keep giving it to you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure it's not just like a good look for them?
To like check a box to have a trans comic.
Yeah, transgender woman.
Yeah.
Just something like that?
I think they're probably just checking a box with me.
So Oh, I have another good question. Do you think you're one of the 250 comedians in the world?
Of whose?
There's only 250 of them. Would you consider yourself in that category?
I think so. I think
and that's being generous.
Generous with how many comedians are? Would you consider yourself in that category?
Oh, I hope not.
Why not?
I hope that I'm on a different list or something.
What kind of list?
Just a different... I wouldn't consider myself a comedian, but if somebody did... Hopefully it wouldn't be in the 250. The 250 is for only the big dogs.
Sorry, I got lost in your earring. I like your earrings.
Oh no, they're fake. It's okay. Mm-hmm. But really, where do you think you would rank?
Like in the hierarchy of them. Oh, I don't know. I think I would definitely probably be in the 250 of like comedians that are working and touring. But
it's not about comedians who are working and touring. It's just there's only like 250 comedians who are. Again, being generous, real comedian, like the comedian style. Like Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan.
Sure, yeah.
And would you consider yourself in that list?
I'm not at the level of Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan, but I think I'd be in the top 250.
Do you think Joe Rogan would consider you one of the 250?
I do.
Oh, that's. Are you happy about that or no? Do you take that like as a good thing or no?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask. This is in relation to the last one. You were listed as one of the 10 worst comedians in 2024 by MatonEvan.com. Why do you think they went so harsh on you?
I think they might secretly have like a crush on me or something.
I really don't think so. Who do you think number one was?
Of the worst comedians?
Yeah, of 2024. Because you weren't number one. I think you were number 7.
Okay. So there were 6 worse comedians than me?
Of 2024, I think...
Can I ask about other ones that were in there?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who were in it.
And who decided this?
Oh, it was a panel.
Okay.
A couple of people decided it. Just some people. I'm trying to think. I think...
Is your last name Evans?
No, Evan. Just Evan.
Okay. But that's your website?
No, it's not. It's fan run. It's run by fans.
Oh, got it.
Fans of the podcast.
Okay, sure. But your fans, so they're not necessarily comedy fans.
Well, I'm a fan of my podcast.
But they're not comedy fans if it's your podcast.
Well, I guess they're business fans, I would say.
Oh.
But this podcast was only organized by one particular fan of my podcast. Mm-hmm. Somebody on the inside.
The list? Okay, got it.
If you had to make that 10 worst list, how would you put it? Make a top 10 worst list, and you have to include yourself in there somewhere.
I can't do this. I can't.
Do you feel bad because you're friends with them?
Yeah. And I also don't, comedy's not for me. I don't go see comedy. I don't go pay to see comedy. So I feel like a comedian isn't really, it's really.
Yeah, but you do more stuff with comedy than most people. You know what I mean? You see it from like the inside.
But I guess since I'm the 7th worst, I probably wouldn't know.
How about this? You get to rank yourself. You could do number 1, number 10. Mm-hmm. However, you just have to include 9 other people.
I think I'm definitely the number 1 funniest trans comedian.
No, worst comedians, I'm saying. You have to include yourself somewhere in the top 10 worst. But it doesn't have to be exactly with my list. You could put yourself as number 9, number 2, whatever you want. But you have to give me 9 other comedians you think are really bad.
I would probably agree with your insider business guy.
So you agree with his list?
I would defer to that, yeah.
Unfortunately, you're friends with most of them, so do you feel bad now?
I feel awful, yeah.
Okay, and if you had to guess which ones, maybe give me 3 or 4 of them.
I again, as the 7th worst comedian, I think my opinion would be off because
you would only know comedians that you're better than. You're saying because if
I don't know good comedy because I'm one of the worst comics. You know what I mean?
Must be familiar with bad comedy then.
Yeah, I make it.
So who are the other 9 members? They're right on that level.
Good point. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
We can move on if you don't want to answer. There were like 5 different names I was looking for.
Can you show them to me? But we won't.
I don't have them. I don't have them listed.
Yeah.
I couldn't name them.
I know who you want me to say. I just
There's
can't.
like 10 different people I would take as a good answer.
No, I know.
There's no specific one.
You and I are both looking at each other. I know who you want me to say.
Well, I know who number 1 on the list is.
I'm staying out of it.
We'll cut it out.
Because I have to see these people every night.
How about this? I'll make you a deal. If you say it, we'll think about cutting it out. We'll flip a coin.
No, I'm not. No. I saw your Big J Okerson saga with cutting his address.
Oh yeah, well we cut it out, didn't we? We accidentally left in his driver license ID though.
Oh, that's funny. Keep going. I just need to get my drink, my water.
Okay.
I'm listening.
No, I'll just wait for a moment.
So where is no, just keep going. I got it. What the fuck? Your fridge is wild. Okay. You have a lot of White Claw. You can't even drink yet, right?
No, I'm just renting the studio from Longneck.
Okay. Oh, why didn't you tell me there was a water in there?
You got this one for me or for you?
No, for me.
I can't drink this stuff.
I forgot that I brought this out. Sorry.
Okay.
You can't drink. This is not a sponsor. Promo code.
Oh, you're sponsored?
Aspire energy drink. I love it.
Oh, that's for sure getting cut out.
Shit! Literally, you just cut it out in real time.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next question, okay?
Sorry, I wish I could do that for you, but... Would you name the 10 worst podcasters?
I don't think I could name 10 podcasts.
Really? That's
I don't
wild.
think I could think of them.
But you do a lot of podcasts. You've been on Tiger Belly. Are you going on Tiger Belly?
I'm doing that one.
Bad Friends. You were on Jason Ellis.
Jason Ellis. Bad Friends was pretty good. I don't know. I don't think I've went on 10 different podcasts. I think I'm at like 7 or 8.
But you don't watch podcasts as a podcaster?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I think my favorite one was Jesse Lee Peterson.
Okay.
He's extremely funny. Do you know him?
I don't.
Oh, you should go on his podcast. I can message him. Do you want to go on it?
Let me see who he is first.
He's a older black man.
Okay. Jesse Lee Peterson?
Oh yeah. He not the other. What's the other guy? Peterson.
Thank you.
I forget his name.
Jordan?
Not Jordan Lee Peterson. That's another guy.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, he's white. The other guy's black. I could set up JC interview potentially.
Sure. I'll look at it first and make sure that it's as warm and non-confrontational as this one, and then I'll say yes.
He might be the only guy who tops me at that.
Okay.
Well, you want me to?
Can I ask? Have you ever like truly gotten uncomfortable or like felt bad?
I'm uncomfortable right now because now I'm just feel bad for those comedians that we were talking about.
Okay. Because we didn't say their names.
Oh, they know who they are, though. Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a meal kit company that will send you pre-portioned ingredients that are also farm fresh and some seasonal recipes with that. That means that you can save some time instead of going to the grocery store and buying all of the stuff and making it yourself. You can buy affordable meal kits on HelloFresh. You can save even more time by adding one of the over 100 other items and addable items on HelloFresh, such as quick breakfast, snacks, and all of the ingredients or the recipes are made with high quality and sustainable ingredients that, for example, are gotten from a farm. HelloFresh recently sent me a box of one of their meals and I enjoyed it. I also gave one to my buddy Mike and he ate it really quickly and the box because he does like eating a lot. Now HelloFresh also offers over 50 different recipes that are designed by a chef, so you don't have to eat the same thing every week, and you can add different details and stuff like that, so it'll be just the way you like it. If you want to get some HelloFresh for yourself, you can go to hellofresh.com/freematon. That's HELLOFRESH.com/FREEMATON. FREEMATAN, and across 7 boxes you'll get 10 free meals. That's hellofresh.com/freematon. Do you think immigrants should pay reparations to Americans?
No.
Why not?
Doesn't really seem like their responsibility if they weren't the ones here doing the damage.
Yeah, but aren't they the ones causing the damage?
Oh, you mean like now?
Yeah, like those immigrants, we can't really charge reparations to the ones who are coming in illegally because they're not even paying taxes.
Right.
But once they get citizenship, maybe we can assume that they were here illegally for some time and we can have them pay reparations for that time.
Well, if they become citizens, they're going to have to pay taxes. So
Yeah, but they weren't paying taxes at the time they were here illegally, you know what I mean?
That's true.
So paying reparations?
I think that we've made our own mess without immigrants too, though,
But they've contributed at least a little.
Of course.
You want to hear something interesting that Jesse Lee Peterson guy was talking about? You know what he says? He says that trying to remember. He says that the government should pay reparations to the Southerners for the slave trade.
The government should pay you mean to black people?
No, to the white people because they were the ones who lost property. That's what he says.
I'm going to skip that podcast.
Are you sure?
That's wild. So, okay, got it. That's a wild take.
That's what he says. Well, shouldn't he have the say? I mean, he is a black man. He grew up, he says, I believe, on a cotton farm.
Yeah, but all black people have different opinions, and they're not all the
But
same,
most of
right?
them aren't as old as him. He has more of an experienced view on it.
Interesting.
But I don't
or he
wanna-
could be like getting older and crazier.
Oh, no, he's been like this forever.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you can find videos of him like this from a long time ago.
Oh, what's up with the just random like incel haunting your set?
Incel who?
I mean,
That the co-host?
yeah.
He's not an incel.
No?
What is incel? That's like the people who
Involuntary celibate?
like they can't get in relationships. I don't think so. I don't know too much about his personal life. He's not really a big talker.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Okay, well.
Mike is his name?
Yeah, his name is Mike.
Does anyone know, like, where's Mike from?
Somewhere in the Middle East.
Mike, do you have any favorite comedians or least favorite comedians? Oh, me. I'm your least favorite?
I doubt he was saying you were his favorite, so probably that was the assumption.
That's fair. Who is your favorite comedian? Chappelle?
I don't know.
Maybe an insult comic?
I can't think of any other names.
Jeff Ross, maybe.
Is he the bald guy?
He's, yes.
I don't know much about him,
Yeah.
to be honest. Who's my favorite?
He does all the roasts and stuff.
Oh, yeah, you did a lot of those roasts, too. You were on, like, the roastings. That's how you became famous?
Yes, sir.
So, here's a little game for you. What can you try doing, like, coming up with some quick roast for your newborn baby?
I don't know if I could roast my baby. There's not, when you're roasting someone, there has to be like something they've done that's, worth going after. And he hasn't done much negative yet, except.
I could come up with stuff for him, and I don't even know how he looks.
I know.
Is it a boy or a girl?
He's a boy. And I don't have a ton, to make fun of him about. There's not a
Come
ton.
up with something. Like, if I had to think I don't know, I'll try thinking of something at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
For example, like if I had a weapon, he wouldn't be able to defend himself.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude.
You don't have any jokes for him?
No, I just mean I wouldn't put it past him. He tore through my vagina pretty hard. He's strong.
But that's not a roast. You're giving him credit. Say something nasty about him.
He abused his own mom. I think there's something to be said about that.
That's not funny.
Okay.
Because you're being nice about it. Say something really nasty.
I know, because he's a baby.
But if he sees it when he's older, he should be devastated when he sees this.
I don't want to devastate him. I'd rather him not turn out like us.
Do you think he's a high quality or low quality
Also,
human?
could you iron this, or is this the vibe?
We just did it yesterday.
You ironed this.
No, he tried to get the fly. He wasn't trying to scare you.
Okay. Huh.
There was a fly right there.
I just want you guys to know, not only are we adults with careers coming to do this, because when you start doing podcasts, it just becomes jury duty. I'm only doing this because Santino's did it. Santino only did it because like we're all just doing your podcast to come get disrespected.
So people don't even know why they're doing it.
No, none of us.
I blame it.
None
all
of
on,
us.
I blame it all on Bobby Lee. He set this up.
But none of us want to seem like we didn't get asked. So that's why.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
So we come on your show because we don't want it to seem like we didn't get asked by a 17-year-old to like.
Oh, okay. So you wanted to seem like
us
you were in the group.
in a laundry room. Yeah.
Oh well, that's not true because I've sent an email to everybody.
You sent an email.
I've sent an email, an Instagram message to. I would say if I had to give an accurate number, like 50,000 people. Okay. That's real, by the way. If you thought of anybody in the world, I would have messaged
Who's
them.
your dream guest to have on?
If I give you the real answer, I'm gonna have to cut it out.
Then do that. By the time you said that, you could have just done it.
Definitely, he's the number one.
Do you think he'd do it? I bet he would do it.
I don't think he'll do it.
Do you want me to ask?
But if you ask, don't tell him that you did it. Just tell him that you saw the podcast, and tell him if he does it, he'll get a new car.
He has a lot of cars.
That's why. That was
So you'll get him like a fuchsia Ferrari.
Oh, I'll get him one of those mini ones on the table.
You're kind of obsessed with him, huh?
No, you just mentioned not to talk about him.
But you would want to have him on.
Yeah,
but
he's
you
up there.
roast him on a lot of episodes.
I don't talk about.
So by the time he comes on, like, what would you even
I'll just
say?
hold this episode until he comes on.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna ask him now. You told me not to ask.
No, I said ask him, but don't tell him. Don't tell him that you came on the episode. Just say that you saw it and that it would be a great look for him.
But I don't lie.
Oh, but don't lie. Okay, fine. Then just don't even don't mention that you came on the podcast. Just tell him.
But he'll say, "Have you done it?"
I'm not sure. Tell him you're not sure.
Have you DM'd him and asked?
Oh, I probably sent him at least 7 emails. Like if I go to my email list.
Do you think he's seen them? How do you have his email address?
I go on IMDb and I send it to his agents.
Then he hasn't seen it.
I've also sent him one personally, probably a couple times.
I don't know.
I do whatever email is public.
Yeah, then he hasn't seen it.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm sure he'd do it. I mean, he was a fighter. I'm sure he'd be.
I've had fighters on here before.
Yeah, I'm just saying he'd be.
But I've had good fighters on the show before.
Okay.
Like real fighters. Anyways, let's
I
move
love
on.
that you did that to really, like, nail it home. Like, good fighters.
It was an interesting one.
It was a wild gesticulation.
What do you mean?
Like, you're just.
Explain what you mean.
I think it's cute. It was just like a cute little.
Oh, you're saying this thing?
Yeah, when you did
Oh,
that.
I thought you were. I thought.
Just your little gesture you did.
No, we're referencing
It's darling.
we're referencing two different things I thought we were talking about.
Okay.
If every person in the world became invincible, how do you think that would affect insurance companies?
Wow. If everyone became invincible, how would that? Yeah, we wouldn't need insurance, would we?
Yeah, so what do you think would happen? Because
Would insurance companies just close, kind of?
well, there's conspiracies that like they're stopping, cures for diseases and stuff. So what do you think they would do?
Yeah, most people don't have health insurance anyway.
Wow.
You would keep what I think car insurance companies and property insurance would have to go up because if people were invincible, they would start crashing more, they would start doing more reckless things, right? But health insurance companies would probably.
But why would they need like car insurance?
Because if you know you're invincible, you're probably going to drive insane and then crash your car.
Wouldn't it be just smarter at that point to just go on a bike or something?
I don't think most people are smart though.
Who do you? This is in relation to an earlier question. Who do you think is the better roast comedian, you or the David Lucas?
David Lucas is very funny. He's a genius. He's excellent at roasting. Oh, you guys had a bad episode, I heard.
Oh no, I'm friends with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Would he say the same thing?
I'm not sure.
No.
I think so. Me and him are good buddies.
I don't think that's true. What happened on the David Lucas episode?
He was here. That was his first episode as the co-host.
I haven't seen it. Oh, so you brought him on and he was in blackface with a t-shirt?
That's not blackface.
Okay.
He's doing like Muslim face.
Okay, like ninja vibes?
No, he's trying to look like a terrorist.
Oh, okay.
You didn't get it?
No, and I'm kind of proud I didn't.
Why would you be proud of such a
I'm
thing?
kind of psyched that I missed that.
If something were to happen to you, would you leave your money to your son or give it to a random winner?
I'd give it to my son, but it would be in increments at certain ages, so he wasn't just getting a lump sum of money,
Why wouldn't you give it to a random winner?
What's a wiener or a winner?
Winner, somebody, a lucky guy.
Just some guy?
Anybody. I don't know how you would do the raffle.
Yeah, no, I've thought about dividing up my money if I die and giving it to like exes just to be like sorry.
As an insult or because
No, just as like a sorry, and like I just think it'd be funny.
you don't?
And
Do you think they would be insulted by that or no?
No, I don't know. But I also there's like this guy at Trader Joe's that I always see that I really like. I want to like people that I just think are cool and deserve more. I want to just like give
Is
it
the
to
guy
them.
at Trader Joe's like an old guy or something? I don't.
He's
get
like
it.
an older man with braces that works at Trader Joe's, and I just like him. He's got a couple cats, and I just
How do you know about like his home life? You've
I
asked
ask him
about it?
questions. Yeah.
Do you think he's creeped out by that at all or no?
There's times where I feel like he'd rather me stop talking to him, but
But you keep trying.
he's at work. That's what I tell myself. Like he's at work, he's busy, because he doesn't want his boss to think he's like trying to talk to me, you know. But
Why he doesn't want his boss to think he's like creeping on people? I don't understand.
or no, just like fanning out on someone. Like
Because if he keeps
at
talking to
work.
you, his boss might think he's gay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you think age matters or is it just a number?
It matters when you're your age, but later it starts maybe.
So
being-
you think it matters in
I would like you to build this. Something boundless. Something new.
The Brutalist is a great American masterpiece,
What do you think?
It's unusual, even for you.
a monumental achievement,
Perfect.
a thunderbolt of pure cinema.
You can't, sir.
Yes, I can!
And now it's the Golden Globe winner for Best Picture of the Year.
Don't let anyone fool you. It is the destination, not the journey.
The Brutalist.
you think age of consent matters?
I do, yeah.
So you don't think I don't know, how do I put it? Like a 9-year-old should be able to consent?
To what?
Anything, drinking alcohol, anything?
Yeah, I don't think 9-year-olds should have to even be in that situation at all.
Wouldn't you say that's a little ageist?
Yeah, probably is. I'm very ageist when it comes to young people, not so much old people.
How old are you?
42.
Okay, I was just seeing if you'd answer that, because some women don't answer. They take it offensive.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, it's offensive that I have to be 42, but I'm not offended when people ask me about it.
You're saying you're sad about it? I don't get it. It
No,
wasn't
no.
funny, I'm sorry.
What's that?
Sorry about that. Never mind. Why do you think there isn't enough Jew-on-Jew violence? And how do you think we can increase it?
I think I don't know the statistics around Jew-on-Jew violence. And
It's pretty low compared to other types of
yeah,
fellows.
that's a good point. I'm sure it is. I think there's so few Jews as it is because they've been so persecuted.
Yeah, but this is obviously taking in mind that statistic. You know, it's
Yeah.
not saying that there's more white-on-white violence than black-on-black. You know what I mean?
There's enough people that try to kill Jews without them killing each other that my guess is they try to keep each other alive.
Are you Jewish?
I'm half Jewish.
Your mother or your father was Jewish?
Mother's side.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
So you are actually Jewish?
Half? I just learned this. My mom died like a year ago and I found it out.
No, but that's what they say. They say if the mother is Jewish, then you're Jewish.
Oh, huh.
The mother has to be Jewish for them to consider you a Jew. That's why
interesting. Yeah, I'm still like navigating what to do with that information. I don't,
I wouldn't tell it to anybody.
Fair.
Okay, 1 second.
Fuck. Okay. This fucking guy. Can you talk or no? I think terrorists can still talk. If you want to just make this less awkward. You don't want to make this less awkward.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by Sheath. Sheath is an underwear company that's super comfortable, and they'll send you, if you buy multiple underwears, in case you break one of the underwears or something happens and you shit it. Sheath also wanted me to let you know that they are well recommended by urologists. However, I have a theory that those urologists weren't able to pass the MCAT, meaning that they went to college to become urologists, but they didn't get a bachelor's or pass the medical exam, so they have no idea what they're talking about. Even my friend Mike, who's a complete dumbass, has tried and worn the underwear, and they would probably try hiring him to become a urologist, and for all you know, they would tell you that he passed the MCAT. However, I will say that the underwear is extremely comfortable and includes a dual pouch, helping keep everything separated and keeping it extremely comfortable with the dual pouch. In all seriousness, I do want to thank Sheath for paying me my money, and if you want to get some Sheath underwear for yourself, you can use the link in the description or go to sheath.com/Matan for 20% off your order. That's SHEATH.com/Matan, MATAN, to get 20% off your order.
Your homie's like bleeding over here, dude. The one that's actually ironed is off camera, which is a little... Like, that one should go here. Do you know what I mean? Do you see? That one's ironed. Like, that one should maybe go here.
No, it's okay.
No, I know it's okay. I'm just saying.
Maybe you should try a setup like this for your podcast.
Yeah, maybe.
Might help out.
No.
Oh, I have another question about your podcast, actually.
Okay.
Why do you use your podcast to help platform alt-right extremists, I read?
I have not done that, but
No?
I don't think so.
That's
like
what I
who?
read.
Tim Dillon?
Tim Dillon, that Matt Rife guy.
Matt Rife, alt-right extremist.
Is he not one of? That's just what I read. I don't know too
I don't
much
think
about
so.
him.
What, on alexjones.net? Where do you get your news?
I've went on Infowars before.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't know much about Matt Rife, but he was on that list from earlier.
Mm-hmm. Would you have him on your show?
I would have him on my show. I don't think he'll do it. I think I think the reason that he wouldn't do it is very separate from other people.
Why?
I think he's just a little too famous right now.
He's very famous.
Yeah.
He's very nice. I think you'd like him.
I think he would be an awesome guest.
You can recycle the Botox jokes for me.
That's true. He does look. He doesn't, but he has it also. No, or does he
I don't
deny
think he
it too?
does. I don't think he does.
What?
But you know, like, you see wrinkles, right? Right there?
A little bit, but not that much.
Thank you.
But I think you know why I'm saying that. It's not like a compliment.
I take it as a compliment.
I understand. You're saying that when people tell you you have Botox and you don't, it's like a compliment. Like,
Yeah, because all I see is wrinkles around here, see?
I think you're just in denial, but we'll move on.
But how would you know, like why would I lie? Remember, you're the one that told me to lie earlier, and I said I wouldn't lie.
Well, because I'm experienced.
So you're projecting because if you got Botox, you would lie about it.
No, I don't think so. But I guess you could say I'm projecting because I know how it is to be a liar.
Okay.
But I don't think so. I think when you lie about it, people know, and then it just looks fun, and then you just sound funny.
Well, I'm a comedian, so if I'm being funny, fine.
Laughing at you.
I'll take that too. That's what comedy is.
Okay, let me look for the next question. Here, I got a good one.
Yes, sir.
Would you rather have unlimited arms but no legs, or legs but no bacon?
I'd rather have the second one. Wait, no. I'd have to give up bacon, but I'd have all my limbs.
I don't remember the question. You want me to try finding it
Neither.
again?
I think this number 2.
Okay, the first one, you have unlimited arms but no legs, and the second one you have no leg. Or you have legs. But the first one you don't have legs.
And okay, I definitely want legs, whatever the other one is.
Do you eat bacon?
Yes.
Oh, so since you're Jewish, the Jewish people would say that you might come back as an apple.
I don't think I'm Jewish. Like, I don't know much about the Jewish culture. I just found out that I have.
I know. I'm just saying. I talked to a rabbi once, and that's what he explained to me.
That you come back as an apple. Why? Because pigs eat apples?
No, just as a punishment to be thoughtful about what you've done.
So being an apple is a punishment? I mean, if you're going to
It's possible.
Paltrow's kid apple, maybe.
There's different reasons for why you could turn into an apple.
Okay, I just don't see why being an apple is so bad.
I'm just explaining what's gonna happen according to them if you keep eating bacon.
Okay, I think I can live with that.
How much would somebody have to pay you to launch a super missile and destroy Earth?
Like $80.
$80. What would you do with it?
Buy some bacon.
Okay, this is in relation to your answer. Do you think the funniest female comedian is funnier than a crow who knows several phrases?
I think I'd have to see the crow do the phrases.
Well, he knows stuff. Like he's
Is he doing jokes or is he just like, can I have a cracker? You know?
no maybe
And he doesn't mean that as like a white guy like slur.
No, he's like hello, stuff like that.
Made me laugh.
But that's what they would say
Yeah.
if they were
That's not a phrase.
tame.
That's a word.
He could know a phrase like I don't know actually what the phrase would be. Maybe he knows a song or something. Would that be funnier?
Depends on the song.
Why do you think that female comedians have such a bad reputation?
I think most comedians get a lot of feedback. We sign up to be criticized, you know. So I think that a lot of comedians, boy and girl, have that. But
But more so for women.
Yeah. I think that people stereotype comedians, female comedians, as talking about sex a lot and being like dirty, you know. But
And do you think that's like sort of your joke style?
I mean, usually the people that accuse us of talking about sex too much are trying to have sex with us. So it's.
But is it your joke style or no? I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm asking.
Yeah. Our joke style? No, I think
Your
it's just,
joke style, personally.
Oh, mine personally. I don't know. I think I'm a pretty good joke writer.
I didn't ask that. I asked if your jokes are like about sex only, mostly, or mostly.
They're not mostly about sex and relationships. They're definitely about
relationships
at least
a lot?
I've done 6 specials. 5 of them have been about relationship stuff. I think it's also just like if biologically, like watching a woman talk if you're not able to sleep with her after is probably not that interesting to guys.
So you're saying that the reason people don't find female comedians funny is because you're like saying they're incels.
Well, I think a lot of people do find them funny, and I think a lot of people don't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me put it like this. I think that like the male and female comedians both get hate.
Yeah.
But that's mostly from people who watch like comedy podcasts on YouTube. But like the general people probably have stereotypes against female comedians.
Yeah. What are they?
That they're not funny.
Okay.
Like if you asked somebody like to think of a female comedian, who do you think they would say?
They'd probably say Joan Rivers.
No.
No. Well, she's like a old. You probably don't even know.
I've heard of her.
Yeah.
I think I sent her an email.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did she respond?
I'm not sure. She's still alive?
Okay.
Is she?
Yeah, she's not still alive. No.
Oh, so I don't think she would have responded. I've sent a couple to dead people before.
Yeah. Sarah Silverman, maybe.
I was thinking more.
Okay.
Are you friends with her?
I don't know her that well. No.
Okay. Because that's like probably would be the first guess somebody would have. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Do you think she's funny?
She is very funny.
Okay. Did you wink?
No.
I don't think the camera could pick up, but she.
I'm gonna make you cut this out.
Oh no, we can't include this.
I just am not gonna get into like beef with comics. You know.
Okay, fair. Okay, sorry for the cut. She was just saying she didn't think was funny.
Didn't say that. Didn't say that.
You winked. You went like this. I think, but you looked so the camera couldn't pick up on it. You went. I think was funny.
I didn't do that. Now
So
don't
only
cut it out just to show that he's lying again.
No, but you're doing it so only I could be the one who picks up on it. The cameras can't see you doing it.
Right. There is something interesting though. Like was really successful, and she's still really successful, but she gets a lot of online hate. Do you think that is because of her comedy or because she just got so famous as a female comic? It makes me not want to get that much more successful than I am. You know?
Honestly, I don't really know. I've never watched her specials or anything.
Oh, okay.
I've never watched a comedy special, I don't think.
But you don't think she's funny?
I've only seen very small snippets, but no.
But so you won't see larger snippets because you didn't like the small ones?
No, I don't really like watching comedians, but if I was to, I think that would...
So you don't like any comedians?
No, I'm just business style. I like watching...
Business style?
Yeah, like, I forget the podcast names, but like people talking about stocks and...
Okay.
And stuff like that. That's what I watch.
So you don't watch anything like for entertainment?
Also, I
you
will
just
if
watch people like get shot in the desert?
Those videos are pretty cool on Twitter. Are you kicking the table?
No, I just was... Sorry. I was just fidgeting. Are your parents together?
No, my mother's in jail.
For what?
I don't know. I didn't think of the next step to that.
Okay.
It's usually just that line, and then and then
Lying
that,
or lying?
no line. Well,
Lying.
it could go for both, but usually it's just that, and then the same question is asked why. And
So you've been famous for like a while, huh? Or like had a big following for a while. Is it you're like a child star, basically? That never goes great for people. Are you worried?
No, because I'm not like an actor or nothing. I've been making videos, I think, since I was 12. But the beginning was in podcast. It was like
Do you love like Logan Paul?
I would love to have him on the podcast.
Yeah.
But
Do you love him?
I like his business.
Okay.
I think he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't have apologized. That's what I say.
Oh, he shouldn't have apologized for what? The rat or the suicide forest?
No, Crypto Zoo. You don't know about that?
Oh, Crypto Zoo. No.
You're not familiar? He got a lot of hate. He did a big crypto scam.
Oh.
But then he apologized about
Oh. Do you think he knew what he was doing?
it. Oh, yeah.
So you think he's really smart and you like his business?
Well, I liked it, but then he apologized, and then it came out that he didn't even sell his tokens. So he ended up just getting shit and losing money.
Do you have a lot of crypto?
Oh, I've never made a crypto.
Oh. Interesting. Do you like other like YouTubers? Are there any other people you look up to, like Lily Singh or?
Who's that? Is that the Indian one? Mm-hmm. Okay, she was the one with the talk show.
Yes.
Oh, she's really funny. People said. Mm-hmm. They said that Lily Singh, Winnie Cummings, and are the 3 funniest female comedians. They made a top 3. Are you happy to be on that list with those fellas?
Thrilled. So I was the top 3 there on what list? But I was the 7th worst on yours.
Oh, that wasn't mine, by the way, from earlier. It's just
Sorry, the insider. But what was the list of me and Lily? Who made that list? What gay man thinks we're the funniest comics?
Well, I think it was a joke.
Oh,
I
got
think
it.
he was kidding.
Fair.
Do you think it's wrong to be prejudiced against infants?
I think there's a way to be prejudiced, like going like, yeah, no, he shouldn't go in the pool because he can't swim. That's like a form of prejudice in a way, but not to be prejudiced, like based on.
Yeah, but like, okay, prejudice, I mean like a white guy not liking a black guy for being black. Like,
Yeah,
you don't
that's-
like him.
Yeah, that's not okay. I'm not. Other people's kids are adorable. All of other people's kids, I'm like, that's your kid. I don't need to touch it or any of that, you know?
Oh, so you don't like other people's kids?
I don't not like them. I just don't.
You don't want to interact with them?
I'm fine to interact with them, but I don't have a biological or any kind of attraction to other people's kids. And when
Well,
people
I
do,
would-
it's
I
a
would hope
crime.
that you weren't attracted to
It's a
kids.
crime. Yeah, when people do.
Is
Yeah.
that something you struggled with before?
No, that's not something I've struggled with.
Because I've heard some people have struggled with that and then they'll go to therapy.
pedophiles are going to therapy.
I've heard that before, yeah.
Really? Where?
I read it on a Reddit page, actually.
Okay. A Reddit page. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the joke cut there and that's it.
Okay.
I don't want to have to cut it again.
You're gonna have to. Do you get demonetized if you say?
No, I'm gonna bleep me saying the word. I'm saying I don't want to cut it because you'll ask me to.
No, it's. What did I ask you? Oh, I asked you to cut that one thing that would start shit. No, you don't have to cut anything if we're talking about that.
We'll move on.
Okay.
But what about, how old is your son?
10 months.
So less than a year old?
Yes, sir.
Would you sell him?
I would not sell him.
So
No.
what would somebody have to give you?
There's no price.
Like let's say Apple offered you a gift card and they said
This is with you and apples.
no, Apple, the company.
Right. Okay.
They said no, not just a pile of apples. The company Apple asks how large the gift card would have to be.
Honestly, like, if they can just make a phone that has the same charger for like 4 or 5 years in a row, I think I'd consider it.
But they're gonna start having him work. You know what I mean?
My son's gonna have to work.
Well, just like those Asian kids.
I think kids. I mean, child labor is not great, but I'll have my kid doing chores. I grew up like on farms where you had to work, and you know.
No, not for like fun work. Like he has to put the phone together.
He loves putting things together and tearing them apart.
And if he doesn't succeed in doing it, does he get a punishment?
No.
So that's the difference.
He doesn't. Yeah, that is the difference. It's a good point. I don't want to have someone said to me recently, they were like, how do you feel about the fact that you're having a Nepo baby? And I was like,
Nepotism?
yeah. That was, so I want to make sure, I don't want to overcorrect, but I'm just going to make sure that he's not a dickhead, you know?
Okay. And would you, would you let him do a podcast in like a year's time when he's able to speak a little bit with Longneck?
Who's Longneck?
He's the guest coming in right now after you, right before. I'm gonna fit him in between you and Tiger Belly. Between you and Bobby Lee, we're shooting an episode.
I would honestly murder someone with my bare hands before I would let my child near that crackhead that was in here earlier.
No, that's not Longneck.
Oh.
Why would you think that's him?
Who's Longneck? Oh, Longneck is a different guest. It's not the rapper from Vegas who's probably murdering my boyfriend outside.
No, he's back to Vegas, I would assume.
By now?
I would think so. I would hope.
I think.
Hopefully he doesn't waste too much time.
Okay.
No, but Longneck, he's the guy coming in right now.
Okay.
It's a completely different guy.
That's familiar. Longneck.
Yeah.
There's a guy named Neckface who was like a skateboard artist.
Oh, Wideneck?
White Neck?
Wideneck, the black guy who's friends with Longneck.
No, I don't know Wide Neck or Long Neck. Can anyone just have a name, a normal? What's your name?
Well, the podcast is over now. We're cutting. We're gonna cut it
Fair.
here. Not like we're cutting this out, but we have to cut it because Longneck is coming in.
Okay. Well, it's been a pleasure. Congratulations on your show.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet you.
Can I keep in all that stuff about?
Yeah. Did I say anything mean about? I love.
You said he's the funniest comedian you've ever met. Thanks for coming on.
Pleasure.
You said that he should get his own special one day.
He has a special.
I've watched it.
You said you don't watch comedy.
File free in the app by 2/18. When you switch to TurboTax, do it yourself.
Can you hear it? The whisper in the wind. It brought you here to begin anew. What will you make of this new world? Will you claim the skies like those before you, or will you chart a better path? Even in this shattered world, a home can be made. Although broken, the land provides. Within the stories of your ancestors lies a path and a warning. You are not the first to seek answers. But will you reach them? Will you listen? Can you hear it? The wind remembers.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. For today's guest, we have Darnell Rolling. Welcome in. You could just sit in the middle. As usual, we have Mike for the co-host. Welcome in, Mike. Mike, go take a seat on the left over there.
I feel like I'm an experiment for white people.
Yeah.
Why do you have a terrorist tone?
No, I don't. Why is that? Because I'm Middle Eastern?
Exactly. That's exactly why I said it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I feel like if you start counting backwards, this whole studio would just clear the fuck out.
Oh, that's racist.
And then I'm racist.
Oh, you are?
When it comes to you.
I'm not racist at all. I only see color.
You only see color? I see color too.
Yeah.
Black and white. It don't matter if you black or white.
No, it matters to me, but I'm not seeing racist. Just color.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who's responsible for this. Mike. You look like a.
He's the co-host.
You look like a Middle Eastern Trump supporter. You look like you just came back from storming the Capitol.
All right, well, listen, we need to get to the interview.
All right, first of all, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 17.
Okay, first off, I'm 56 years old.
Oh, old guy.
I am older. Your tone, this is how you talk to your parents?
Well, you're getting up there.
No, I am up there. I'm old enough to be your parent. This is how you talk to your
All right,
parents?
well, listen, we just...
This is the reason why that we had an episode where it was the Jewish Boys Club.
I'm not Jewish.
This was like, whatever. You was here when the Jew motherfucker was here, and you needed help. I was supposed to save you.
Yeah, so...
And I told them, I said, fuck you and your life. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I gave up on it. I said, fuck you and your life. And now, with that said, you come back with a shittier attitude.
Yeah, so what happened for anybody...
Alex, whose idea was this? Did you shush me?
Yeah, I did, because I need to give an intro. You're wasting my time.
All right, first off...
All right, listen, real quick, so what happened...
I'm not going to do is be disrespected.
Okay, I apologize.
With a person that has teen in their age.
Oh, I apologize.
17, 18, or
okay.
19. All right?
Yeah.
I understand this is fun, but you can't shush me.
I apologize.
All right.
Do you want a fist bump on it?
No, I don't. I don't even like you.
Why not? Okay, well...
help.
Anyways, let me just introduce. So we just did his podcast, but he didn't know he was doing mine after. We told him I was a troubled youth.
You're very troubled.
Okay, so let's introduce. So please introduce yourself to the podcast.
Live from New York!
SNL was the biggest show ever.
I gotta have more cowbell.
It's an American institution.
Everything you're about to see has never been seen before.
My first audition, I threw up.
I still have nightmares about the stress of Saturday night.
It is built.
Round here, if it smell funny, onions getting peeled. Round here, if it smell funny, get your onion peeled. Round here.
We are here, and we got our special guest, but it looks like James Rand. I don't know if you want to hold up your badge, James, so the people can see who you are. So James is from Jewish Big Brothers Big Sisters. And what's your title, James?
I'm the senior coordinator.
Awesome. Hey, Donnell? Donnell?
We got our guest. Oh my God.
Well.
Hi, Donnell.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you today?
Wow, look at you. You have a professional job because you have that name tag.
I have a lanyard.
And lanyard, and those you see at hotels, at the convention centers and stuff like that.
But this isn't a convention.
What is it?
I'm a senior coordinator with the Jewish Big Brother Big Sister program.
Where the fuck all these Jews coming from? Every episode is Jew.
Now, Donnell, you yourself are a Jew, correct?
Yes. So what's the purpose of this?
Well, I wanted to give this person.
Oh, you offended?
So the kicker is, Donnell, is that, James and I were talking, and frankly, I think that a lot of what goes on in these comedy podcasts is so selfish, so self-indulgent. It's really just same old things, nothing really going on outside, and we really wanted to take an opportunity.
So the reason why I never wanted to do a podcast again, is that what you're saying?
Well, no, the kicker is, Donnell, is we want to give back. We want to give back to the community, set a good standard.
What community?
All communities, but I'm a part of the Jewish one. That's where I know to reach out.
I'm Jewed out.
So here's the deal. So Donnell, essentially what we're doing is we signed you up for Jewish Big Brothers Big Sisters.
What? Is that a really organization?
Yes.
When did you guys ever need help with anything? I've never, ever heard of a Jew going outside with a nonprofit to secure money for their community. This is the weirdest shit. You got to explain to me what's going on.
We want to give you a shot.
Okay. I don't even know a Jew that's doing bad.
What Jew is what?
That's doing bad.
Well, we're about to find out.
Okay.
We feel that we have the perfect candidate for you, given your history. Now, it's been brought to my attention that you didn't actually fill
Given my history, what history do you know of me?
Well, I mean, looking over this intake form here, DUI, a little bit of trouble with the law. I mean, is that correct or not?
Let me tell you something. Do you know how wrong it would be in the streets? So basically, just adopt a Jew. I'm adopted a Jew to mentor a Jew. My community is going to be so upset with me. Out of all these little black kids and boys that I can help, and no disrespect, for me to help a Jew first, it's going to be issues. Go, Jew.
This. A lot of this is very troubling, but there's a lot in here.
What do you mean? Oh my God! Wait a minute, Katie. Katie, why you get so offended? You booked this motherfucker, and I keep telling Alex, don't book these weirdo motherfuckers.
Why is he weird? Because he's a Jew?
Now you're trying to put me in a corner. I'm not gonna do that. Don't do that. You try to say, yeah.
We're gonna bring out Matan, who's our little brother.
Are you a Jew?
No, I'm not Jewish, but they put me under the program.
Oh, I'll tell y'all this. It could have been a black dude with a skull cap. I would have been nervous. But this white guy right here, can I get a soda? I'm gonna need one. Makes me nervous. You're in this program?
They put me in it.
Who put you in this program?
Asshole.
He's a troubled youth.
He's very troubled. I'm supposed to, okay, tell me this. Okay, what's the purpose? How could I possibly, I don't want to help him. There's a lot of black kids I can help before him.
Piece of shit.
What is his background? How did you get to this point?
I grew up solo in the streets.
Okay, first off, he has a diamond earring. So that's a street motherfucker?
Not real.
It's not real?
I stole it from a motherfucker.
Yep. It's a motherfucker, black.
He does know how to get his own money.
No, I know.
Shut the fuck up, asshole. Take your stupid little hat off.
Imagine me bringing this motherfucker to the hood or bringing my friends. They were like, what the fuck? What am I doing?
He's very street savvy.
What's his name?
Matan.
Who do you live with? By myself and with my dogs.
Yeah.
Is dogs like bark or like your niggas?
I'm not going to use that word, but those guys.
What word?
The N-word.
The N-word you just said.
I'm half black, but I still won't use it because I look.
You're not half black.
I'm half black.
Wait, you ain't nothing black about you, motherfucker.
Well, if I don't have a family, then I can decide, right?
Okay,
we haven't been able to confirm either way. He could be half black.
No, he's not. His attitude towards school, no good. Are you currently employed?
They had me fill out that shit.
God damn, behavioral history. Everything has a red check. Fighting, bullying, vandalism, theft, truancy, others. Oh my God. Have you ever been convicted? Any convictions? Yes. Oh my God. Do you currently, you don't use no drugs?
Oh, nothing.
This is just pure. This is just you.
Welcome to America. What do you think?
The Brutalist is now the Golden Globe winner for Best Picture.
It's ambitious.
A monumental symphony of the immigrant experience. It's an emotional tour de force.
They do not want us here.
Who do you mean?
The people here.
And the movie of the year.
It is the destination, not the journey.
The Brutalist.
TJ. JJ.
Last 30 seconds! Turn it up!
TJ.
It's time to play offense. Turn it up!
JJ.
3, 2, 1. TJ! Whoa, let's cool it, you two.
Mom.
No drugs.
I have never seen a Jew with this type of energy. Ever. I'm gonna take him to this. I take him. I got. This is the attitude. I got a great experience for him. Let's go to Compton.
That's where I hang out all the time.
No, you don't.
No, I'm in there. That's with my people over there.
Down.
You want to get him in the mood? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you help him? Why don't you give him a job?
We're helping him as a unit. We're helping him as a unit.
No, he's weird, and I don't like weirdness.
Well, one of the things that I thought would be nice is, we talked before, your son Austin's really into skateboarding. Jason Ellis just released a course called Father Grind where they sell like the perfect complete skateboards. And so we actually bought one for your son Austin, but since Baton's here, and obviously he's an at-risk youth, I thought he could probably use it more.
He's not at risk. First off, he's going to kill somebody who's going to be killed. I want him to think that I'll help him.
I think you should give him.
And look, he's trying to steal my motherfucking phone.
No, I didn't.
No, that's a nice skateboard.
That's mine?
Yeah. It was Austin's.
Who's that guy?
His Donnell's son.
Who's Donnell?
Right there.
Oh, that's Donnell?
Yeah.
These are the moments that define the Jewish Big Brother, Big Sister program.
I don't give a fuck about Jewish Big Brother, Big Sister program. I think it's stupid. I think that your Jewish community, they support each other. I think that this dude, if he's Jewish or not, he's going to have a troubled life. I'm not going to be there for it. I don't wish anything positive in his life. Like, I don't... What the fuck?
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! No, get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
Okay. This is why I didn't do this shit. We got a fucking troubled Jew motherfucker, a meth dealer, selling coke, and this is just doesn't make sense to me.
$2 fucking.
He does have a job. I mean, he has a job. He is employed.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. This is when this say art imitating life. This is his situation. I don't. A black person, come here, help me, please. Please, you can come and cross the camera.
Nope, help here. The police are probably on the way.
All right.
Fucking punk ass bitch.
Baton.
This is what I want to say. Whatever effort was where we were trying to do, obviously it is not working. And if I'm going to save anything or anybody, I'm going to save my community. Now, for all the Jews or Jewish people that may be watching right now, you got your own problem. Take care of your people. I'm going to take care of my people. And I'm going to let Baton, or whatever the fuck his name is, Baton, I'm going to let him, you know what? This is what I think you guys could do. You can help him.
I don't want to talk to this guy.
I don't want to talk to you. So I'm going to
So in the same situation.
help your own people. I will end this by saying Black Lives Matter, Jew Tan Clan,
Black
ain't
Lives
nothing
Matter.
to fuck with.
Fuck you! Fucking piece of shit.
I can't do this. These fucking people are fucking...
Fucking punk ass Jew.
I love you, Matan.
Fucking punk ass Jewish bitch.
Donnell.
I'm done!
Fucking piece of shit. Something's funny.
I'm done!
Fucking punk ass bitch.
Warcraft. Kill each other, motherfucker!
Asthma doesn't want you to be the cool mom. Triggers can pop up at any moment, and asthma says you can't. But by making better control of your severe asthma possible, Tespire says you can. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that treats your type of severe asthma to help you prevent attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is not a rescue medication. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Get help for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, trouble breathing. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop asthma treatments without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Avoid live vaccines. Sore throat, joint, back pain may occur. By helping control your asthma, Tespire lets you be you. Ask your asthma specialist for Tespire by name.
Chill. That feeling you get when you're on budget and on Cloud 9. Let Chill become your everyday state of mind. Tap to start your journey to a more chill financial reality. These are Ed Words of Wisdom by Edward Jones.
Sizzle alert. This summer, let the only thing smoking at your barbecue be the grill, not your grooming game. Get ready for the ultimate cookout season with Manscaped.
Oh, man, I love me some Manscaped. I love getting my tools right, and I love getting my meat right. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay, get your meat right.
Because whether you're flipping burgers or cannonballing into the pool, make sure your meat looks neat with the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. Fire up your grooming routine and keep it cool with Manscaped.
You got to respect a person that cares about keeping their manscaped. And And for the guys out there is nothing worse than you about to get busy and you're not scaped up or groomed right. So I 100% support the idea of a man keeping his meat right for the grill.
And I have to say, this package, the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra, it comes with freaking everything. So first you get the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, which is basically the classic Manscaper tool. And what's great about it, again, is that when you have other these kind of tools, you get a lot of nicks, cuts, uncomfortable things in your private parts that you do not need. Not with the Lawnmower 5.0. Not only that, but they have the Weed Whacker 2.0, which keeps your ears and nose tidy. So, again, for people like us who are hairy,
who is us? They not like us. They not like us.
I feel like everybody like us because everybody got hairy nose and ears and stuff.
It's important to keep your tool right, keep your nose right, and keep your ears right, especially if you're going to impress these girls.
Yeah, and the kicker is Manscaped doesn't help you just clean up; they help you go the extra mile. So they even have the Crop Soother Ball aftershave lotion.
Whoa!
Yeah, dude.
I can't remember a time that my balls smelled that fresh.
And even then, they stay fresh because they even throw in the Crop Preserver anti-chafing ball deodorant.
Oh, man.
So it's basically, if you're at a sunny beach day or a BBQ barbecue, like basically you put that on and your balls will not get sweaty.
And your balls will smell nice.
And if you're still worried, they throw in the Manscaped Boxers 2.0, which basically are equipped with a signature jewel pouch to protect your meatballs whenever the heat takes you.
And this is not for the vegans out there. Protect your meat.
So here's how we get the deal, Donnell.
Huh?
So to get 20% off and free shipping, use the code Donnell at manscaped.com. That's DONNELL at MANSCAPED.com. That's 20% off with free shipping.
If you don't like what we tell you to believe in, we'll kill you.
This is Tedious on therightstuff.biz.
The Daily Shower.
The Daily Shower.
We're running out of 1200s here. We're going to need a new title page soon. The clowns have served us well. I really enjoy that.
Clowns have been good, yeah.
I was
Clowns
good for
have
the
been good.
election season.
Yeah.
Is 13 going to just be like I just doodle the number 13 on something?
We'll figure something
know.
out. Somebody will send something.
Well, our pal there always sends it in. Very thankless work, but we thank him.
Yeah,
it's always
not
nice
thankless.
stuff. Good stuff. Well, I mean, that's basically all you get is thanks. Thank you. Nice artwork. So hopefully we'll get another one soon. What's going on? You guys are talking about
some shocking information.
You guys talking about grounds. You guys talking about electrical shit.
I can't hold it in.
I don't know why we started talking about this.
I can't hold it in.
Go ahead.
We got to start with the basic electrical theory, right?
We're trying to do
Electrical grounding.
We're trying to do electric floors or something here. Are we doing
It's breaking my brain.
Okay.
Electrical
giant
grounding.
grounding mats that just killed all these Jews.
Let's think about this process of connecting an electrical system to the earth. Here's the key part: safely direct excess electricity away from people and equipment. Now, that's been the conventional understanding of grounding as long as I've been alive. That's what I thought grounding meant. We have excess electricity. We want to direct it in the ground because the ground acts like a big fucking reservoir, a big heat sink of sorts with electricity. The electrons, right? We're talking about electrons. They flow into the ground.
You can discharge.
Flow into the ground.
This is like the electric universe theory, right?
Yeah, but then now you're charging up the Earth, and that eventually has consequences.
But I connect to the ground. The electrons don't flow back up into me, right? If they do, we have a problem.
Only if you're trying to successfully pause your neg terminal, right? And then you're safe. You pause the neg terminal.
Somebody has wired up my breaker box wrong. If I get electricity off that ground, something has gone awry. Correct?
So what are you saying that you're saying there are people that you've been seeing that are recently using the term grounding to mean not discharging?
This is a grounding mat, and I've seen this before. This grounding mat is a product you can buy for $17.99. Principle of work. The human skin comes into contact with the ground. The negative charge on the ground will move from the grounding pad to your body and these free electrons act as antioxidants.
That's wrong.
So, am I to understand that when I am grounded on the pad, the
Eat some
electricity
blueberries, nigga.
flows into my body?
Okay. There's a possible way to explain this retarded thing. So,
okay, thank God.
I asked ChatGPT, what is the difference?
You're like, ChatGPT, is this real?
Hold on a second. What is the difference between earthing and grounding? And they no, listen. The claim is this: that earthing means literally you are discharging the electricity, the electrons into the earth, and then there can't be any ambiguity about that. It's the earth, right? Now, that can also be grounding. Grounding does not have to be earthing, though. Grounding could be discharging an excess charge into any reference point that would be called the ground. So the grounding mat, then by this theory, the grounding mat is making you the ground.
But discharging,
which is really dumb, because why do you want to do that?
But discharging is not grounding, it's just discharging. Sometimes you have to, yes, you discharge to ground if you have an excess charge, but it's not called grounding. It's okay. You're discharging.
Well, okay, the grounding is okay. I guess now is another subtlety we can introduce here. Grounding is when you wire the circuit such that I have to ground the circuit, meaning I'm not actually doing a discharging right now, but I'm setting it up such that discharging can happen.
Yes, we need the discharging to happen in case, so you don't just.
I've grounded. It's a grounded connection.
An excess charge goes to ground instead of into the circuit and destroys it if something happens.
Right.
That's part of the
Right. And so, but they also, according to this, it says grounding can just be connecting an electrical circuit to a common ground reference point. It does not necessarily have to be earth. When you do earth, it's literally earth. When you do ground, it could be any reference point which accepts the excess charge.
You have a ground on your car.
Yes.
That's grounding to the frame.
Right.
It's not
right. Which will eventually ground to earth
through your rubber tires. This is supposedly why the flying cars aren't a good idea, is what I was told at one point. Like, Mom, how come we don't have the cars from Back to the Future 2 yet?
Oh, they get all charged up with static electricity. Well, you just touch it. Yeah. You get a shock from touching your car.
Let me explain the problem I've always had whenever I look into this. So it sounds like the idea is we want to get electrons into your body. We want to increase the electrons in your body. That's so. Here's my question:
so the antioxidation
goal,
can happen.
What fucking
why not?
What manner of like fucking grifting snake oil are we on to now? We're on to like snake shocking.
Why not just shove a fork into an electrical socket if that's the case?
Why not just some sort of low voltage that you connect to yourself, like fucking electrodes that you put on?
I guarantee you there are
just
people
rub a balloon in your hair.
Now here's my other problem that I ran into. It feels like they want to say
charging the balloon.
That there's like good electrons and bad electrons. We want the good electrons, not the bad ones. I've never heard of that before, but that's
how can you tell the difference?
Fuck if I know. I regret looking this up.
This is just weird. I don't know, but it seems to me that based on this, the idea, it's like, oh, this is a grounding mat. Now you think what that means is, oh, I can like safely work on electrical equipment, and my
that's what it's supposed to be.
My sort of low, extremely low level static charge that builds up on my skin, on my body, will be continuously discharged into this mat, so I won't damage the sensitive equipment I'm working on. That would be my understanding. But like, no. Actually, what's happening is you are the ground. The mat is making you a common reference ground point. You're the one that's soaking up the electrons. This is good. It's good for your health.
It's antioxidants.
I could do that just as easily by like, I don't know, just putting some batteries in my mouth and.
Yeah, you can just suck on some NiCads. Just suck on the. Just take the one with the two tips. And,
I did some magic the other day. I took a 9-volt battery and I connected it to the terminals on a speaker to see which one was negative and which one was positive. It's a fantastic little trick. I don't know if you've ever seen that trick before.
Looking at WebMD, grounding, also known as earthing, is we stand on the earth or have contact with parts grounded in the earth. This connects your body to natural electric.
What I did not do, I did not touch the.
I
did not touch the 9-volt to my tongue because that's horrible. Don't ever do that.
Okay.
This is like spooky shit. This is like that.
This is retarded.
Fucking cosmic shit.
This is
like,
according to their theory, then logically, me being around a lot of electromagnetic radiation is probably good, right?
Yeah. Why don't I just go hang out underneath some power cables? Like,
I don't see why not.
Put your balls right next to them is good. It's like drape your balls over
just-
the power lines. That's good. Just soak up
Get
that.
naked in the
soak up
server
that-
room and just
Yeah, just go to town. Just you don't want to wear clothes. That's gonna interrupt it.
it's the goal sounds like you need to have more electrical.
What were you guys
shit in
doing
your-
when I was
your
upstairs getting coffee? Like came down this
I don't
way.
know- I
What
don't
happened?
know.
Well, okay.
How
here's
did you end
my-
up
'cause
here?
It started with this very simple question.
Okay.
Which is I was confused about because I was like, so do you risk electrocution more when you're working with and this is an electrician, and I know we have plenty of this from the show, will laugh directly in my face for not quite knowing this.
Okay.
Where the question would be like, when you are working on an electrical circuit or electrical appliance, right, and you run sometimes the risk of shocking yourself or you
Right.
you risk of completing the circuit yourself and frying yourself. Or something,
Right.
The question is it better in that situation if you accidentally touch to positive and negative and the current flows through you, if you are grounded or not? Like, in other words, if your body facilitates the circuit discharging to earth, or if it doesn't, is it better? Which is more dangerous? And I've heard, I can see a logic behind both. One is, which is, well, if you are acting now like an electrical resistor, that's bad because you will heat up and you'll fry yourself, right?
Right.
But if you're grounded, then all current will flow through you, which is also theoretically then
Right.
bad, and you will
terrible.
just have way too much current.
That will
going
stop
through
your.
you and
If
you
it's
die.
enough, it'll stop your heart. Yeah.
Right. So, or just hurt you, like heat you
Yeah.
up, and
Depends
like
on, it depends
you know.
on the situation.
So,
Do you know, I got a popular trick that us ruralites are very well aware of. We have these things called electric fences, right? And they give a pulse
just
of
grab them.
electricity.
Don't piss on
You
them.
grab the fence. You grab your buddy. You won't get shocked, but he will.
Fucking ruralites.
But like,
This is what you
You were
motherfuckers
immediately
get up to.
so is he grounded?
He is the ground recipient of this circuit.
So he's a
merely a
reference
conductor.
point, right?
This
You
is
were
sort
merely
of.
the
There
conductor.
can't be that much current though, because if there was
not.
a lot of current, you would be.
So
in
this is
series
basically
getting fried.
this explains why like Deadpool and Wolverine didn't die at the end of the movie because they basically did that. There's two of them.
Wolverine,
so it was
well,
fine.
he's got a healing factor, but he's also grounded. because
Well,
he's
the
got adamantium.
charge from the timeline MacGuffin didn't kill them because instead of one person, two people did it, and then Madonna was playing, and it was awesome.
An example of
I'm sure an electrician who does this every day will just like laugh
Well,
directly
I'm
in my
pretty
face
sure
for not quite understanding.
you're fucked either way. If you just complete the circuit, the charge is going through you, or if you complete the circuit and you are connecting the circuit to ground, it's just all the potential voltage is going to run right through you in the ground. Either one is bad. It's just a matter of what is the voltage. 115 never killed nobody, so it's just household stuff. You're just gonna go, oh my god, you're just gonna go like that and stop. But like bigger shit, like
current is the problem, not voltage.
nigga, this shit's all the same. I don't even want to hear it.
I'm not gonna argue that.
All the same shit.
There's going to be electricians listening to this, and they're going to lose.
Yeah, I know they're gonna laugh at us. They're gonna say you guys are retarded.
Be like, you guys don't know
And what
the
happens
apps,
is
so
it doesn't matter. You just go ahead and you work, and if you get shocked, you get shocked, and you just suck it up and whatever.
Well,
That's
you're
all.
supposed to cut the power to the thing you're working on.
Yeah,
is what
I do that.
That's the bit. Like that's why there are breaker boxes, and you can throw the master switch and not
Dude,
not
I
work
felt
on.
like so smart when I was like disconnecting the negative terminal of my battery in order to preserve the charge because my car is somehow leaching from it. And Jamie's like, "Are you gonna hurt yourself?" And I was like, "No, I won't." I was like, "You only hurt yourself if you connect the negative and the positive." So I was like, "See, I have this metal wrench. If I had a longer one and
Just
I
connect
touched
it to-
the metal wrench to both terminals, then I would get shocked. But I can touch the negative, no problem, and nothing happens. And yeah, sure enough, nothing happens.
Yeah, I have 2 amps that are old, and I need to replace the filter capacitors in them. And like every one of them supposedly every one of them is a death sentence. So I know how to discharge them to the ground. I don't want to,
dude.
But it has to be done.
It's also you probably also wouldn't kill yourself with a car battery, but you could get a nasty shock. But like
from digging a little deeper into this though,
that guy. If you remember that guy Electro Boom, like the Iranian electrician guy on YouTube,
that's
did
the
this
healthiest
thing.
man on earth. He's
That guy
constantly
is-
exposed to electricity. He's
That
full
guy
of
is
electricity all
fucking
the time.
funny. He did this bit like on some stage show where he was like basically kept connecting 12-volt car batteries in series, and like shocking himself to show that it's not that bad
until he died.
He's like, no one else ever do this. I'm used to it, so I can do it. And it's like eventually it's going to get to the point where it does become really dangerous. Like if I connect enough of them. But yeah, like this whole bank of them, and he was like, and I was like, dude, why are you doing this? He's just for a show. He's just a clown. I'm just shocking myself for your entertainment.
So the ad
and
revenue.
I have another video where he's like, I realized that when I tried to educate people about how electric circuits and engineering works, those videos don't do nearly as well as the ones where I just fry myself. And I'm like, yeah, that's how that works, bro.
That's good.
Yeah, now, the problem is he's doing a binary analysis here. What he should try to do is combine both together. So it seems educational.
Oh no, that's what he does now. That's what he does.
Yeah,
he does the thing where it's
work
like
best.
he'll
show you
how circuits work, and he'll give you like the diagram of the circuit and do all this, and then at some point while he's demonstrating, he'll fry himself
That's what I would do. Yeah,
it's always really funny though. It's really fucking funny when he does it.
Here's a quackery thing connected to this. I didn't think of this. I should have. Whatever the hell it is that you think you're doing with like your grounding, it's going to be transient, right? It's not going to be something that you maintain all day. If you're somehow changing your human voltage level, you're going to either discharge it, or if you ground yourself, you get rid of too much voltage, you're going to reacquire it. Like it's going to be transient. Same thing with this shit where people talk about their pH. Like you got to drink this thing. It's gonna raise your pH. It's gonna make you more basic and less acidic. I'm like, no, it won't, because your body's going to return you to homeostasis immediately. It's going to let me say you've got that carbohypoxic drive shit, where your body's like, oh wow, there's a lot of carbon dioxide in your blood. You need to breathe harder. It's going to do the same thing. You'll just breathe slower if you turn too basic.
Okay, so this is really great. So I searched just now on Google health benefits of grounding. And I got this site, bioenergetics.com. And the heading says Earth's Big Fields. The core concept of bioenergetics is that our bodies are founded on an underlying control system, a structured body field.
I gotta get one of these grifts.
Wait, hold on. A structured body field that directs energy and communication. So I'm grounding my body.
Ley lines, right? Ley lines. You got to be on the right ley lines.
Oh, the ley lines. That might come in here. No. Ley lines, by the way, are fake and don't exist.
Of course they are.
But in fact, everything is made of energy and has its own energy field. Our individual body field.
Why does everyone think they can be a really long Tool song? It's like, you can't. Only Tool can do these things. Just leave it to them.
Wait, hold on.
It's way less interesting when you do that with like words and products.
Oh my God. Bioenergetic theory posits that our alignment with the three big fields of Earth acts as a sort of GPS device, helping us to literally subconsciously understand our position in the world.
Well, at least they're globe
Because
cocks.
of this, if we're not properly aligned, we feel lost, confused, unfocused, disorganized, ungrounded, or spacey. Consequences of misaligned big fields.
Chad and Spacey.
Chad and Spacey.
The vertical axis, the equatorial axis, the magnetic polar axis. So you want to like somehow... So here's like I'm assuming they're going to sell you something at some point, right?
Of course.
I hope
so. Okay, wait. Again, each of these involves correction of big field alignment and the body's overall cell driver at the same time. So cranial cavity, they tell you pleural cavity, chest cavity, heart cavity, abdominal cavity, bladder cavity, prostate,
the rear
bladder
occipital
cavity,
protuberance.
uterus. Understanding the individual human body field is one giant leap for medicine. And it's an understanding we need to continue refining for an ongoing revolution in the health space.
I
want
to drive something into their cranial cavity.
Yeah.
Well, we have no choice but to go on Joe Rogan now with this great health news and save everyone.
We could just like crib this and like pretend and just go on Joe Rogan. I'm sure I wonder if this person been on Joe Rogan.
And he'd be like, tell me more.
Events. Oh, okay. So elevate your practice in your life. Zenergy is the world's premier conference for energy, medicine, new clinical technologies, longevity, research, and bioengineering.
Find a way to sell rightoids electric chairs for themselves, then they kill themselves. They all die of electrical shock.
Yeah, no, literally. Like you could run one of these scams with the intention of actually just like killing the people that are into like quack medicine, and be like, and they take you to court on it. You're like, look.
They used it wrong. I don't know.
I was just trying to get rid of these people.
Oh,
I would just feel like there were disclaimers attached.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
They
If you
read
actually
the
use this, you'll
disclaimer.
just die. Yeah. Well, you won't die. There's nothing happens. The thing with these things is they actually engineer these things so they just like nothing ever happens.
Right.
No, you could be. Hold on. You can be more sophisticated here. You could design the equipment in such a way that you can connect it in a lethal manner, but you don't advertise it that way. You put your product out there, and someone else is like, "Here's the trick. See, what you need to do is you need to wire those two terminals together.
Yeah.
And
Touch them with a screwdriver."
Dude,
With
I
your
also
bare
hate
hands.
this. Okay, so somebody is giving a talk at this conference. The Pillars of Quantum Biology for Health with Dr. Catherine Clinton. Now listen, hold on a second. Listen. The Pillars of Quantum Biology, she will walk through the pillars of light, sound, frequency, water, and how they impact our health. Learn how these unseen forces drive life and health. First of all, I can see water. I can see light. Inherently, I can see light.
But I called them quantum.
Also, like, these are not quantum.
But I
Like,
said they're quantum.
water is not quantum. Okay?
Quantum just means, when I say quantum, you take off your thinking cap, if you already haven't,
It just
and you
means
just
magic.
believe
It
everything I
just
said. It
means
means magic. Yeah, that's what quantum means.
Oh,
Great
people
stuff.
people don't realize the word quantum just means the smallest.
Just
of
one question.
anything.
I just want to ask
Yeah.
you one thing. Just one question. Wait, what were you saying? I forgot. Quantum. What does quantum mean? It's like smaller.
Theoretically, the quantum of anything
It just means
is
particles.
the smallest particle.
Oh, I thought it was
That's not
particles
really
smaller
true,
than an
but the-
atom. I thought it was like subatomic
Well-
particles was the quantum level.
They are, but that's because they're quantum particles. So
Okay.
a quantum of something is just the smallest
Okay.
possible unit
Okay.
of it, right? So, like, I guess you could say like a water droplet, but that's not a water molecule would be the quantum of water because it's just the smallest possible unit of that's actual still water, right? So it's still water if it's H2O, just have one molecule of it. That would be its quantum. So that's what it means. But it's
you're
like, but
reminding
this is
me.
stupid. But this is dumb. Like what? Like this means the pillars of magic biology for health. You could just say explore the pillars of magic biology. She will walk through light, sound, energy, frequency, water, how they impact our health. So yeah, I love it. Unseen forces. What are you talking about? None of these are unseen. Well, I guess sound theoretically is unseen, but you could. It's like. Anyway, whatever.
That reminds me, like the Facebook feed. Like I must have complained to you enough about breastfeeding videos. I think I closed like the Reels thing. Like I don't see those anymore. But now I'm being inundated with like what it has to be like AI fake news about hydrogen car engines. Weren't you talking about that the other day with somebody during like the EV wars of Telegram?
Yeah.
It's like we're going to do
There's always
hydrogen
been
cars.
talk of doing hydrogen. It's just the problem is, well, Hindenburg effect.
Right.
Well,
like,
there's two hydrogen power cell theories. Well, first of all, there's one that actually works, but it's extremely dangerous. The use of electrolysis to separate to use water and separate oxygen and hydrogen and then burn it is like that's fucking dangerous as hell. Like that's just no good. There's another one where you do some other chemical process, and I've even seen it. They have cells that can do this, and you can see demonstration where somebody basically dips but you need a charge to start it, right? But you need a charge to start your car too. Right. You put the two things into like the little thing of water and electrolyze, and then it collects hydrogen, and then it does something. But it's not burning the hydrogen; it does some other chemical reaction. The problem is it's not, and it's bad ROI, right? You get less out than you put in. And so this girl, I saw this thing. She was like she ran a fan, like not a giant one, a small one, but it was like 2 seconds, and then it went away. And then they keep telling you that this is some revolution. I'm like, no, it's not. That is literally a parasitic. That cannot work because you just are waste. It's just a waste. What you did there is an interesting demonstration, but it can never work because you just obvious thermodynamic limits of it.
I guess Facebook's listening to us because here's a good diagram of what is this Ohm's law? Is this the? So you got this poor guy. He's trying to climb. He's the electric current. He's trying to climb through this hole here, and this guy is resistance man. He's got a lasso around him. He's squishing his torso. Right, this ram is ramming him in the ass.
He's ramming him in the ass.
There's a ram ramming him in the ass. It's good stuff there. It's well illustrated.
But there's another. My understanding is there's like a idea of like a hydrogen battery, which is different than these others, or maybe it is the same. I don't know, but there is an actual hydrogen battery idea that's not based on electrolyzing water.
Of course, like this post won't show up
some
now,
other
right?
It's like some other way, and what you would actually do is to refuel. You would actually like pump hydrogen into your car, and I'm like, that's just not safe. Like, it's just not safe. I mean, the batteries work, but like, and I'm not exactly sure what the principle of that is, but there is something like that.
It's too bad. There were these two posts. It was like one said BMW and the other alleged, I think, Toyota were like giving up on EV technology, or they're putting all their work into these prototype hydrogen engines. And like both articles had the same illustration of just a wacky looking car engine that didn't make any sense. And this was for hydrogen. I thought it was funny.
Well,
I like to spend time on Facebook because they've relaxed all their censorship rules, guys. You can say bad things about everybody except Jews.
You can say whatever.
Why
can't you say anything bad about Jews?
It's Patriot Facebook now. You know, reclaim Facebook, just not from the Zionists. So that's how that's going. So that was very funny.
Here's my thing on all of this, which is that, like, you know,
very thirsty.
The problem is, and we've discussed this before, like, even if, like, the global warming theory is plausible, right? That, like, okay, the Earth is not releasing as much energy outside into space as we are burning on the Earth. Like, we're adding more heat to the Earth because we're burning all this stuff, and because of carbon dioxide, it's now not able to be released into space the way it should be. I
question the carbon dioxide thing completely.
Fine.
What if the political class asked the scientific class, can you identify an element that is released all the time, everywhere, everything you do, no matter what, and we'll tie that to being a pollutant. We'll call that and it's carbon dioxide, and that's what they come up with. It's like, because you fucking literally blow it out. I hate to be this like much of a right toy, but you're blowing it out your mouth every time you breathe. You know.
Well, that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm building up to a larger point here. The point is, you can't do anything about it if that's the case.
That's
it doesn't matter.
Less acidotic when you blow out the carbon dioxide, which is good, according to the health quacks. So what you want to do is just breathe really hard and fast all the time.
You could lose weight by doing that.
Oh God. You also throw up.
You'll get dizzy.
Yeah.
You don't lose weight by shitting. You lose weight by breathing. It's true, because your body is just burning up like fuel, and it's basically doing the same thing as a car engine or any engine, just at a much slower pace. And the energy density of fats and oils is just like the highest of any kind of substances. So that's why what we burn is just decomposed biological matter.
Should I type nigger into my Facebook window somewhere and see what happens? I don't want to catch a ban.
Nigger into it. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, who cares?
I want to be able to go on. I want to be able to go on Marketplace. It's the only reason I'm here.
Yeah. See, I don't have a Facebook. I feel like you're just not allowed to have a Facebook, or like I'm just not allowed to have one because I just like don't have.
Yeah,
I don't
get
really
back
want one.
They kind of like that shit all kind of got.
But why do I want to go?
No, so you can look at breastfeeding videos and hydrogen engines and
I can look at like fake, weird AI generated images.
Yes.
Anyway, my point is that the search for a better fuel source is impossible. I mean, I hesitate to say impossible, but it's just nowhere near anything we're close to. And frankly, the reason that biological life evolved to use fats and oils as an energy storage and energy release system is because this is the most energy dense and efficient way to safely chemically store energy and then release it by breaking bonds. And there's really no one's found anything, and it's actually makes sense that what we're burning is oil, and what our bodies burn is oil, for lack of a better way of putting it, and sugars, but whatever. And so we break bonds, make energy. That's what you do when you burn fuel. And yes, the fact you breathe out carbon dioxide makes perfect sense. That's also what is a byproduct of burning oils, because it's the same thing. And so I don't see, this is literally the product of millions of years of evolution. And I don't know that we just don't have anything better. Batteries are like even a fucking lithium ion is like only 1/10 the efficiency or density of a fucking body fat. So it's just like you also can't plant trees and get rid of the carbon dioxide because the trees just add more biomass that eventually degrades and releases more carbon dioxide. So it's just here.
Yeah.
The only way to get rid of it is like bury it underground, like what happened in the ancient ages when like everything died and got buried, and that's why we dig it up and burn it and just re-release it back to the atmosphere. So there's just nothing that can be done. It's just how it's going to be.
Oh, there's stuff we can do. We can use it. We can use it as an excuse to hamstring the energy market and create little perverse incentives for corporate actors to.
One of the most perverted things that comes out of it is the fake green stuff.
Yeah,
like they need to acknowledge that this is just that. Like you can't beat it, and there's no way to. So people aren't going to stop using it. So you got to come up with something different, some other idea. So, yeah, I don't know what that is, but like, it's certainly not going to be like solar or batteries. Like, these are not solutions that are going to work. I mean, the fact that the guy that killed himself on New Year's Day on a drive from Colorado Springs to Las Vegas, which is about an 800-mile drive. You can make that on 2 tanks of gas.
Mm-hmm.
He did it and if you have a big truck, you probably need to refuel at least one. If you start with a full tank, you could make it, if you have a big tank, you could make it refueling 1 time. He had to refuel 8 times. Now, that's an 800-mile drive. That's refueling every 100 miles.
Sucks.
You're told that these things will have a 300-mile potential
the meme is no wonder
range,
he killed himself.
but they just don't. And I've talked to people that work in the car business that sell cars, and they're like, oh, yeah, we tell people that, but it's bullshit. It's totally dependent. You could do that only in ideal conditions if you're not going uphill and if you don't have any extras turned on. You don't have your radio. You don't have your air conditioning. You don't have your seats or heat. You don't have any – you don't use your electric windows. You don't use shit. You just drive with nothing. Then you could get your 300 miles if you're driving up with no hills. I guess theoretically you could say, well, if you go uphill, you got to go back downhill. But you don't necessarily when you're driving because your destination might not be. It might be higher elevation than where you left from. So then you're just fucked. You're never going to reclaim that energy by going back downhill. But so yeah, like you just don't. It just doesn't. You never get that. You're never going to get that 300 miles ever. Like I said, the best use case for an electric car is a fucking golf cart that you take to the store, and the store is close.
Oh, they said the store is closed.
No, it was closed. Yeah, it could be. It was closed. You're fucked because then you got to go one further away. You got to use gas.
Well, the post office.
Anyway,
The post office. I finally got to the post office yesterday.
For me, a fun distraction to
Thank
look
God.
at this stuff because one, I hate alternative energy quacks. I hate cranks. I can't stand pseudoscientific shit. I can't stand fake shit. I can't stand health crap. Fake health crap. I just cannot stand any of this shit. And the connection of this to like there was a very refreshing time period, at least with like libertarianism, at least for a time. I guess this stuff has always inserted itself. But this stuff used to be associated with like goofy libtards.
Yeah.
And now it still kind of is, but it's just like now it's just goofy rightoids and goofy libtards that believe in alternative. Like, I mean, I seriously wonder who is dumb enough to believe in this bioenergetics body field shit, like realign yourself with the currents and fields of
I'm
nature.
sure there's going to be.
There's a lot of dumbasses that are actually, and these are people that have, these are functional people that have jobs and employment.
I'm
and
sure
enough
there's
money
going to be
to give
somebody.
these people to go to a convention and pay them money for this bullshit, this utter crap.
There'll be somebody in the comments. Somebody will take up for this for that.
I don't think so.
In the comments, somebody will.
Judicial noticer is willing to take up for bioengineers. I don't even think he's that dumb.
You never know.
Yeah.
It might not be. I've never heard of it, so it might not be right coded enough. You know,
this is very.
It has to be
libtard coded.
Well, it has to be. It has to filter. It has to filter through like Twitter, the right Twitter influencers. Like it's just not there yet. Like you could probably.
Yeah.
You could probably get a hold of some guys if you need to that are in that sphere and get them to start talking
Joe
about
Rogan
this stuff.
needs to be a spawn point for this, I think. But yeah, I mean, it probably is loosely connected to a bunch of other theories because it is that whole like the thing about this is it's quantum
bunk.
magic shit.
It means
like,
nothing. It's bunk. It does nothing. But you speak about it in a certain way, and you get the right people to repeat the lies, and suddenly you believe that because you hate the establishment and you think that that's rebellion, right? But yeah.
If these fields are inherent in the Earth's fields, misalignment with big fields means misalignment with our own nature, our own energetic template. It means we're not correctly tapped into the instructions of how our body should operate. No, this is nonsense. This is preying on people who feel like who this is just preying on people who aren't very smart and who feel kind of like there's something vaguely like there's something wrong. You're like, oh yeah, the reason you feel like vaguely like there's something wrong is not because you live in like a Jewish controlled capitalist dystopia where it doesn't feel like the future is going towards anything. So no matter how hard you work, you're still just trapped on this fucking hamster wheel in this stupid country that doesn't benefit you or anyone else. And it's just this fucking monster possessing the earth and destroying it like an evil octopus, like swallowing up everything good and decent. And you're just a cog in that machine and you have to feed it in order to live. That's not why you feel weird. The reason you feel weird is like your body field is misaligned. And so you need to align your body field.
Good electrons, not the bad.
Here's the most ironic thing about all this shit. One of the things they love to say is that allopathic medicine, meaning medicine that works, because it intervenes in your body by giving you medicine or doing actual physical interventions to cut things out of you that are bad for you. Allopathic medicine doesn't treat the root causes. It only treats symptoms. I'm like, every single thing you niggers do relies on placebo effect and nothing more. Talking about never treating root causes. You barely even treat symptoms.
Placebo
you treat
effect
like the tiniest little bit of a symptom based on a placebo effect because all this shit is bullshit. My body field. It's all nonsense. And taking actual medicine, yeah, sometimes you will like shit and piss and fart and not feel good because it's actually poisonous. But that's how you have to kill bad things. So I don't know what to tell you. Here we are.
You know what the origin of that term is?
What's that?
Allopathic literally comes from cranks.
I know it does. But it just means
trying
medicine that works. Anytime someone talks about, I'm like, okay, you mean things that work. I mean, I remember having this conversation.
Is there like an etymology here we can look at? Like, did they make this up as a slur for just medicine? Like, what's the?
Well, homeopathic would be the opposite.
Homeopaths started calling it allopathy.
And it's very funny because I recently had a conversation with somebody and they brought up allopathic and someone else was like, "What allopathic? What does that mean?" I mean, that means it works. And the person was like, I could see them like fuming.
It does something.
Like,
I mean,
I could see them like getting all steamed, like secretly. Like I was like, no, let's not fuck around. I'm not gonna be sitting here while this conversation is going on. It just means stuff that works.
I mean, if you come across somebody and they are comatose and their blood sugar is 25. What intervention do you want me to do?
You realign their body field, Alex.
I mean, I start an IV and then I push literal sugar into their bloodstream and bam, they're fine.
Well, no.
What other intervention
why didn't you
should I do?
See, this is abuse. Why didn't you realign their body field?
At that point, I can't go back and treat all of the manifold situations and conditions that led them to this particular crisis. Too late. I got to do something now.
But hold on a second. I'm gonna have to fight with this because you did fix the underlying cause of low blood sugar is not enough sugar in the blood, so you give them sugar, and now you have fixed.
Well, say it's a type 2 diabetic. I can't.
Sure, yeah, there could be a thing that's causing that.
And treat their whole lifestyle and stop them from being hypoglycemic in this particular moment. I can't go back and do that. We have an emergency here. What do you want me to do?
I want you to realign their body field.
Yeah, just realign their body field. Yes, that's going to correct their blood sugar. Yeah,
realign the body field. Well, here we have. We actually have bioenergetics of the liver, bioenergetics of the kidneys. So you could start there.
Oh, I got it. We could get them to release glycogen. Yeah.
Yes, you want to start
the
there.
Body field manipulation. Sure.
Yeah, just align body field.
The other thing is
I don't know where they're going to get the glycogen
too,
from.
Right? Like you're a rightoid, so you believe that people should have all of this freedom. The government should stay out of your business. Okay, well, if you want to treat underlying causes of things, then we're going to have to abrogate your rights as far as like eating certain foods and making certain lifestyle decisions.
I'm like throwing the rightoid concept of everybody knows best. What everybody knows for what's better for themselves. Knows what's best. That is so stupid. People obviously do not know what is best for themselves. Like,
They
there
don't.
and there
That's why you have
absolutely
blood sugar
is a group
25.
of people. There absolutely are people that know what is better for you than you do. There absolutely are people that do. There are absolutely people, and there are certain things where it's like, you know.
I mean, you say treat the root cause. Well, that would require a certain degree of paternalism. That would require me making you do what is best for you.
I'm fine with the state. It wouldn't be like I wouldn't stop you from eating chips, right? But like
I would.
you should.
I'd have to.
It would depend. It would depend. It would depend how fat
treat the root cause. Okay, less chips, less of this crappy
you're
food.
gonna have to stop with those
more
chips.
exercise. Get on your bicycle. Come on, let's go.
You have to stop. You have to stop slamming a bag of chips every day, my friend. The hot Cheetos, that's right out. No more of that.
But
Like
then immediately these
I know.
nitwits, they'd be like, "Oh God, the government."
Look, I know those fucking. I know those Buffalo Ranch fucking Doritos be slapping, but you've got to stop because that's making you obese, my friend. Sorry, it's just that. There's nothing else. It's not your biofield.
No.
There's no biofield. The biofield, Earth's big field. What's
Welcome
very
to
funny
Earth.
is like we got here from a talk about
Welcome to the biofield.
Grounds.
Bioenergetics is the future of medicine. I doubt it. It's just a grift.
It's the future of grifting. I mean, it's just another.
Oh my
avenue.
God! Understanding the study, detection, and correction of energy and living. Again, now this is just one thing I found based on searching health benefits of grounding. I don't even know if they're even, and they, dude, of course they've got the obligatory, I should just say, they've got the obligatory, like, guy, like, human figure in space with, like, light explosions throughout the translucent body. You know, it's just, like, so fucking retarded. You know what I'm talking
Tool
about?
album. They've got the Tool album. Covered.
It's not quite even that. It's just like AI generated
The Tool album or cough
space
medicine?
guy with
That's the
stars
good
in his
name.
body
Tool
and
album or cough
nebulae
medicine.
exploding and shit. It's just retarded.
So I'm looking on Twitter. Let's see. There's not. We're getting engagement here. We've got 3.4 million impressions on grounding is one of the most powerful yet underrated health practices that exist. It improves literally every function in your body. It's completely free and outperforms 99% of supplements. Well, what if the supplements is? And it's like,
Dude, are we just turning into one of these like
here's
debunking
the Tool album, I guess.
shows?
There's a Tool album.
Oh,
That's the Tool album. That's a cool graphic.
That's a better Tool album. It's got more colors in it. Before, after
now
4
we're
nights of
getting
running.
somewhere.
So, like,
No, that's the Predator.
yeah, this is like the Predator targeting system. Like after 4 nights of
Coming after
grounding, he can't see you as well. You're like you're less red, I guess. I don't know what this
That's
means.
what Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Dude, no, what that is, that's a picture taken with an infrared camera after you took your clothes off.
You're one ugly motherfucker, or whatever the fuck he says. I can't
Oh, look
remember.
at you! You're barefoot. Wow, the thing I do all the time. I'm barefoot right now.
Grounding is the practice of making physical or direct physical contact with the Earth's surface. In today's world, most of us are so disconnected to it from by rubber-soled shoes, elevated beds, and high-rise. All right, go fucking sleep in the ground then. And it's affecting our health more
So
than we
walk
realize.
around in
No,
metal
it's
shoes.
not. This person's walking around and then again, like the blood flow, like there's another Predator picture of someone's face. So is this not caught on yet? These tweets are old. These are from 2024.
This is
from
just
August.
This is, I mean, I don't
18,000 likes,
another
277 replies, 4.4, so 4,400 retweets.
I would assume that a lot of this is botted too. Like these people probably bought the shit out of this crap too. So. But there's also
You think someone would create a bot to lie on the internet? Let alone someone would lie on the internet on Twitter? No, man. Not on X.com.
100%.
People do not lie about these things, especially about trying to save you through like health remedies that the system is keeping from you. No one would ever lie about that stuff. Only the system is lying.
Yeah, no one would ever assert that like that there was some magical thing that the system was like killing and assassinating people.
I guess there's nothing really
to
here
deny
to
you from having. So
they must be selling like a broader thing because I'm like reading this one. It's like they're just telling you to walk. They're literally just telling you to touch grass, but be barefoot when you do it. So I guess like it's a wellness. It's just part of the wellness grift, I guess. So I guess this girl is just this woman just has some kind of
there's got to be a
wellness platform that somewhere you're buying into something because you like her. But it's like grounding is a therapeutic practice of physically and electrically connecting with the earth by walking barefoot on the ground. For instance, grass, sand, or soil, lying on the ground, or using grounding equipment such as sheets or mats indoors.
Oh, I know what the grift is here. The
Grounding
idea is you're
allows
supposed
for
to
the
get her to send feet pics. Like the whole point of
well,
this
they're giving
is
you feet pics. That's the problem. Grounding allows the transfer of negatively charged electrons from the Earth into the body. You know, there's no. I don't think there's such thing as a positively charged electron. Like an electron
Dude,
is a negative
these
charge.
broads are saying.
Right? Isn't a positive charge like a lack of electrons?
Like a proton, right?
I don't know.
A positive charge is an electron.
What do I look like, Dr. Emmett Brown? I don't know. This is heavy.
So they're just giving the feet pics.
Yeah, there's feet pics right there.
Maybe that's just like a taste, and if you sign up for the site.
I don't like those feet pics. Can we go to a different one? I don't like that one. Scroll.
Those are no good. Those feet pics are not
all right.
interesting.
And then we have football
it's
man.
not a feet pic.
Is that only one foot picking?
Oh,
It's gonna be a foot. That's a dude. We don't want his feet pics. God damn it.
I don't need that. I want her feet pics. Oh God. Oh my God.
They're all dirty.
Dirty feet, walking in the dirt.
Well, yeah. I mean, some guys are into that.
She's giving away the feet pics for free. That's not the grift. What are we even doing?
I need to hear what they're saying. The electricity flows back up into your body. What? That seems to be what they're doing a bit.
Can we listen to this dumb
Grounding means putting your feet or your hands on the earth. What happens when you do that is actually pretty freaking amazing. So there's an exchange of electrons that happens between the earth and your body. And it calms down your nervous system. It reduces stress. And it reduces your glucose levels. It makes...
Why do you have to add extra? Like you're okay right there, because it's like basically you're just talking about taking a walk outside barefoot. It's probably just going to relieve stress. You're probably just going to be more relaxed because you're engaged in you're taking a nice walk. But now it's like,
oh,
it reduces
nice
my
on your feet as long as there's not a bunch of.
Does
stuff.
the exercise in and of itself reduce the glucose level? Is that where the lie is here? Because
it makes them steadier and lower and healthier. And scientists are trying to figure out why exactly that happens.
No, they're not.
But what we need to know is that it's very powerful.
It's not.
You can combine that to other amazing practices, like sunlight first thing in the morning also has a really good.
It's not an amazing practice.
Impact.
It's vitamin D.
Glucose levels. But I love the grounding one.
That's amazing.
It's so amazing. So what I try to do is
tell me about the exchange of the electrons. Are they dirty? My electrons are dirty, and they're worn out.
You're exchanging them. Yeah, you're getting new ones. You're giving used electrons to the earth, and it's giving you back new ones.
It's hard when I'm in big cities because there's no grass, but here in LA, I love it because there's grass everywhere. So I'm
not right now.
A lot of rubble, a lot of brimstone.
There's like scrublands everywhere.
Walking around, no shoes.
Like fire hazards everywhere. I could walk.
Oh my God! Imagine you're walking around LA with no shoes on. You're taking your life in your hands, ma'am.
Let me ground.
I can't believe it.
It's like it's just like I'm exchanging electrons with like spent heroin needles and like human feces. I'm in LA walking around barefoot.
They got rid of electrons. They gained some heroin needles.
Who's this dumb broad?
Broads that are into this kind of stuff, though, you always have this vibe like, yeah, I'll exchange electrons with you.
Yeah, this girl. The other one's. I don't like. If this one had better hair, maybe, but the other one's like, yeah, all right.
It's like that one's not as good.
I want this one to tell me about stuff. All right, tell me about. Let me ground with you.
I can't believe it would have an impact on glucose spikes and therefore impact
on your
physical.
physical.
They have to ruin it with a nigger.
Mental health, on everything.
What? Why does this nigger have all this like electronic equipment with her at the
Why
beach?
do you have all these electronic?
Hold on a second.
Wait, that's she's using that to fuel the electron exchange, right? She's got the laptop so that
the electron sources,
the electrons from the laptop battery down through her nigger body and in out through the sand. That's what it is. It's like she's doing an electron flush. It's electron flush, right? Like you got the electrons from the laptop are going through you. You know,
so she's charging the
those
device.
Bad electrons.
She's like sucking them up from the ground.
Yeah, maybe she's charging the
electrons. The laptop. You don't know where they've been.
Yes, turns out humans are meant to walk barefoot on the earth. Who knew?
It's almost like everything we've
how come like our feet are so weak and easily? Never mind.
Invented has actually.
You know what's meant to walk? You know who's meant to walk barefoot on the earth? My dogs. Have you ever touched the fucking absolute, just like hardened leather toes of your dog? Like how hard their fucking soles of your feet are.
That'll happen to you too if you walk barefoot long enough.
They'll turn.
They understand
you'll get
though.
bigger calves too if you keep doing it.
The funny thing is about this is like
you might pick up pinworms. So.
Yeah, there's hazards to walking
take
barefoot, right? You could, but the thing is, you also
wait. I thought pinworms
were
from something else.
Hold on, you're walking barefoot on a manicured grass lawn in LA, which yes, that's going to feel real nice on your feet for sure. But if you are walking, there's plenty of places you can't walk barefoot. Shoes are like a very old invention. Like people have been doing this for a very long, pre-industrial. You won't believe this. Pre-industrial invention, people had shoes.
Ruined our health
all the way back to the biblical times, pre-biblical times, Bronze Age, even before shoes is very early
Mike,
invention.
she's
so,
got
I mean,
she's got the rebuttal right here.
It's almost like everything we've invented has actually ruined our health.
Yes.
So yeah,
everything we invented has ruined their health.
Yet life
Like cough
expectancy
medicine?
went on this upward trajectory for so long.
Yeah,
I don't
when we
understand.
didn't have shoes, when people didn't have shoes, which is actually so long ago, we don't even have any recorded history of it. We only guess. Yeah, life expectancy is probably very, very short.
Now, if these ladies
yeah.
transitioned into like a Ted K talk, that'd be like kind of
Ted
funny.
K talk.
Yeah, like a Ted K talk about like
Ted K
industrial.
talk, that's very funny.
You know, industrial. You know, everything that he said there. And
I'm sure that
kind
they
of
think that, but then it's like, but see, the problem is,
but it's like
without your industrialized society, you wouldn't have at Los Angeles with a lot of like nicely manicured grass lawns for you to walk around on with like no weird, no weird animals and no stones and rocks and
the mood is elevated and all that, and then they literally show somebody walking barefoot on a beach, and it's like, yeah, they're barefoot on a beach. It's hard to be in a bad mood if you're barefoot on a fucking beach.
Also, it's sunny. If it's a sunny day in Southern California and you're on like a nicely manicured grass lawn, yeah, that feels good too. Like, none of this is a secret. Like, I mean, there is research that shows that exposure to sunlight does make you feel better, emotionally feel better. So this is not a mystery why this would be either.
Exercising outside. So, yeah.
Do you want the hot take of the day?
Yeah,
this is a hot novelty take right. It's Bill Burr. Bill Burr's trending.
Okay, good deal. Let's do
and this better be like, I'm doing this live. This video better encapsulate what the fucking caption along with it says that it is, because if so, this is really funny and I love it. Play.
It's very good to see you. I heard you had to evacuate your home.
Yes. Like most people, I had to. I got lucky, the winds moved, but, the fire was coming and all that stuff. So I feel lucky.
Are you guys back in?
And I think everybody did a great job.
Yeah.
That is kryptonite catnip for everyone.
Unlike the internet,
Yeah, right. I know. It's right.
Oh, my God. All of these fire experts. Why didn't you just fly a helicopter into the ocean? And then just, I don't know, because there was 100-knot winds. You want to do that? You want to do that at night, you lunatic?
All right, How
are you?
This was definitely mismanaged.
That's a big word we're hearing now.
Mismanaged, like some idiot on the internet knows how to manage the worst fire in L.A. sitting there in his underwear. You know what? Looking at the footage on the internet, I have determined that this here was mismanaged.
That's good stuff. I love that. That's good.
You gotta give him credit for that.
I hated Bill Burr for a while, but now I think I like him again. That was good.
The only thing I don't like about him is when he does stuff I don't like. When he says things that aren't. That's
well,
funny. That's
like the response to this is like, Bill Burr married a low IQ, and now he became a low IQ. It's like, no, he's right there.
Like,
he's basically right there.
The pushback on the internet critic is big, and people are going to appreciate it when it happens. Of like it's literally like it was literally like brace yourself. Here come experts in like fire prevention.
Super high IQs to look at AI images of fires and then start just fucking ranting and raving. Super high IQ to do that.
Bill Burr sold out hard. I'd love to see the trashing Patrice O'Neal would give old Disney money Billy for that. Has been Bill Burr. Listen, Bill Burr has never been more famous and more successful than he is these days. So has been Bill Burr and Jimmy Kimmel make fun of people who say the fires in LA were caused by mismanagement and poor leadership. More elitist assholes who think they're the fire experts and everyone else are idiots. This is good stuff.
It's the opposite.
It's
first
literally
of
the
all,
opposite.
Everybody's idea of how it was mismanaged is going to have to deal with your particular, your whatever political axe you have to grind. Right? It's gonna inherently fall back on that. I actually got recommended a video. Might be interesting to watch. Victor Davis Hanson. 6-minute video of Victor Davis Hanson explaining why DEI led to this.
Oh,
and
my God.
Again, I would say, like, okay, and I saw a lot of people doing this bit, like, oh, look, the fire chief is some old lesbian woman. I'm like, okay, look, I get why you're doing that. But there's the other thing is that it's like, I'm just pressing X. Like, I think that actually, like, this shit was just not something that you could have done anything about at this point. Like,
That's
the point
basically what it is. You can do anything, but you can caterwaul and cry about it, and you can pretend that it's about that
you
stuff.
can basically try and grind your personal political acts, and of course, none of them are the right political acts.
So
I mean,
at risk
the
of
better
getting...
one is like, LOL, a bunch of rich douchebags had their fucking mansions burned down.
So
Ha, 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 ha,
at the
ha.
risk of pulling defeat out of the jaws of victory here, here's another clip that better match the caption.
The vibe, the energy.
Ah, Jesus Christ!
Oh, come on.
Can we add about 12 decibels to that and try again? I don't think this is going to work, gentlemen.
I love how all the chatter out there is about bands of illegal immigrants and homeless people lighting fires. They light fires every day. They're living outside, cold. And this theory that some homeless guy without a car went from Altadena all the way to the Pacific Palisades, and then we have a hang glider. And they're talking about looting. But CNN and Fox News are not going to bring up the insurance companies that are just
This is
going to keep
defeat.
everybody's premiums and still give themselves a bonus.
All right. I mean, he says something about insurance companies. That's what this was supposed to be. I didn't know we were going to pretend that it was good that homeless people were starting fires. Like, they're not homeless, they're drug addicts, Bill. Anyway.
Still give themselves a bonus.
He yelled "Free
Okay,
Luigi."
that's
good. That was what I was looking for. That was what I was. But
that was good. So it was a mixed bag here. Now the thing is, the
pretending that the drug addicted vagrants revolving around California are like a good thing. Like, come on, Bill, give me a fucking break.
Or just pretending. Well, here's the thing. This is a funny thing because he kind of shoots himself in the foot because he's saying people are talking about homeless people and illegal immigrants lighting fires, and he's like, well, they're lighting fires because they're like living outside. Of course, they're like. I'm like, well, then that's a problem. Right now, this actually seems to have identified a problem because lighting fires outside in these conditions leads to wildfires. So, it's not untrue that they caught that fucking beaner with the blowtorch walking around.
Plot thickens.
Oh,
jeez. Thickens.
Oh, is he going to do retard shit? Whatever. Any more
Oh, hold on. Let me turn that down. I don't need to add 12 decibels anymore. Mr. Rappaport is plenty loud enough on his own. You're just a monkey.
You don't get any more mistakes. There's no more mistakes for you. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're fired. Grease your hair back, slick it back, put on your aviator glasses, and get the out of here. We'll do better next time. We need to learn from our... We'll do better next time. We're going to learn from our mistakes. Get the out of here. Gavin with the good hair Newsom. We've been calling you Gavin with the good hair. Mr. Hand Gestures. They ask him a question. He starts going into these gestures. Well...
Unlike you.
You see...
Right.
You're not running for 6th grade class president. Them days are over. You're like, you listen, well, and he did, one person, he was doing like this. He was like,
is this like the lowest IQ Jew you've ever heard in your life? Like, spit it out, Rappaport.
Doing like this, and he's like, doing like a whole like thing. He was like, I'm surprised he didn't just, Gavin with the good hair, with the hair gel, little Nancy's nephew. Gavin with the good hair Newsom. Nancy's nephew.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What a good old boy you turned out to be, a little bullshit artist. Gavin with the good hair. You're done, Gavin with the good. Talking about we want to Trump-proof California. How about fireproofing California? You're talking about Trump this, Trump that. Fire. He's not even president. I don't give a what he said. This is on you. This is on you. You're the governor. You want to Trump-proof California. I love when
he gets excited and the nasally Jew voice comes
California. You don't get any more.
I'm gonna fire. That's great. So the commentary being like, I can't believe that like Bill Burr is now more woke than Mike Rappaport.
No, Michael Rappaport's a rightoid.
Yeah, he's a rightoid Jew.
Like he became like he's turned the transition complete. Like October 7th turned this dude from like an aggressively retarded libtard to aggressively retarded rightoid. Like he remains aggressively retarded and Jewish. No matter what, like it's all the aggressively retarded Jew element stays the same, and he just shifted. He did a vibe shift. He went along with the vibe shift from, center left to center right, and it's basically the same thing. It's really not that much of a change. It's just a matter of whether you're a-logging Trump or not. That's it. So now he's just attacking Democrats. Yeah, we don't need LA looking like Gaza. Gavin with the good hair. It's like that's a very interesting. It's a very funny attack because it is like it's also sort of like what. Again, I don't know.
Man, what are they going to do next time there's what are they
cares?
going to do next time there's a real earthquake? Who are they going to recall then? What kind of nicknames you're going to have?
It's also it's like people expect on some level like unrealistically good responses to these kinds of disasters, and frankly, as I said in my little summary of this, like you have effectively actually engineered a massively large population in a place that is pretty naturally a dry, arid desert, prone to wildfires, and you have stuffed it full of millions of wood frame homes, and it's amazing something like this didn't happen before. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that it became a hub for Jewish media businesses in the 1910s is when that started happening, which spurred the growth into this 18 million people megalopolis that spans a couple of counties that are just packed chock full of homes. I mean, just look, it's literally so dense. Like if you look, I don't see any other place in America that is has as many, that is as covered, maybe the greater New York City area, but it's actually more people live in the greater Los Angeles area, and it covers a larger territory. The greater New York City area is significantly more built up, right? Whereas Los Angeles is all flat for just, and yeah, it is funny. It's probably like 30 or it's probably like 30 miles from like Altadena to Palisades. It's probably that long. Like it is that long. Like, so, you know, even from the Palisades to downtown LA is like 15 or 20 miles. It's not close. So, you know, this shit is a massive area. Like when you were in San Bernardino, like how long would it take you to get to LA? Like actual LA, not just like, you know, it'd be like an hour at least, right? If no traffic.
To go from where to LA?
When you were living in where were you, like Riverside, San Bernardino, where you were living?
Yeah, way
it
out
doesn't
there.
matter. When you lived out
county.
there, right?
Yeah, that's not LA though. Yeah, it's like,
yeah, I know. I'm saying to get to LA, that's like still an hour drive at least.
If there was like no traffic, it's probably
with no
70
traffic,
miles.
Right. So I'm saying it's like a very long. It's a huge.
Yeah, it's huge.
Area.
I think they call it the Los Angeles Basin, right? Isn't that part of the geography there too?
Yeah. Yes.
Massive place.
So yeah, it's just and
I got a personal rant on this topic about disasters and people being retarded. So this dude, Matt Van Swol, like he's posting videos of stuff that happened over here in my part of the world. He's got a video of him driving down the parkway, and there's a bunch of trees knocked down. And what I've realized from reading the comments is a lot of people have just never seen a fallen tree before in their entire fucking lives, because they're like, why don't they sell this up and turn it into lumber so they can rebuild the houses? Like, because it's trash.
I don't think that
junk.
tree is going to make good lumber.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like that tree is firewood. It's small and it's short, and you can't. And I could go on for hours about.
It's probably partly rotten too.
Well, yeah, a lot of times, but it's like if it's not at least 8 foot long, you can't use it, and ain't nobody going to come out here with a fucking log truck and scrape through 3 acres of fucking garbage looking for 3 trees that they can actually haul to the mill. And the other thing is, like, what? I'm just going to take trees off of people's property? That's people's property along this road.
Yeah, what kind of trees are we talking about? Like, we're talking about oak? We're talking about beech?
It's women. It's like all these dumb women. Like, yeah, you work crews can turn the trees into lumber. No, they can't. They can turn it into some firewood, and that's about it.
Yeah, you could use it for firewood.
So smart. Like,
you could use it for biomass energy,
and
right?
the other thing too is like, but what about wildfires? I'm like, it's the fucking East Coast. We don't have
wildfires here.
Don't
it's too fucking wet.
We
don't. Look at maps of the fire now.
Wildfire once in a goddamn blue moon out here.
Dude, I burn fires outside in the woods next to my house all the time, and when I'm bored with the fire, I go inside with it still burning, and it's fine. Yeah. Nothing has ever happened.
Responsible.
It's totally well. First of all, I can see it out my window, but also like it's totally when it's in a big stone fire pit. It's not going anywhere.
That's where Encino Man happened.
And this gives me like flashbacks.
Turn on the radar view.
And somebody being like, I got this tree. Would y'all come get my tree? I mean, you could make money off of it. Like, no, I can't. I can't make money off of that. I can't drive there with the log truck and all the equipment and spend 30 minutes cutting up a tree.
Click the little box in the lower right.
Oh, layers.
Anyway.
Terrain.
Just click it.
Is that what you want?
Wait, oh, now you're getting terrain. Oh, you're doing terrain theory now.
Yeah.
Oh god, we're doing
Terrain,
terrain
traffic,
theories now.
transit, biking, more. What else have we got here?
What are we looking
Why
at?
is the
Looking at
first one
transit
just
times?
not radar? Yeah, there.
We want satellite.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
this is like how many you don't even understand how big this is. Like people don't realize.
No.
People don't even realize.
So
Oh, you
as
just did like how long does that take? How long does that
Yeah,
drive take?
from Yucaipa to downtown LA is an hour 15 minutes. I'm telling you, like that's not reality. That's,
Yeah, that's
you know,
provided.
like 2:00 in the morning.
Well, they also will give you. They also give you. It says here from 9:30 to 12, you can expect a 2 hour 50-minute drive. It says right there. So because it tells you the time of day. Now, right now it's probably not bad because it's
83
very
miles.
funny. It says if you're going from 9:38 to 12:28, you can expect a 2 hour and 50-minute drive to take that what?
No, that's the train ride.
Oh, it is. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm very retarded.
They have trains. They developed the technology.
They do have
those
trains out there.
awful-
They're not very well utilized, but it also depends on time of day. Very few, probably a lot of people aren't driving around LA right now because of fire. But yeah, fire. So I was reading Bloomberg is saying estimated cost of damage is $275 billion. I'm like, all right, well, it looks like Israel's just going to get out. Israel's out this year.
Oh,
But
you
no,
mean
that's
you
not
mean
gonna
you,
happen.
you mean Ukraine? I don't know what country you just mentioned, but we send our aid to Ukraine.
Yeah,
that's the one. That's the big problem.
No, Israel aids us.
Who? Yeah,
Israel
they-
aids
yeah.
us. They provide us with all these economic blessings. This tiny little country in the Middle East that's a little, with no actual resources to itself, such that it has to fight its neighbors to literally get water.
I found some fire footage of what's been going on.
Dude, how come we can't get wildfires in Israel?
Well, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at the October 7th. Remember they had the big fires there where they were just burning all of these Jews?
Oh my
found
God!
one
What the
here.
fuck is this? Oh,
Look at this. Poor Jews. Never forget October 7th.
Well, because Jews also built up in desert and arid areas where, like, they have to pump in a lot of water, and there wouldn't naturally be homes. What the hell is this?
These are Jews that have been burned to death on October 7th.
Are these actually like people who were burned to death in this is like body prints and-
That's what Yossi Ben Yakar says.
Yossi Ben Yakar,
and he's an advocate for Israel's truth, so I believe him.
Oh, this is on October. I thought this was L.A. So he's claiming this is October 7th.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
I guess
Shut
those
up.
look like bodies. I don't know.
I mean, it does, but it's also like, who knows what that is and where that's from? Jews will
where did
tell
you
any
find this
fucking lie.
picture?
Also, if it's true, I don't care.
Yeah, I
Good.
don't care if like
if
Jews
I
get
reverse
burned up.
image search this, what do I come up with? That's like the question.
Oh, did you try that yet?
Not yet.
What is this other thing we got? This video you sent of this. We got a Philadelphia Eagles fan here.
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No, is he going to say the N word or something?
Oh,
fun?
I've seen this. I didn't watch the video, but it's like somebody just being inordinately like shitty
Wow,
for
and then, like,
absolutely no reason.
It's Gen X. Gen X sports fan.
Yeah,
You know,
this is Gen X
sports fan.
problems.
You know
right
why
here.
he's so mad? That's literally he's in the cheapest seat in the entire. Like, has the worst seat in the entire fucking stadium. He's like against like the back wall that turns into the ceiling. Play.
So.
After reviewing the play, the runner was short of the goal line.
Was it just?
They got one more yard though. They're close.
Were they arguing about the game here? I don't.
No, he's just using this woman because he's an Eagles fan and she's a
calling her a
Packers
dumb
fan.
cunt.
He called her a dumb cunt.
Call her a dumb cunt. She's an ugly dumb cunt. Cool.
She's an ugly dumb cunt. I mean, she seems to be taking it well. I don't know who I'm madder at. Like, I don't know who I'm more upset at. Like, the dude, like, abusing the out-of-town fan at the football game. Like, you're pathetic as it is, calling her a dumb cunt. But then, like, the other faggot that's like, I'm going to videotape and I'm going to tell on you. Like, everyone just needs to, like, stop being so gay.
I feel like the guy who like is. That wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was. I didn't watch the video, but
It
the
would've
impression
been-
I had gotten from the way people were
It
talking
would
about
have
it
been
was
cooler if he had called somebody a nigger.
That would have been respectful.
But there wasn't any
respect
niggers there.
that.
These were unfortunately.
Like, are you not allowed to call a girl a dumb cunt? Like, if she's a dumb, I mean, in this situation, it's like, bro, you don't have to go there. Like, it's a football
seems
game.
uncalled for because she wasn't bothering him. Like, so
this scumbag does not represent Philadelphia sports fans. Honestly, though,
I'm gonna press X on that.
He doesn't. He just represents Philadelphia in general. Sports fan or not, like,
yeah, I mean, I'm not.
They're going to be rude and call you a dumb cunt.
But...
Like, that's how it's going to be. I hope they're able to identify him and ban. Like, for what? Why?
They did.
Did they find? I'm all for giving opposing fans a hard time, but this is sickening. And what is sickening and really bad?
Longhouse wins again.
I called her a dumb cunt.
Wins again. I got Longhouse.
I just think they should ban everybody. They should ban the people. The guy who filmed it and told on him should also get banned from NFL Stadium because that's just gay. Like, oh my God, did you call my friend a dumb cunt? I'm going to make you famous. Like, shut the fuck up. All the other Eagles fans around should have shut him up. Why? No one cares.
Well, they
get over yourself.
If I saw an altercation like that, I would probably just be like, oh, this looks like
this guy was working for New Jersey-based BCT Partners, a consulting firm that boasts of being DEI champions.
Well,
okay.
Dude, that's because every consulting firm boasts of that. Like, what? I mean, who fuck? Honestly,
I guess you're not doing very well if you're in the literal last row in the fucking top level of the stadium. What did that cost you? $40 playoff game and hit the link.
I mean,
what do they call it?
The
Lincoln Financial.
A favor here. They got him out of his dead-end job.
I guess.
They get a real job now. Make some actual money.
So he lost his job for that. I don't know. It's just whatever, dude. Like. I find myself just not caring about that. Like, I saw that on Twitter and I was like, all right. I mean, I'm sure that
if
somebody
this was the worst
who
problem
has replaced all their hopes and dreams of like a professional sports team is behaving like an absolute shitbag and whatever.
If this was the worst problem we had on Earth, like, it would be a good place to live. Unfortunately, there's just so much worse than that.
Yeah, the other thing that I saw was the Christopher Rufo being a retard talking about how we need to reclaim Panda Express.
I think Christopher Rufo needs to go work at Panda Express.
Right, so they were doing a bit where, like, at the same time, they're telling you, like, what low-class shitbag jobs these are, but becoming, like, you know, climbing the socioeconomic ladder and becoming some kind of elite through college education and advancement, like, that's all bad and gay, and that makes you, like, some kind of homo, so you should be really thrilled about going and working at a fast food joint. And you should also, like, you should completely put out of your mind the idea of inflation and the fact that you might earn, what was it, like $70,000 working as, like, some kind of management position at a McDonald's. You should be happy about it. It's like, well, you know, most people walk into McDonald's and they make like $12 to $15 an hour. It's not $70,000. Am I wrong? Is that $70,000 a year? I don't think so.
$70,000 a year, yeah, but that's a salary that I don't think that goes very far these days.
No, that's what I mean. Like, put out of your mind the idea that, like, when you go eat at McDonald's, how much does it cost now? It's not like you get a meal for $5 anymore. They don't have a dollar menu anymore. In fact, their new, like, commercial they have out there,
like, call it that,
is how, like, they have the value meal. You buy one thing, you know, for the full price of whatever the fuck it is. You get a second one for $1. Like, oh, so I can have 2 Big Macs for like $14.
I mean,
wow, what a deal.
but the larger point here is,
it's like Rightoid, it's Rufo. The menu at McDonald's reflects how that $70,000 a year doesn't mean what it used to. What you're trying to imply. Like, it's not. This is 1980. This isn't 1985. All right, Marty McFly is gone. He came back from the future, and inflation's here.
In the 90s, in the late 90s, when I got my... I guess this would have been the early aughts by this point. Okay, but in the early aughts, about 23 years ago or so, maybe, I don't know, I got my first job at $75K, first salary, $75K. And I told my mother that. I told my mother, like, Mom, I just got a new job. It's a really good salary, $75,000. And she started crying because she was so happy that I had sort of made it, that I was able to make that kind of money.
Yeah.
I was doing, I was doing code shitting and stuff like that, right? And eventually I went on to make significantly more than that over the course of the next, like, 10, 15 years. But that was considered a good salary then, very good. But even though I still lived in Brooklyn and it didn't go very far, even in Brooklyn, I was not able to save anything. I was able to live in New York City, which then leads you to the question of living in New York City is a grueling grind unless you are rich. Like everything is monetized, every single possible activity you could do, every movement, every transition. Like if you want to go someplace, it costs money. It costs money to do activities. It costs money to travel places unless you walk.
Alex,
the only non-monetized transport is walking.
Do you have any of the stuff, Alex? You can link me here while we're talking about that.
And you simply can't.
Oh, there it is. I got it. The Reclaim Panda Express. Yeah, I was just looking for the Rufo shit while you were talking about that.
Oh, the Panda Express shit.
Yeah.
But the point being that, like, I guess on that one, it would be a good salary if I wasn't in New York City. Even then, I was barely scraping by paying my rent and eating food.
Oh my god.
And but now $70,000, even living in a rural area, I don't think it really goes that far.
I don't even feel like digging that deep into it. This is just more of this shit where anybody that's a member of this fucking garbage elite class feels the need to try to gaslight people into thinking.
Yeah, that's true.
You can just bootstrap yourself. He's doing such a boomerism. You're like, I looked in the paper and I saw they're hiring down at the Panda Express. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. This is basically full employment. The Panda Express near my house is offering $70,000 a year plus benefits for the assistant manager. You can make $100,000 working at Chipotle for a few years and working up to store manager. Can you? Like, what do they think the career path is? You think that like they're just a constant like turnover? Like every 6 months, there's a new person gets anointed $100K a year manager, or do you think maybe they have a guy that does that and he stays on for like years and years and years, and there's a bunch of underlings that don't make that like. This is the like movable, replaceable cogs in the machine you never take into account. Like, what's the individual path? What's the journey for each one of these workers? You just don't do that because, like, I'm just doing free market economics from my rightoid tower that has completely detached. I work for a think tank, so I have no idea. I'm the spokesman for
structured thinking at all. Yeah. I'm just saying that you personally might be able to get a job at the Chipotle down the road from me, or maybe the Panda Express. I'm not thinking about the fact that we can't all work as managers at the Chipotle or the Panda Express. We can't all do that. We can't all be carpenters. We can't all be HVAC technicians.
Well, how many assistant managers does the Panda Express want? They want one?
Not many.
They want 30?
Not very many.
That's the point.
Like that's that's an elite position within that business that not everyone gets. Like that's already like you're filtering. You're doing a tough, hard filter through your clientele, and the fact that you know about this job posting means that they're not looking for someone from within to become that person. Like
what it means is you eat at Panda Express.
Yeah, it means that for sure.
But if they're hiring, if they're posting that they're looking for an assistant manager, that means they're not looking within to promote from within to that position, which is generally how stuff like that works. Like
that's actually funny. You're right. Now the other thing is these places, okay, these type of joints like Panda Express or Chipotle or whatever, like a lot of people that work at those places don't work there for long. They have, in terms of the scrubs, like the lowest level scrub, working the register or making the burritos or whatever, or putting the chicken broccoli out in the fucking pan. Those people don't work there long. They work there and they're very unreliable. And look, they're really unreliable. A lot of them are black, and they show up, they don't show up. So you have to manage this workforce, right? So I guess the idea being you could get a job and be the reliable guy that comes in every day to make the burrito, and you live through that hell, and then you can work up to this job. I actually knew a kid. I mean, I'm not saying like it's impossible, and if somebody did that and they have that job, I'm not even shitting on that person for doing that. Like there's a lot of elitism generally in America about types of jobs, as if like working in a fucking office or like making fucking cold calls for some Jew fucking stockbroker to sell another fucking scam stock to some fucking dumb rich idiot, as if this is somehow like a more honorable or higher status thing than like serving somebody a fucking burrito. But the whole thing is just like I don't know. It's just he's pretending the economy is better than it is. He's pretending that there's more opportunity than there is, and he's basically just starting already to try and defend the economy because now that Donald Trump is in president and is going to be in president, the vibe has shifted to we stop saying the economy is so bad and we start gaslighting people that it's really good, and he's just getting an early start on that.
It's just amazing. Like the meal.
I think it is worth going into the fact that him talking about a $70K job doesn't go for shit anymore because of
Well,
we've
still-
been inflated out of that being a good job. Yeah.
I think that the cope is fascinating, that you see it from all sides of this particular sector here. Of like, if you're a neoliberal, you're going to tell people the economy's better than it is, got more opportunity, quit crying. If you're a neocon or conservative, you can do the same thing. Oh, it's fine, you can make it. It's fine.
Well, they all have an interest ultimately in protecting the system.
Stop gaslighting us.
And the complaints about
They're out of
economy were indulged to get Trump elected, right? From these people, right? And Donald Trump, we did that press conference. We put out all the grocery items, and he was like, "Here's how much this one is, this much, and this one is."
Oh,
and then of course, but then he shat on Kamala Harris, saying like, "We're going to control grocery prices." But yeah,
there's some stuff going on. So, unfortunately, Rufo has put himself in a position where like stupid like faggot Bap has a more base position than him. That's highly unfortunate.
I saw that. I was going.
I'm not going to read Bap, but I'll read what he says back to Bap, because it's just like he can't let go of like these numbers don't mean what they used to mean anymore. Rufo, you can't really believe that young Americans have the worst prospects for health accumulation ever. Gen Z is accumulating wealth faster than previous generations. Yes, cost inflation is a huge problem, especially in housing. Just stop. My point is that even non-college, non-trade jobs that require minimal experience or credentials can yield a six-figure salary in a few years. It's like will you acknowledge that like you're telling people to go get a dead-end, low-level, entry-level job? Most people who do that are not going to end up in six-figure careers, and if they do, six figures not six figures anymore. You're right over there. I see you jiggling the.
My fucking headphones keep cutting in and out. It sucks. I probably need another yet again, another fucking pair or this wire. I don't know what it is. It keeps happening, but yeah, I have to jiggle it, and it sucks. But yeah,
more
keep
ambitious
I'll figure it out.
More ambitious young people can and will go for knowledge work, entrepreneurial ventures, and high prestige employment. But that will always be limited to a small group. It's fine and good that young guys without a degree can live in the St. Louis suburbs and make $145,000 a year as a UPS driver. So can they? Is that a realistic? One can acknowledge and work to fix problems, cost inflation, unchecked migration, DEI, without succumbing to fatalism. So you just don't want people to be fatalists? You don't want people
he basically, what is happening is he's basically saying all the complaints that we were encouraging you to make so Biden would not be in president, stop making them and start talking about how good the economy is because Trump's going to be president. Start telling everybody, buck up, chin up, like don't blame the system for your problems.
But I've got a new one for you. I've never seen this before. Yeah. I have actually thought about this and like kind of shook my head at it. But here's this Professor David Bernstein.
Oh, different Professor Dave.
He says, you're right. He says Generation Z is also poised to be the beneficiaries of the largest wealth transfer in human history as they inherit wealth from their parents and grandparents.
Yeah, that's not happening.
That is a wildly...
Their parents and grandparents are like donating their money to Israel.
Or they're spending it all on
or they're just
and
spending it, yeah.
They're spending
or they're spending on their last year of life.
Buy another RV, go to Florida.
That's just an absurd... I mean, I would like to know how much of that is truthy, you know?
Well, I think that there's we should, it would be good to get data on this.
Yeah, I would love some data on that.
Because I think that we do talk a lot about the selfish boomers spending all their money buying boats, buying RVs and stuff. We do talk about that a lot, and that's a phenomenon that happens. But I would like data on how much wealth is then passed on.
We also saw. We also saw that Xer that was partying with like MAGA on TV, and he had like the jet skis and the boats and stuff. It's not just boomers. It's going to keep going.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
If the wealth's being passed down, you're probably already in your fucking 60s when you get it.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's very interesting that why is Gen Z the recipient? Because you would think that boomers would be giving it to millennials or Gen X, depending, right?
That's how it works.
Like, but they're getting now. I did get a small inheritance when my grandmother passed, but not much.
I mean, I saw this in the town that I'm from in Virginia, right? Like, the old folks die, and then their land gets passed down to their kids, who by that point they're already much older. And then they split up the land and sell it. So it's like, what good does it do them at that point in their life to get money and resources. They've already gotten through probably 20, 30 years of a career. A lot of them are retired when they finally get the money. Like
when my grandmother died, she had actually pretty valuable property that my uncles and my dad and my uncle split up, and all of them already had made them. They were already fine. Like they're already established. They're already established and set. They just was a nice windfall of a few $100,000 for each of them, right?
Yeah, basically,
which is good. I mean, they didn't say no, but like they also could have, instead of selling, they could have torn down the old cottage, rebuilt a new one on the same, because the old cottage needed to go. It was rotting.
You don't get that windfall when you really need it, like when you're getting married and having kids. You get it much later.
Yeah. So, and if you're Gen Z, it's like, okay, so Gen Z is getting inheritance from their boomer grandparent that die. Instead of grandparent cry, the grandparent die. Like I don't know. I mean, it just, again, we would need data, because we could talk about anecdotes. We could talk about a person that did get some big inheritance. We could talk about a shitty, greedy boomer family that they didn't, and the kid was fucked, even though the parents were rich. But I would like to know what the data shows here. So
I'm just spamming graphs, but they're not. I don't know. Like, I would like to see this graph where you, instead of lining it up by year, like, give me like the relative age of a millennial versus a Gen X guy.
I guess you could extrapolate relative age from the year.
Yeah, but I mean, like, move the line back so it's easier to look at. Like, where is it? But then I'm not going to start arguing that it's not that bad out here. You're generating wealth.
No, I'm not arguing it's not bad, but I think that it's inherently different. Like, there's just no, and here's another thing. This is another thing I think that is underestimated about this. About is that the mood, right? And this is not something that's tangible, but does anybody, and you can ask this, and you can ask this of younger people, nobody feels like they're looking forward to anything in this country. That is something that the silent generation and the baby boomers, and to some extent Gen X, had a privilege of having, and I think that probably, it's dead now. I don't know when it totally died. I remember when I was a kid, I think 9/11 is an inflection point for all of this. When I was a kid in the 90s, I expected life to be great, right? Life was good. I expected things to be good. I didn't really fear. I had obviously some anxieties, but generally speaking, I was like, no, life's going to be pretty fucking good. Like, it's been good so far. Like, it's going to be good. And, I'm sure I'll be able to figure something out, right? Like, everybody else does. I'm smarter than most people. I'll be fine. But I don't know that people, like, and so even if you work a shitty job, right? You could work a shit job. Like, you could do some service job, serving burgers or fucking burritos or whatever. You could work some scrub job. Like, whatever, when you're younger, with an idea, not just, though, that, like, oh, I'm eventually going to have a better career and more money, but that, like, I live in a society that's, like, going somewhere, because where is this going, right? Like, where is all of this? Where America? Where the fuck is this ship going? It's just going off a fucking cliff. Nobody has any idea. Like, nobody likes it. Nobody thinks it's a good country. Nobody thinks it's promoting good in the world. No one thinks they're part of something that's good. No one thinks that everybody, kind of in their own way, actually, right, left, or whatever, acknowledges in some way or another America's like an awful, evil place.
Yeah, that's why it rings so hollow when you got people like Christopher Rufo or whatever neoliberal of the day it is that's trying to tell you that, so things fine. It's fine.
Well, it's like Rufo, like, I don't ever want to hear you talk about the hollowing out of the middle class ever again, because both sides of the aisle do that, and neither one offers any. They all just kind of shrug their shoulders after they whine about it. They make you think like, I understand your struggle. I'm with you. I threw this at you. Look at me. I know about the hollowing out of the middle class. Do about it? What are you talking about? Well, just vote for me. Vote for me. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Well, Mike lost his headphones, so let's take a break.
I
gotta
figure fucking something out here. So maybe I'll get a different
We'll go have some lunch, and I don't know. We'll have more when we get back. Hopefully, more Bill Burr. Just watch some Bill Burr. Maybe some Patrice O'Neal. I don't know.
Well, I want to talk about.
You are listening to the Daily SOA.
I never get tired of this song. I made some new ones anyway, but I never get tired of that one.
Oh my god.
So, what's up?
Here's something kind of funny. This is a total audible that I'm going to call, but I turned on Twitter.
Oh, no.
And I literally got like right up in my timeline with somebody saying it was this video. And I think it's because one of my friends replied to it, and someone saying like, this is dead ass one of his best music videos of all time. We might just want to watch this for a second because this is some absolute out of control nigger shit. This is some of the niggiest shit like you've ever seen, just for fun. I don't know how much we want to watch.
I'm just trying to figure out which one of these people could have been your friend that responded. I don't see.
Oh, I know who it was.
How many of these young men are dead, will be dead, are now killers, will be killers?
That's
is that the friend? Okay.
Yeah.
So these are just nigger. Oh my god, is that? Oh my god, does he have like a? He's like the Tommy gun.
Oh
like
my
drum?
god.
Oh my god.
He got like a fucking Tommy gun.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Niggers. NBA YoungBoy. He's lip syncing to like vocals that weren't there. Bad.
This trash neighborhood.
What about Strong Bad? He's just bad.
Bad.
Who is that old ass unk right there? Like here's
pleasant.
here's a surviving young buck right here. He made it.
Yeah, he's like a nigga that actually made it through, right?
Maybe he'll get shot down. Oh my god, that guy.
There's another old dude. That guy's just homeless, dude.
That guy's just setting fires in Palisades.
Yes, sir. Young boy can't bet like they left him for dead.
What?
Dude, who even knows what language niggers speak anymore? I think they're like reverting back to like their African primitive speak.
I think there's a lot of more popular pro like stuff that has niggers speaking in like gibberish accents.
Yeah.
So I think they just copy it.
Well, I don't even think this is not pro. Like, I wouldn't assume that this isn't some.
Well, this is not going to be in a Mercedes commercial that I'll see during a football game. This is just some low level nigger. But I mean, like, if I see something like there's this one song in this commercial where it's a sample of some kind of black woman, young black girl's voice, and it's like it's incomprehensible, just syllabic noise that you must thought like that sounds good in the beat. It's like it's like while the beat's happening, and I'm like, is that a language? Are these just outtakes from somebody recording an R&B track, and whoever made the beat thought it was cool? It's like, why is it here? Is anyone embarrassed? Like, I'm embarrassed sitting and listening to it, but so yeah.
Somebody responded with just a picture of like whites protesting in like the 60s. It was like, go back to Africa, Negroes.
Yeah, right. I wish it made a difference.
They don't love me, you know I'ma treat her bad. I'm real right, hold your six tight, get your click knock with this cash. These niggas with me, folk can't try, they bust your ass. But so, nigga, when it's hitting like it's a stick fight, we gon' bust until you smash. You want attention, then young boy, get your clap there. Rolling off them pills, it's gon' go down, push your hat back. My niggas know they let it out, they better clap back. Up in Cali with 2 gas, I need 3 more, see what the straps at. I need a pain, I won't go under, I be leaning to the morning. Face a dome, kiss some sip and creep up on them. I got all this money, don't mean nothing, it ain't no question. I'ma dump it, so think twice before you dream or take a
that is the question, like, how many of these guys are dead? I hope a lot of them are dead, but, that's never
they
how
might
it
be
works.
dead already.
Never works out like that, though. There's
dead.
always more, though. They're like weeds. They just grow back.
Yeah, they keep. Yeah, no, they do. That's the funny thing. It's like here's something about the.
So
the
he's
bigger
got
population.
He's got ice on his teeth. So these people just sell a lot of drugs and they have a lot of money.
Yeah,
like how do
they just do
how does this factor? How does this
beef with another crew and then they all kill each other?
How does this factor into like Christopher Rufo's like economic discussion about what kind
Why
of
doesn't somebody go?
jobs
One of
have?
these guys should go get a job at like Panda Express.
But I mean, like, how does this affect the inflation? Like, what is this Gen Z like wealth share like? Like these are obviously Gen Zers.
Yeah, maybe some Gen Alphas going on here too because they got like little kids in there too.
I can't find the volume.
Yeah, I think we were kind of. We don't need to watch
But it's like police. There's
established.
the crime. They're in their shitty neighborhood.
Yeah,
like go get it. Oh, and be a young boy, still flexing, still stepping. There's the album cover. Dropping March 3rd.
Now here's something that's funny. What it says afterwards, like first of all, who gives a shit about this? Then they have this other niggers in jail. Free No Cap. Why? No, I'm sure No Cap murdered
Free
people.
No Cap. No Cap.
I'm sure No Cap if he's in jail, he probably just killed people. Like, there's probably no justice element to this, right? There's probably no.
No,
like,
of course. It's just like a nigger got.
Just a nigger got put in jail because he probably did murders. Like, he probably murdered his.
This is the nigger paradox, though. It's like they kill other niggers, so you lock one up. Are you really helping or hurting the situation?
I looked it up, and I got free mocap. It's corrected it to like free motion capture for everyone. Maybe that's what they
free
want.
Mocap? Well, no, but I want a free no-cap.
I was trying to free no-cap, but that was the search reference. That was the search I got.
Are you
helping? No cap.
Yeah, it's called no cap. Yeah, that's. I mean, sure. Why
Oh,
not?
okay. Search instead for free no cap. Yes, thank you. Wow, racist brave.
No cap.
The official site of no cap. Cuban links and drug habits out now. I guess this is his. Oh,
so I can't imagine how this nigger managed to land himself in jail. So wait, Kobe Vidal Crawford Jr., known professionally as No Cap, American rapper and singer. He signed with Youngboy, Never Broke Again, Namesake's record label, imprint of Atlantic Records. This nigga is signed with Atlantic.
He's got a whole tour booked. What does he need freeing? What, you telling me these shows aren't happening? Is he in jail? I think he must be free. January 18th. Maybe he gets out. Maybe he gets out this week.
All right. So it says this. 2020-2021 probation violation in December 2020. Crawford taken to his official Instagram to announce that he had 30 days to turn himself in. So that's what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
On January 11th, 2021, Crawford turned himself in to police in Alabama regarding his September 2019 case where he violated parole. Okay, he was released. So this might be just an old video. What's the date? An old video
of free no cap.
What's the date on this tweet?
It's like
it's from yesterday, but it might be an old video.
Might be an old video
because he says he was out 7 months after he was put in jail. He got freed in July 2021. He was released after he went to jail in January, got released in July in 2021. So that's why this nigger is still out. So
Kobe Vidal Crawford Jr.
It's good that justice was served.
Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place. Upperly mobile niggers.
It's mobile. Okay.
Well, what's going on with this?
I was wondering
something known about Mobile.
It's in the flatlands. It could look like any trashy part of North Carolina, South Carolina, or wherever.
Yeah, and it's got niggers. So yeah,
plantation niggas.
Well, not anymore. I mean, now they're just doing this, right?
It's a different kind of plantation.
So in 2019, he turned himself
Democrat
in.
plantation niggers.
Yeah, exactly. Democrat plantation.
Crawford was charged with firing a gun in an occupied building, possession of a controlled substance, and felony violation of probation. This is 2019. Charged alongside his sister, Brianna Crawford, who was charged with shooting into an occupied building in reckless endangerment. Sergeant Lederick DuBose. Is Lederick DuBose a fellow African-American shooting it? And it's like, you go to jail and like you just get probation for just firing weapons? Like it's...
Well, if you're a nigger, yeah.
It's mutual... It's just crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Because you're a nigger. So, that was just something funny that popped up.
That makes me want to look at the Anthony thing I told you about before.
Okay.
Let's see if I can reach out and grab it from my history. Anthony Cumia was explaining that Opie's the real racist.
What the fuck was that?
What the hell was that shit? Yeah.
Oh, the beep? That was embedded in this. So we're gonna steal some Cumia content.
Oh, that was in Anthony's video?
And he wants to go viral on his own merit. That's the big thing. He unleashed NYC. And you tell me. More importantly, tell Opie. So he does things like that. It's like, what?
Right,
so he gets this channel, and it's supposed to have nothing to do with O&A. That's his goal now.
All right, this is getting
gets like
too much
I don't
preamble.
know. What has he got? 1,000 subscribers? I don't know. But great Christopher Cross, backup vocal in his 60s. But that's what he's doing. And then just this morning, I guess he was
walking
around the streets.
You're bombing
looking
right
for,
now, Anthony.
Well, no, it's because it's not. I guarantee, like all of that was entertaining. It's that I'm skipping through to try to get to the part that works for our show. Like none of that is. That's just all drama between these two guys.
It's you that's bombing, right? Because
I'm actually. Well, I wasn't fully prepared, but I just said the African American gentleman bit, and that reminded me of this bit.
Unbelievable opportunities for his brand of comedy.
So he's talking about Opie's new YouTube channel where he just runs around New York City trying to create a viral video and failing.
And
which
he
is
saw
like
something
because he
on a
doesn't
bus.
understand how it works.
Well, because Opie's not
go viral.
It's because Opie's not funny. Also, it's
not just
the guy's
that,
just
though.
not funny.
It's not just that.
And you
It's
don't-
that
yeah.
The people that go viral, you don't really go viral. That's just engineered.
Right,
and it's
right.
for certain personalities that are promoted by certain companies. Like that, there is no organic internet anymore. It is not happening. You will not do some funny stunt, some funny prank,
Right.
some funny gag, some
But
funny
I'm
shit.
waiting
And
for the
some,
point-
he's trying to be like Hawk Tua. He's trying to replicate Hawk
Right.
Tua shit.
Well,
and
what's
it's not
going
happening.
on is Anthony is bringing up. He's complaining about Opie calling him racist again.
Board.
That's what I want to
Side
hear.
of a bus, shelter, and it said rent or adopt a teen. You know where Opie goes with that one.
Yeah.
Maybe Anthony should look into this.
And that's actually like the one time Opie was funny. Like that's actually a good joke. Like Opie made
One
fun
good
of
joke, yes,
Anthony.
one.
Adopt a teen. Maybe Anthony should look into. Maybe Anthony should look into this. You can just hear the Greg Opie Hughes voice saying that.
Yes.
And he's pretending it's not funny. He's slapping his knee. Anthony, that was funny.
Yeah, because that joke hasn't been done 1,000 times over.
Okay,
the...
all
Well, I
right.
mean,
so it's
you
an old joke,
keep
so it's not
adopting.
funny anymore.
Well, it's because you've adopted 1,000 teens. It's still funny.
course
though.
of decades. Yeah.
Decades. I've been adopting teens for decades.
Look, I've been doing this so long, the joke doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
It's like I'm so into what? God, what would they call the 18th birthday party that they would have? What they used to
an
call
omelet
it?
party.
Oh, is that what it was? An omelet.
Because you cracked the egg.
Oh God, no.
Decades. But he puts a new, fresh spin on it. Oh, that's right. He didn't. So this is and by the way, I thought his new channel was
Surprised you didn't know
supposed
that.
to
I
be
mean,
Opie
we've been
and Anthony
making
related.
that joke on our show for years now, but that's okay. You know,
Lasts as long as Stuttering John stays off the
Stuttering John
stays off the internet.
Can you imagine like none of these radio guys could just not be radio guys anymore? They all
Is
have to
Anthony working with Stuttering John now?
No,
That'd be
they
kinda
all bitch slap each other. Like Stuttering
I mean,
John is a crazy person, and they just all have fights on the internet.
What happened to fucking Jackie the Joke Man?
I think he bowed out just amicably. He might have been. I think he was back on with Howard for a while. I don't know. All I know
He
is
was
like
the only funny thing
it's
about
like
Howard.
it's like Stuttering John.
And he wasn't that funny.
Stuttering John, Anthony, Opie, Jimmy, everybody involved. They all just like Bill Burr. They all have slap fights with each other all the time.
I don't know if I ever told the story. I went to go see Jackie the Joke Man do stand up one time in some fucking club in New Jersey, and like the whole time, all he did, he had a guy in like a fucking like New York Yankees jersey with like a synthesizer that was supposed to do the little joke, the boom joke effects on a keyboard and shit.
Yeah.
All he did was like insult the guy the whole time. It was actually really funny. He's like, yeah, my fucking piano player over here, and all he did was just insult him. And the guy was just like, yeah, taking it in stride and hitting like the joke. And I was like, this is like, what is this? What am I watching? It was pretty funny though. Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway,
I
that was when
finally
you
found
just-
where the racism stuff.
Eventually, the racist part of the show would happen, and nobody cared, and everybody would just laugh.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Has been deemed a racist by the left. It just means they're aware of what's going on and maybe willing to even speak about it to the point where people notice and go, "Hey, you're a racist." It's like, man, not really. I'm just talking
You
about
are a
shit.
racist. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I know.
So
This is why I brought this up. But so Opie's gonna lean into Opie here.
Does that and calls me racist. Then I just commented that he would never go on the subway. He does these videos where he puts the camera and looks down the subway and goes, "Oh, down there. I don't go down there. I don't go down there." No, he'll take a taxi or an Uber if he's got to go anywhere of any length in New York City. He doesn't take the subway.
African American.
Why?
Gentleman.
Why don't you take the subway, Opie? Interesting. He sends his kids to private school in Manhattan. Why? What's wrong with the public schools in Manhattan?
Opie is the real
Is there
racist.
something going on in the public schools that we don't know about?
We don't know.
And does it have anything to do with also why you won't go in the subway? And I was wondering if he would allow his wife to take a little walk. They live in the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Take a little walk uptown. Cross over, into the 90s, the hundreds, past 125th Street.
Yeah,
Martin
that's
Luther
where it really
King
gets
Boulevard.
spicy.
Yeah.
Would he allow his wife to just walk up there, do some shopping, get some soul food by herself at night? He could say whatever he wants. He hasn't commented on that, but I guarantee you the answer is no. I guarantee you that answer is no. Or his kids? You think he'd let his kids? Yeah, I'm gonna go up to 140th Street. Yeah. Yeah, are you? No. And the question is why? Why?
Why?
If it's that there are violent black people in the subways.
Now they're not gentlemen.
And in the schools and in uptown Manhattan, then I think you're racist.
There you go,
I think
Opie.
you're being racist.
Greg Opie Hughes, the real racist, according to Anthony right there.
Well,
Pretty funny.
he's not wrong.
Oh, of course
though.
he's
Like,
not wrong. He's not, of course.
The only thing is his sort of disclaiming of it because, but Anthony, you don't do that either.
Oh,
so
wait a minute.
by
That's
your
right. There's more. I'm sorry. There's another point he makes.
You just don't have the balls to say it.
I forgot about this.
I'm no more racist than anyone else like that.
Okay, that's fair. That's
Literally
actually fair.
altering your lifestyle to keep yourself and your family away from black people.
Anthony's about to tell us how he didn't do that.
That's what you do.
I would never do that.
You move to the Upper West Side. Got a house out in the Hamptons.
I didn't know Opie had that kind of money.
Oh, they banned him for he still has the first dime he ever earned. Like Opie's got a lot of money. Opie never spent any of it. He would just go home and go to bed. So he has like a big mansion in he's like right on the beach, and then he's got the big apartment. Like he's done well for himself.
You're operating in a way that keeps you from having to deal with black people. That's racist. I just talk. I talk about shit. I moved to South Carolina.
Oh, shut up,
This is one of the most
Anthony.
black-populated states in the country.
And that's why you moved there, right, Ant? You want to be around
So do you
black
go
people.
do you go walk around 100 when you were in the city? You go walk around 140th Street to get the soul food. Did
He
you
says
do
he
that,
wouldn't do
Anthony?
that,
Did you?
but he tries to tell you, like, I moved to South Carolina. It's like, shut up. You live on, you bought, acres and acres of private land. There are no niggers on it.
You built your fucking compound. Where was that? Was that in
Long
Westchester
Island.
or Long Island? Where was it?
It was
I don't
Long
know.
Island somewhere.
Yeah.
That's why he has no money, because he owned that.
I'm not changing my lifestyle to,
Not at all.
stay away from black people.
Not at all.
Yes, you are.
I just
Where the fuck is this
do it
place
when I walk
in
down the streets of
South
Manhattan because I'm
Carolina?
not stupid.
I do. I stay away from them when I walk down the street. What'd you say, Alex?
I want to know where he lives in South Carolina.
He showed a picture.
Oh, Greenville.
He has a McMansion someplace. I don't know where.
It's outside of Greenville, South Carolina.
Supposedly he has a bunch of land and he likes to go out there and shoot.
But he has the McMansion there because he
Yeah.
showed a picture of it on Twitter the other day where he was like, "Oh, the snow down here is not so bad because it snowed. It was like a light dusting."
Yeah,
and it had a
I mean,
picture of his
Greenville does have a
McMansion.
bunch of niggers, but probably not the part of Greenville that he lives in.
No,
Well,
that
again-
was that's what ruined the whole video for me. Is like when he tries to complain, like, "Oh yeah, I moved to the Carolinas, not because I want to get away from black people."
There are you have always lived everywhere Anthony has lived. Just with same like me, but the exception of now because where I live now, there generally are very few blacks. But he just has lived in places where there have been blacks, and he has avoided them. And if he's going to tell me that he didn't, he is lying by his own standards of how he was going after Opie there. So it's silly, Anthony. You are a racist. I follow you on Twitter. You are calling blacks like violent animals all the time, like on Twitter, and it's fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But don't tell me you're not racist.
I mean, the point that Opie is racist is funny.
It's
I hope that.
true.
I mean, that is
Oh,
like
do you,
a true like them's are the real racist thing. It's like, yeah, you all know you do this, But increasingly, it's like there are shitlibs out there who will really take not knowing or pretending they don't know really far and actually get themselves into trouble here and there.
There
we've
are
seen stuff
plenty
like that.
of now. Opie is not some kind of dedicated fucking libtard. In fact, he would always signal that he was a Republican when they would do these things together. And as I said, I would listen to this bit the other day where they were two of them were talking with Patrice, and Patrice started talking about very stupid shit like, look, we black people, we don't even care about why, we want y'all to acknowledge what you did and just like an apology. And Anthony's like, oh, yeah, no, that's not. How about an apology for all the crime, Patrice? And then, Opie was like, oh, yeah. He was just agreeing with him. So, again, and they would have I remember there was a guy who was like a Democrat, state congressperson from New York that would call in, and they would just break his balls. Like, they would just like ruthlessly break this guy's balls, and they would bring up like programs that niggers get for like free housing and all this shit, and be like, who signed off on this? And he'd be like, well, look, we've got to, we're trying to revitalize our communities. They'd be like, shut up. It was a really funny bit. I don't know how often that guy continued to subject himself to that abuse, because eventually, like, the Democrat Party will tell you to stop that shit.
Right.
But, yeah.
I did a little digging here. So he's like in Taylor, South Carolina, which is majority white. It's
good for him.
Particularly for South Carolina, Greenville area, this is very white. It's like upwards of 80% white. 67.
Yeah, he's got
something like that.
He's got a mansion out there.
Where you
His
look.
house is very nice.
The area that he's from is like headquarters of Fats Diners. I don't know if anybody's ever been to a Fats, but like that's where they were headquartered.
I've never been there. Is this like a southern thing?
Complaining about,
I've honestly, I cannot remember the last time I've eaten at Fats. I know I've eaten there at least once.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway. Opie complaining about Anthony being racist is really just like that ruined his career. He just sort of blames Anthony for going off and getting fired from Sirius. That basically ended the Opie and Anthony show, which created the ticking clock for Opie's career to end, which finally happened a few years later. But
but apparently now he's trying to do. Well, the funny thing is like without Anthony, you have nothing.
No. And that's why he's so angry and bitter.
Anthony went from the funniest guy on radio to doing racism. I'm like, well, when he
that
never stopped being funny.
Was funny. And Opie, you were laughing too. He was just doing that.
You were laughing.
Oh no, that kind of
You were
laugh.
laughing until legitimately it stopped. Like the levels of what you could do got less and less. Now the breaking point was Anthony when he was in the city. I think he was around Times Square. And some nigger bitch, like some negress, like did something really bad.
Supposedly
crazy tweet storm.
There's supposedly new info on that.
Okay.
She may have been a lady of the evening that didn't want to conduct business. That's like the new angle on that story that came out. I don't know if it's true.
I'm
or
gonna
not.
go ahead and say I doubt it.
Someone was engaging in some sex work, or trying to solicit.
But I don't believe you.
And he got mad.
That she wouldn't serve Anthony. Why
Something.
not?
Well, the disagreement between the two of them arose from the sex work negotiations that went south. But I don't know if that's true.
I don't believe it.
That was
Anthony,
a recent thing.
Why would he hire a nigger or a prostitute? Like, I just don't think he's actually like. I don't think he's into that. I mean, and I'm not literally trying to
Jimmy Norton
not let my
married a
heroes
man.
die, but what's that?
Jimmy Norton married a man.
Jimmy Norton married a man, but like again, Anthony's not Jimmy though.
So I don't know. The other thing I have is Borzoi.
But what's the evidence of that? Like, is that? I feel like that's just a smear.
I don't know. I just saw it. I didn't really look into it because I didn't care.
Talk about like a couple of relevant news happenings.
Yeah, we got anything like that?
Yeah, I can talk about
a fairly big one.
The
What's
guys
that?
at ceasefire.
What?
Okay. So this is now apparently.
Oh, I didn't want to talk about that. I was going to talk about the Diamond Star distributor thing. Diamond Star distribution, for comic books. It's done. Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
I don't know.
The guys at ceasefire, I think, is more relevant.
Wait, what is it? But now I don't. What is the Diamond Star like? What is it? Who is that? Like, what is that?
I guess is a comic book distributor that went out of business. Wait, now we're actually going to talk about it?
Diamond Comic Distributors declares bankruptcy, which is a big deal because that's seen as like one of the big nails in the coffin for the whole comic book industry because they were like the biggest comic book distributor forever.
Okay.
Yeah, but like there's no need for that anymore because
the internet.
Why can't the stores just buy from the publisher? Like
I intended that as a joke, but it doesn't.
So that the middleman can happen.
Right. And
that
also,
was a
like
joke. Okay.
the level of distribution that happens here is not much because
I took you on good faith. I thought there was something to this we needed to know about. I didn't know you were joking.
No,
but
he's
okay.
literally just doing.
Okay,
it.
so
I mean, I intended that as a joke, but
Okay.
the comic book community is acting like this means that there is potentially the death knell.
Oh no, I can't read my stupid child stories anymore about people in spandex.
I mean, the real blow to the comic industry is the Sandman or the Neil Gaiman there. You guys talked about that. My wife has friends that are
did quite a bit of content.
My wife has old friends that are like besides themselves because they don't know like what we know. Like they have no idea. They're so blind. They don't understand.
They don't get why.
And I don't get. I can't just tell them.
I
can't just tell them like he's a Jew and he's a pervert. And that's
Jew.
This is what these guys
Jew.
do. Like they'll
You
never
should just tell them that.
Yeah, just a Jewish sex pervert, man.
But they just won't.
They're out there.
They won't process that. That'll just get rejected. It's like a weird thing. Like I would.
I mean,
tell
you
her.
could do the funny thing is a lot of people will do the thing of like, oh, of course, very typical like male feminist, right?
By the way, for months now, there's been these cope videos on YouTube where people are struggling with the cognitive dissonance of trying to reconcile their love for his work with the perverted Jew himself.
Look, it's
Well,
like
here's
why?
my
Like,
thing.
look,
That's gonna-
his work. For some reason, like I've talked about this several times. If you read American Gods, just slapped in the middle of American Gods for no reason is like an explicit like gay sex thing with like cab drivers. And it's disgusting. And I remember like the one time I read the book, I'm like, I don't want to read this, but is there something in this chapter that I need like going forward? And it was like, of course there wasn't. You could have just skipped that chapter and not missed anything. When he mentions at the end, like the cab driver, djinn demons, whatever the fuck they were, arriving at the final thing, it's like it doesn't matter that like you don't need to know that they were slamming cock in each other's throats. Like that was the entirety of the scene. So yeah, there's something wrong with this dude. Like to write,
and now you know, like I was talking, Boys and I actually did a lot. If you want to listen to yesterday's show, we did a lot of stuff on this. It was fun. It was good stuff. But you know, I also brought up how I don't think Neil Gaiman's legacy is going anywhere because if you think about it, look at Woody Allen, look at Roman Polanski.
No.
Similar type things.
No,
like
you hit it. You hit it right on the head. You hit it right in the head yesterday when you said that like it's just the firestorm is on right now, and once it's over with, it'll be back to rehabilitating or remembering his work and separating that from his misdeeds and whatnot.
The work will be the work stands on its own. Now, what is funny is I actually started reading a little bit more, and he's actually got a lot of stuff in his work that would indicate that he had things like this were going on. Like apparently, I never read much into Sandman, but apparently there was a part of the Sandman once you like I only read a couple issues, maybe first couple, right? Where you get deeper into it, lots of different stuff's happen. Where there's a scene where there's a guy who is like a novelist and he kidnaps this goddess figure called like Calliope and he chains her in his and she is in the her body is that of a young she's like an eternal, of course, again, remember, she's an eternal goddess, but her body is that of a young girl. And he
it was like that anime stuff.
Yeah. But remember, it's just it's not a young girl. It's actually
She's actually an 800-year-old being. It's not a child. It just looks like one. I'm not a pedo.
It's an immortal goddess in a child body. So don't throw. But actually, the thing is, this is actually even though in Sandman this is not considered good. So the author she's supposed to be like some kind of inspiration, right? Goddess of inspiration. So he chains her in his basement and he rapes her daily. And as he does this, he gets inspiration and he writes these amazing best-selling novels and becomes incredibly famous.
So he's just telling you about himself. This is just
he's just confessing in his own.
This confession has meant nothing.
Right?
Like it's that again. We're back to that again.
It's that same thing. And then there's other stuff, also weird stuff. But the thing is, what's so funny is I was reading the article in the New York Magazine and a few other things where some women who were, because he mainly had a female fan base. That was the other unique thing. Like his stuff was very much women coded, and I read everything I read of his. I was like, this is women coded. This is for girls. This is girly shit. It's not for me. But they say like, they assumed that he was a feminist and an advocate. I mean, he certainly positioned himself that way, and he even said it many times that he was a feminist and an advocate for women. And they're like, and even despite the frequent occurrence of graphic rape and sex abuse in his work, we always assume that he was just like, because in the characters that do this, it doesn't end well for them in the story. So they're like, we assumed that he was doing that from the position of being an advocate. It's like, no, he was getting off on writing them, and then he just understood that it's still bad. Like he understands the social conventions he's breaking, and he wants to get away with perverse stuff.
It's fun.
And he just says, okay, the guy that does it gets in trouble in the end, but he still is like enjoying himself by writing it. And then, and the disgusting thing is, of course, the article, as we talked, the article featured this one woman who herself was like in a mess, like a woman who's constantly getting herself into abusive shit and is all fucked up. But there were plenty of stories that were not focused on where he literally would just go to a convention or a book signing. There'd be some starry-eyed young teenage girl who considers herself, oh, I'm artistic, I'm deep, I'm into poetry. I'm not like other girls. You know the type, right?
Not like other girls. I've read Anansi Boys. Like, give me a break. That's not deep.
You know what I'm talking about.
No,
right?
I know exactly. I'm making fun of that pretense.
There was one instance there. He gets like two of them who he's like, oh yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, he's raping them on the bus, right? It's just like
in my tour bus.
So,
he rapes them.
So all these crimes happened in America, right?
Yeah.
So basically, like nothing's going to happen to him.
Well, he paid them off. This is one case. He paid the one girl $60,000.
You can still bring criminal charges regardless of the payment.
Yeah, you can, right? Yeah,
but no one's going to.
No, the problem is it happened a long time ago. We don't have so he's just gonna get away with it.
Well,
nothing's gonna happen
in New York. It doesn't matter if it happened a long time ago.
End up in jail.
Like New York got rid of statutes of limitations on this stuff. So I don't know if one of them was in Florida, right? Wasn't the main thing.
The problem is it's still incredibly hard to prove it.
Oh,
and
I know.
He's gonna get the best lawyers and. And he already apparently he's released some response statement on his website. I'm not that interested. I got on YouTube yesterday. I got a bunch of like booktube like promoted videos. I guess because I've been looking into Neil Gaiman. They saw this in my search history, so they dumped a bunch of videos like this into my YouTube feed. Where they a bunch of these whammons like these like fat. Not always fat, but the I'm into artistic stuff type whammons. They grow a little older. They get to be in their 30s and their 40s. Their tastes don't really change, but they become fatter and they wear dangly jewelry.
Sexual
and they've got tats
misconduct allegations. Talk about underselling it. This is NPR underballing it because I just looked. Neil Gaiman has responded to sexual misconduct allegations.
Misconduct.
But it says here, Neil Gaiman, one of today's most influential and commercially successful novelists, has been accused by multiple women of sexual misconduct. The author has denied the allegations. Here's what you should know. And like the first bullet point is like all of his works that are so successful and great. Like that's what we need. No, that's the salient thing here. Oh yeah, Sandman and Coraline and Good Omens. Good books. That's what most. Second thing is like the sexual misconduct accusations. Like, is he like holding people down and like raping them without lube and then declaring that's the only way I can get off is if like I like dry buttholes?
Dude, I really did not enjoy reading those scenes from that article in New York Magazine.
Yeah,
sexual
we don't need to repeat those. I'm familiar with.
I mean, the thing is, I'd say our audience is not so naive that like hearing that is going to damage them. But it's just like I don't like it. It's
the sexual misconduct spans decades. 2024, 6-episode series from Tortoise Media called. The allegations against Neil Gaiman. The Master. In the podcast, 5 women accused the writer of unwanted sexual behavior. Some of it alleged to be violent in nature. Look, they're so like keeping it like at a low like simmer. Like just it's okay. It's just a little misconduct. The allegations were that some of them were alleged to be. Oh, no charges have been filed.
Gross Alex out.
No charges have been filed. That means it's.
They don't.
The podcast included interviews with the women, plus what it said were WhatsApp messages and phone recordings between Gaiman and 2 of his accusers. In one conversation,
sexual contact would be like, for example, I'm going to give an example of unwanted sexual contact. One woman that he was with said she actually had like a burning UTI, and he raped her.
Use that one.
He raped her anyway, and she said it was like blindingly painful. Even though she communicated very clearly she did not want to have sex. He forced himself on her while she had a painful urinary tract infection, and that didn't seem to deter him.
So Gaiman responded to the allegations on Tuesday with a lengthy post on his website. Gaiman wrote that he watched the news of the allegations with horror and dismay. As I read through this latest collection of accounts, there are moments I half recognize and moments I don't. Descriptions of things that happened, sitting beside things that emphatically did not happen. I'm far from a perfect person, but I have never engaged in non-consensual sexual activity with anyone, ever. He also denied that there was any abuse. So he's just going with the straight, shameless denial.
It's probably going to work for him.
Because these women, they would make this up, right?
Well, there's going to be plenty of people that are going to want to inherently side with him because of like long-house shit, women making up fake sexual abuse allegations, like this is a huge problem, blah, blah, blah. And he's a famous and powerful man, and he's wealthy, he's well-known. Like, he's just all the deck. It is legitimately, it's not just that he's a man, it's that he's a Jew. He's a famous and powerful Jew. And the deck is stacked in his favor. And for too long, feminists have misidentified why it is that they can get certain guys and they can't get certain other ones.
Yeah.
Why is this? Even Harvey Weinstein, you thought you had him, but he got out.
Well,
like he got some kind of commutation and he released and all this shit. So, yeah.
There's the sort of like rightoid comic book enjoyers have an angle here, because what they're doing is running around talking about how he's a male feminist, and like that's a warning sign. It's like, oh, say,
I even said if you go back like 5 minutes, I even said you could, if you're not going to go with the Jew thing, that you could go with the male feminist thing, right? Which again, I don't entirely disagree with that. That the male feminist is a guy who literally is just trying to get pussy, like through different levels of that. But
I need to read this whole thing.
Okay.
Because there are signals in here that you can easily pick up on where he is totally confessing to everything. He's trying to keep it in that he's trying to keep it in that gay, sensitive, working on myself like thing. But he's trying to emphatically,
I don't give a shit about you working on yourself.
He's trying to emphatically deny it, but also claim that, it's like so you're a flawed person. You don't, nothing happened, but you're a flawed person, and you're going to work on the part of you that like rapes women in the ass without lube. Like, what are we talking about here, Neil? But anyway, let's read the whole thing. Over the past many months, I watched the stories circulating the internet about me with horror and dismay, stayed quiet until now, both out of respect for the people who are sharing their stories and out of desire not to draw even more attention to a lot of misinformation. I've always tried to be a private person and felt increasingly that social media was the wrong place to talk about important personal matters, like rape. I've now reached the point where I feel like I should say something. Oh, yeah, it's reached fever pitch, and it's like time to try to. So as I read through this latest collection of accounts, there are moments I have recognized, moments I don't, descriptions of things that happened and sitting beside things that emphatically didn't happen. I'm far from a perfect person, but I have never engaged in non-consensual sexual activity with anyone ever. I went back to read the messages I exchanged with women around and following the occasions that have subsequently been recorded as being abusive. These messages read now as they did when I received them, of two people enjoying entirely consensual sexual relationships and wanting to see each other again. One of those people being like married to a woman that engages in this weird threesome stuff, and like groupies that are in a weird power relationship.
Groupies for you.
Yeah. At the time I was in those relationships, they seemed positive and happy on both sides. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been in polycules from all different sides.
It's ridiculous.
Amanda Palmer blocked me, divorced me. Now Amanda Palmer herself is a piece
disgusting
of shit,
cunt. Yeah. Anyway, so here we go. This is where it gets a little. And I also realized, looking through them years later, that I could have and should have done so much better. I was emotionally unavailable while being sexually available, self-focused, and not as thoughtful as I could or should have been. I was obviously careless with people's hearts and feelings and buttholes. And that's something that I really deeply regret. It was selfish of me. I was caught up in my own story, and I ignored other people's. I mean, to me, that's just the confession
someone
right
saying
there.
I've got a burning UTI is not really their own story.
That's
it's
their story. But it was you weren't.
Symptom is what it is.
It was like you were sexually available, but not emotionally available to the UTI problem. Well, it's like, fuck it. Fuck your small UTI.
She's like, listen, I'm not sexually available because I have a UTI. He's like, I am though.
It was like,
I disagree.
You don't have a UTI in your butt, do you?
Your UTI has an ass.
Like, what does he like? What does Neil Gaiman care about? Like, where you go pee from? That's not what he's interested in, apparently.
It seems like in that case he was open to it, So
I've spent some months now taking a long, hard look at who I have been and how I've made people feel. Like most of us, I'm learning and trying to do the work needed and I know that's not an overnight process. So you're confessing.
If you didn't do anything wrong, what's with all
What
this
is this
shit,
like?
buddy?
This is like fake. This is not. You are confessing and trying to say you're sorry without getting in trouble. I hope
here's what's funny.
I hope that with the help of good people, I'll continue to grow. I understand that not everyone will believe me or even care what I say, but I'll be doing the work anyway for myself, my family, people I love. I will be doing my best to deserve their trust as well as the trust of my readers. So you're basically confessing. These things happened. You know they happened, and now is time for the groveling. And unfortunately, this society probably won't say "go fuck yourself."
Nothing bad's gonna happen to. What's funny is like if you can't see the world he lives in and dwells in. Like they don't care if he's having threesomes with groupies. That's not considered.
No,
bad,
that's like,
right?
Can I do that too?
That's fine. So like if he and his wife are picking up like groupie like oh my god, I'm special, I like poetry,
oh my god,
I'm deep and interesting. If they're picking up like teenage girls at book signings and going having like this world sees no more moral problem there, right? If everybody's happy with it. So if he's saying that's all he ever did, then what's with all this? I didn't do. I need the work and I need the crap. You know,
I'm sensitive. You know, the real victim here is me.
Yeah,
the guy with the...
I'm the one actually that is the one you need to feel sorry for.
You know, like zero lube anal sex hurts me too.
There was one where he actually relented. No, he's like, no, what hurt him was then when he actually had to step back and use a stick of butter.
Oh,
like that was I guess
I thought you were going to say like hot to
something where I feel
on that
like
thing.
No, you would say like I feel like I step back, I consider the other person's feelings. I did the work and I got a stick of butter. Was it
raw milk butter or was it cooked? I mean, that sounds dangerous. Like you get some kind of infection. Like lubing up.
In fact, there's risk of infection is sort of inherent to the whole thing here.
Apparently, his proximity to him is a risk of infection.
I guess so. But he's not done. He's not done yet. Like next paragraph. At the same time, as I reflect on my past, and as I review everything that actually happened, he's basically saying, yes, it actually happened, as opposed to what is being alleged. I don't accept there was any abuse. To repeat, I have never engaged in non-consensual sexual activity with women. But you're working on yourself. But you're going to do the hard work.
I think what that is, the problem is, I feel like what he's calculating here.
Well, you have to say that part.
A lot of people.
You say that part, like you have to do the Bill Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, because that statement has to be there. It's kind of like with the I feared for my life. That's why I killed a man in self-defense.
The working on myself talk, though, that is so people that are into his books don't get mad at him and continue to read and buy his stuff. And it has actually sort of already worked, because I saw some, like I said, I was getting recommended these videos from these booktube wham, these fat, interesting, into deep thinking, whatever, the type of women who have now in their middle ages.
Not a pentagram, it's a pentacle.
And they do videos about the fantasy books that they're reading, and there was a very mixed bag. They were doing videos on this, and I checked in on a few of them, and it was they actually was very funny. Was they're like, I'm gonna talk about it, I'm gonna read it, and I'll let everyone make up their own minds. I'm not gonna pass judgment. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? No, tell your audience what to think, you dumb. This is why women shouldn't.
I mean, this is the real truth.
This is why you should get off the internet. You're supposed to tell people what to think. That's what you do when you do.
Well, I'm just gonna give a gift to all the woman haters out there, as I know there's rampant women hating rightoids that are. It's that is the real truth about women right now. That is a real women moment right there. Is there are circumstances when rape is totally okay, forgivable, and desirable. That's what you really need. This is an inflated version of the human resources. Oh, human resources. Oh, you're sweet. Oh, you know what I mean? Like Neil Gaiman. Hi, I'm gonna rape you in the butt with no lube. Oh, you're so sweet. But if it's I don't know, if it's Brandon Sanderson or no, not Brandon Sanderson. Brandon
Sanderson is way too nice.
Who's the Mormon guy? Is that Brandon
Orson Scott? Well, Brandon Sanders is Mormon.
Okay, yeah, if he says I'm gonna do, it's hello, human resources. You know what I mean? It's there are scenarios, there are people, there are certain things you can do where it's it's okay that you did that, and it's actually good because you're Neil Gaiman, and here it is. It's not hypergamy.
Brandon Sanderson is too nice of a guy to do that. He's a sweet, nice man. He would have never hurt somebody. So it's not
Right.
even a valid comparison. But I see what you're saying, right?
Yeah, like
But it's not like Neil Gaiman is hot.
But it's like no, it's not that he's hot. It's like he created like Sandman and all this other shit, and he, like this
Like
this
Genie.
legacy
look
of
at him
like
on
gay
his
little
website.
like
Go to
stupid things that he's written
neilgaiman.com.
that are being turned into like TV shows. Like if you ever see the TV adaptation of Good Omens? I lasted like 10 minutes. Like
it was about the same. About the same.
I mean, it's just like the book
Tapped out.
the book was funny. I enjoyed it, like 20 years ago, whatever the hell it was. But when that TV adaptation was like, I'm like, everyone is incredibly gay, and I don't want to look at this, and I had to turn it off. And it like, I don't want to ever like think about the book ever again because it was like, ugh, like why is everything so faggy? And it's Neil Gaiman's a fucking Jew, and it makes it okay.
Neil Gaiman is.
You're allowed to rape girls when you do that. It's just like you want to rape girls,
that's
make
true.
the Sandman.
There's like it's a funny thing because I would say Neil Gaiman's work is very women coded, where Brando Sando's work is very male coded. It's for boys because it's a much more of a heroic fantasy thing than it's not so much this dreamy, deep, like artistic, weird, different.
Well, I just know that like
his guy's
Sandman
got a
was
flaming
for
sword.
Sandman was for goths, so I don't know what that was all about. I never read it. I've just seen the art, and I was like, all right, I guess that's cool.
The goddess of death was literally just a goth
girl. Yeah, I've seen those pictures
in the thing, and it's like So
but I have no idea what the story's about. I don't know what the people
Dream,
do.
the god Dream, was just a goth boy. Right? He was just like an effeminate goth.
I just don't know what they
dude.
got up to or what they did or what any of that was about. I just know it was goth coded, which means it's just androgynous,
Very goth
faggot shit.
Yeah,
So-
which means it delved very close into like, but it's also women. A lot of goth stuff is very women coded, right? But like the thing is really about women is I don't even completely agree with that characterization of it. What I think it is the whole thing where the women are like, I'm just going to talk about it and let you make up your mind. The real secret here is women are awful at making decisions and staking out a position, making a declarative claim. They just don't like to do it. They'll follow along if someone else is doing it, or they'll just allow themselves to be led, but it's rare and so it's interesting to me these personalities, they do booktube shit, they talk about books, but I guarantee you even in their own reviews they're like, I'm gonna just present it and then you can decide for yourself. Like no deciding for yourself. Like just tell people what to think. But women can't do that.
Let me
If
do
you
a
were to
better
tell
job.
one of these women creators.
Let me do better. I'm going to do better. Okay. The Hello Human Resources cartoon is a little bit different. Okay. You have these feminist women or whatever. They have this idea about feminism and equality, whatever, and it's all bullshit. And it's right here. If I say that the power relations between men and women are such that there shouldn't be like young girls unattended that have the opportunity to go onto a bus with someone like Neil Gaiman. There shouldn't be these unattached women. Shouldn't be like there should be some kind of Sharia law that prevents this from happening. They should be perhaps chaperoned. That's the Hello Human Resources. But it's like when Neil Gaiman gets those girls and does the raping, we have to explain that away because we like the stories so much. That's all you're sweet. Like if we talk about the kind of quote unquote sexism that would actually keep women safe from predators like this and other circumstances, like the one recently with like the Fox Sports bitch that was going around just like banging every TV host to try to get ahead in life. It's like, well, the real solution here is you just don't have men and women occupying offices in adult situations where they have autonomy and freedom to engage in that kind of stuff without you finding out until it's like way too late. It's a massive scandal. That's like sexist. But the actual like sexual crime and the harm done by these power relations being taken to their logical conclusion, we have to find a reason why that has to remain. We can't succumb to that inequality. That's the actual the worst thing.
You know the reason I'm against what Neil Gaiman because I don't like it. As a man, I don't want you to do that to girls.
No,
like if girls are like, I can maybe in some cases, because you'll always find a girl who's frankly okay with being raped, but I'm not okay with that happening. Right? Men are. That shouldn't happen. And yes, it's because I don't want. And you know what? It's a totally insanely patriarchal and sexist reason, because I don't want young girls being violated.
Right.
By gross
I don't want them
older men.
being harmed. This is all harm. Even if it's like the woman at Fox Sports, I can't remember her name, who's basically seducing men in like higher positions than her in order to like further her career. Like she's still being victimized because you're using this thing that like every one of you has. You're just easier going with it, and it's not good. And you shouldn't be getting ahead that way, and you shouldn't be destroying these other people's careers with that, because it's just inevitable that there are going to be men that are going to fall for that can't handle like, wow, this broad is throwing herself at me.
It's possible for a woman to victimize a man too.
Sure.
I'm not suggesting that's not possible, but
everyone is acting. But with the Fox Sports thing, everyone is going to act like these dudes were doing something wrong when it's clear what was happening. Like that's the other double
she
standard.
Was the one that was doing.
Yeah, she's playing these guys off each other. There was one dude. They're all memeing about Colin Cowherd, had nothing to do with it.
When we talk about pornography, I say men are the victims of pornography.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could say the individual pornographic actresses are abused or whatever, but it's socially, in terms of social phenomena, it's abusive towards men because it exploits male sexuality. Yep. It exploits male desire for sex, which is significantly strong, and also the the relative unattainability of beautiful women. So you can hack men's brains to think they're constantly having sex with beautiful women all the time, and that's going to become addictive, and that is abusive and exploitative to men. And yeah, there are I'm sure some of these porn actors, they get them strung out on drugs and all this other shit, and that's bad for them, but it's not bad overall inherently. It's worse inherently socially for men, which is then bad ultimately for everybody. And the normalization of it's bad for everybody. And then it also leads to, because of people having exposure to this, then Neil Gaiman, it's much less shocking to people when he's like, oh yeah, he would hold girls down and rape them in the butt and and say that he couldn't get off unless they screamed and cried and whipped them and called them master. And all that shit. And it's just like,
I wonder if he watches Bram Stoker's Dracula.
So
getting off the Tom
Waits
scenes.
The cover of that New York mag was pretty funny, where he's looking all goofy and it says "Call me master."
Yeah, right.
It's interesting that Joss Whedon didn't get this. Well, he got canceled for being verbally abusive or something like this. This is another example of a male feminist. It's male feminist, and they canceled him. Well, allegedly because he was.
Joss Whedon's not really canceled though. He still writes all the stupid quips for Marvel movies and shit.
Apparently. Or at least they're cribbing from it. They got him to feed an AI generator or something.
There's way too much of rightoids claiming somebody was canceled because they were criticized. Josh Whedon got shit on, I'm assuming, right? Briefly. Probably on social media, briefly, people were calling me a scumbag. He was never canceled.
Yeah.
Neil Gaiman actually had several. There were projects in production that I believe were literally canceled.
There's an allegation that maybe what actually happened to Joss Whedon is he was presiding over a complete flop of a movie. It was one of these DC projects or something like that.
Yeah, he tried to take. They had him take over the Aquaman and the Justice League or something like that.
That's just there's no saving that. Canceled. Honestly, if you had been canceled, you would have been spared that humiliation.
There's no rescuing. There's no rescuing your scuffed Marvel. And you already tried to make it in a darker, grittier thing and try to turn it into
the narrative is that you don't hear from Joss Whedon. It's not so much that he was verbally abusive to people on Firefly or whatever fucking show it was. Maybe it might not even Firefly. It was
Serenity,
Charmed, one of these stupid shows. Buffy. He got accused of doing this. Buffy. Anyhow, what the theory is, maybe what actually happened is he destroyed these film productions with this just ineptitude, and they were looking for an excuse to axe the guy and be like, look, we're not using this fucking idiot anymore. and we can score points here and say, well, yeah, we responded to criticism of how verbally abusive he was, but actually he just doesn't make us money, so he's done. That's narrative. I'm not saying I believe it or not, just saying that's out there.
Oh no.
Story. Anyhow, we should probably talk about the ceasefire.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
I had a little article from the Forward that explains the particular Jewish opinion on why who did this.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so they are ending Good Omens. I didn't know Good Omens was still on. Amazon will end production of Good Omens with a 90-minute final episode to be produced this year instead of a full third season.
They ended it. Apparently they called a halt to that stuff though.
Yeah,
when the shit came out in July or whatever.
Disney paused an adaptation of the Graveyard Book.
What about
Netflix? There's so many
Netflix
things that he's written I've never even heard of that he was supposedly doing. But
anyway, yeah, let's move on.
So
to the
I have
shit.
the let me grab here very quickly. I've got the terms of the ceasefire.
Okay.
it's very interesting. We could lead with this and then talk
let's
about
do
other
that.
stuff.
I'm going to cap that off real quick. The Sandman, they still haven't canceled it. Apparently, Netflix is still going to put out season 2. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, I thought I saw that somewhere that they weren't canceling that. Like, there's just too
Netflix
much
is
here.
like, no, we got too much riding on this.
I mean, he's just going to be Polanski. He's just going to be this like legend.
Yeah,
It was like,
and Polanski was still he still makes movies.
Yeah.
He just doesn't come back to the United States. He just stays in France, and
Okay, that's it.
or
Sounds
maybe Israel. I don't know. But he still makes movies. He still like directs movies. They're just not in America. If you go and look at Roman Polanski, his filmography goes up right up until like the present day. So
I've never seen anything he's ever done. What should I watch?
You
Chinatown?
probably
Is that-
have. You just maybe didn't know it, but it's whatever. So the ceasefire deal, which apparently is definitely on. Trump has tweeted about it. When I woke up this morning, Netanyahu was actually trying to drag his feet and stall and say Hamas has not agreed to it, but other members of the Israeli government were like, that's bullshit. Like they have, we're going to do this. Supposedly they're going to sign it tonight. They're already having celebrations in Gaza. Like the Palestinians are already out celebrating in Gaza. So the remarkable thing about this, I'm going to read you these terms from what I understand. These are from Middle East Spectator. Maybe the final ones will be different. We'll see. But it sounds amazingly crazy, like very good. But we'll see what the Jews are going to do. Never fucking trust these people. But what I like about this is that the Palestinians, the Hamas has been very smart in making sure this is very granular. So here we go. So it says, phase 1 is 42 days. 1, temporary suspension of hostilities. A temporary cessation of military operations by both sides. Israeli forces will withdraw from populated areas in Gaza to a zone along the border, including Wadi Gaza, Netzarim axis, and Kuwait Square. So the Netzarim axis is actually this major, basically a huge base that the Jews had built up that bisects the Gaza Strip. So if they are going to pull out of that, and that's right in the middle of something called Wadi Gaza, which I guess there was a wadi there, which I think like an oasis or something like that. And so they're pulling out of that, and they're going to pull to a buffer zone around the outside of the Gaza Strip. 2, air activity restriction. Temporary suspension of military and reconnaissance air operations in Gaza for 10 hours daily, extended to 12 hours on days when hostages and prisoners are released. So the Jews can't fly over Gaza. There's 10 out. That seems to me like a bit of a concession, but whatever. 3, return of displaced persons and military withdrawals. Day 7. Following the release of 7 Palestinian prisoners, Israeli forces will withdraw entirely from Al-Rashid Street eastward to Salah al-Din Street, dismantling all military positions. Displaced persons will return to their homes without weapons, and humanitarian aid will flow freely through Al-Rashid Street from the first day. Day 22. Israeli forces will withdraw from central Gaza, Netzarim axis, and Kuwait Square to areas closer to the border, dismantling military positions. Displaced persons will continue returning to their homes across Gaza. Freedom of movement for residents will persist. 4, humanitarian aid. From the first day, significant amounts of humanitarian aid, relief supplies, and fuel will enter Gaza. 600 trucks daily, including 50 fuel trucks. This includes fuel for electricity, generation, trade, rubble removal, operating hospitals, clinics, and bakeries. 5, hostage and prisoner exchange. Hamas will release 33 Israeli hostages, alive or dead, including women, children under 19, elderly individuals over 50, and injured or sick civilians. For each Israeli released, Israel will release 30 Palestinian minors or women. For each Israeli female soldier released, Israel will release 50 Palestinian prisoners. Release schedule. Day 1. Hamas will release 3 Israeli civilian hostages. Day 7, Hamas release 4 additional Israeli civilians. Every 7 days, 3 more Israeli hostages will be released, prioritizing women. By the 6th week, Hamas will release all hostages included in this phase, which is 33, and Israel will release a corresponding number of Palestinian prisoners. Now, they have 60 some odd hostages left. There's like 90 some odd left, but they're saying only about 60 or so are still alive. So they're still, and they're willing to trade. What's interesting this is something that gets the Jews are really mad that they're willing to trade dead bodies for live Palestinian prisoners. So about 6 weeks.
Jews online, they were running with this whole like angle of like, oh, you're just admitting that the Palestinians are worth less than Jews. You're saying the Palestinian lives are
I don't give a fuck. No, it's just the Palestinians are getting the better end of the deal. I don't give a fuck about your students.
Well, it's funny people clapping back like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Release all of our hostages then in exchange for the ones that we're releasing.
Well, to Israel they are.
Yeah.
To Israel, obviously Jews are like worth more than Palestinians. This is not in question, so they're making a trade based on that assumption. Don't try and get in some sneaky little own to get over the fact that you're willing to trade dead bodies for live prisoners. Fuck you. Hamas will provide information on the number of hostages to be released by day 7. Rearrested prisoners and exiled individuals. By week 6, Israel will release 47 Palestinians rearrested after the 2011 exchange deal. So they've done this. They've been doing this before. If the number of live hostages does not reach 33, deceased hostages will be included in the count. Israel will release all Palestinian women and children under 19 detained since October 7th, 2023. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Conditions. Compliance with the agreement, including halting military operations, Israeli troop withdrawals, humanitarian aid, will determine the continuation of exchanges. Released Palestinian prisoners cannot be rearrested for the same charges or forced to sign release conditions. Phase 2, 42 days. Negotiations for Phase 2, indirect negotiations will begin on day 16 to define the terms of Phase 2, including the release of soldiers and other prisoners. Agreement must be finalized by week 5. Transition to sustainable calm. Permanent ceasefire will take effect before further prisoner exchanges, including the release of all Israeli soldiers and civilians in return for an agreed number of Palestinian prisoners. Israel will withdraw fully from Gaza. Final exchanges and infrastructure rebuilding. Both sides exchange bodies of deceased individuals once identified. Comprehensive Gaza reconstruction plan will be implemented 3 to 5 years. Rebuilding homes, infrastructure, compensating infected individuals. Egypt, Qatar, and the UN oversee this process. Freedom of movement and train border crossings will open.
That's really going to eat into Jared's plans for the beachfront condos and shit that he likes.
Yeah. Border crossings will allow free movement of goods and people. Now, to me, the Arabs are absolutely celebrating this.
Sure.
And
what a fucking bunch of hoops to jump through for a war you just won, right, Israel?
Well, it's very interesting to me. When I read this, I was like, okay, this is no wonder this shit took so long to hammer out, because, and for a long time, the Jews were the ones preventing this from happening. Because from the beginning, if the Jews had just said, okay, you've kidnapped X number, supposedly you're taking this number of prisoners, we'll just trade you right now, and we can avoid a war. The Palestinians, all right, let's sit down and hammer out a deal.
Hammer that out, yeah.
How we're gonna negotiate and who's gonna trade who for what, right? But they went in and they did the war for 15 months. We covered Lewis and I covered the fact a couple weeks ago or a week ago or so that the ranks of Hamas have not really been affected. They claim they've killed about 18,000 Hamas fighters. I wouldn't be surprised. That doesn't sound totally implausible to me that they have. But the problem is Hamas's ranks are larger now. They have more. The intelligence estimates are because they keep managing to recruit because of obvious fucking reasons. Now they could say, well, these aren't as well trained. These people aren't as effective maybe as the ones that had spent years training. But they are still people that are armed, has some degree of training, and what they're doing is they're not really standing and banging that much against the Israeli troops. They're setting ambushes. So how long? You grab a guy, you're like, all right, look, are you mad because your family's dead? Yeah, I'm pissed. All right, help us. We're going to teach you how to set ambushes and explosives, trigger IEDs remotely, teach you how to shoot an RPG, and you're probably willing, and some of these people are willing to die doing it. So, all right, so there is effectively as many people they can continue to recruit. And Anthony Blinken even came out and said this, that a military defeat of Hamas is nigh impossible without effectively killing the entire population of the Gaza Strip, because there will always be new recruits and their ranks have swelled because of the war. So they have more. They're recruiting more. While the Israeli military, it's the opposite. They're burning through their reservists. They have massive problems with suicide, PTSD, people leaving the country, and people not wanting to fight. And they have, so Israel is weak. It's interesting how, despite the shit with Lebanon and Syria, like the ground army of Israel is not in good condition. And they've got lots of people with missing limbs. We don't know how many. They don't tell you. They've got 400 some odd dead, but we don't know because, again, we saw this thing. An ambush just yesterday. They knocked off 5 troops, and they said then 10 injured in that same thing because what they did is they set a giant IED underneath the troop carrier. So those 10 injured are people that are missing like their legs, right? These are people that lived, but they have limbs blown off. So these are losses, right? So yeah, it's the Israeli ground forces are not in good shape. Their air forces, it's as fine as it can be, and that is something that can be kind of almost infinitely maintained by the United States. But this is so much better than the Lebanon deal. Like the Lebanon deal was because it wasn't purely Hezbollah that was in charge of that. It was like the government of Lebanon, which is hostile to Hezbollah. So they signed a deal that was incredibly friendly to Israel. And
it was just packed with it was like packed with excuses for Israel to break it and say like, well, look what they just did. Like that's what that.
Yeah, Israel's basically saying it's just we're not doing it. We're not leaving.
Yeah, and at the
they're
time,
just saying we're not leaving.
Since that was before like the Syria bit, it was like I was kind of excited. Like, all right, what's the next little?
I didn't see what the whole play was. Yeah,
like the next there was going to be the thing is like, all right, so they're just going to keep playing this petty game where they break the agreement and everyone like the West. America just like looks the other way and was just Hezbollah was gonna keep hitting them, but then the Syria gap happened. It's just like shit, like wipe that out. But this is it's funny, but even after all that, like they're still in this position of having to like swallow this deal with Hamas still there. Like
so, there's it's very funny right now. Like there's fireworks in Gaza and Lebanon, and it's like, is Israel going to go ahead and try and bomb that shit? Like these fucking kikes.
I wouldn't.
They're shooting rockets. Yeah.
I'm sure they're already bombing. Like
I was looking at some of the narratives around this. Like I was reading the forward.
Yeah.
Their take is what this means is Netanyahu is primed to execute an about-face that makes it obvious that he's prolonged this war unnecessarily for at least a year. He's doing it almost certainly because of the imminent return to office of President-elect Donald Trump.
Dude, a lot of rightoids and Trumpoids out there are basically saying Trump forced this. This is because of Trump.
They talk about both sides of the mouth.
He basically forced Israel into a ceasefire deal like this. But the fundamental thing here is the Jews that are against this are complaining about. There is nothing, and I didn't see it in those terms, which are very detailed. Anything about Hamas being systematically removed from power. I didn't see anything about the proposals that are being made before for a Palestinian Authority combined with Egypt control over the border. Like in other words, a Palestinian Authority in Egypt will come in and create some like governing, occupying, some basically a proxy for Israel, but it's like an Arab governing force for Gaza. No, none of that's in there. Like Hamas is still going to be in charge of the Gaza Strip, and now after this is done, and this has happened before, there will be billions of dollars of aid flowing in from the Gulf states into Gaza to rebuild stuff, because this is how these fucking evil fucks that constantly stab in the back and undermine shit in the end repair their reputations, like the Emirates, the Saudis, the Qataris. I'm sure the Iranians are going to contribute as well. The Egyptians will contribute some. They're going to dump money into rebuilding homes and apartments and hospitals and things like this in Gaza, and it will be rebuilt. And in 5 years, you'll be amazed. You'll look at the Gaza Strip and be like, wait, what? They've just rebuilt this entire city. I mean, it's crazy because they destroyed so much of it. And so many of those buildings, even the things that are still standing, is going to have to demolish that because it's not sound. Like these are not, they're just going to demolish these structures and start again. They are going to build a city up from scratch. It's actually going to be quite remarkable, but what they do here. But this to me seems like victory. I am hesitant to say this because we got the Syria thing wrong, and I kind of felt like I put my hand on a hot iron there, and I don't want to do that again because I was very confident that the Assad government was going to survive the the attack from HTS, and they did not. And so and in Lebanon, I was also like, oh, it looks like the Jews are because Hezbollah had basically ground them to a halt, and then the ceasefire thing comes in, and it was totally advantageous to the Jews. So they scored like these massive win after win, and this so I'm like I'm feeling like I feel like it's a win, but I'm just hesitant. I feel like I don't want to put my hand on that hot stove and predict that again, because it's like we gotta be very. This looks really good because there's this very granularly phased withdrawal of troops combined with release of hostages to ensure the Jews keep their word. And if they don't, this is the other thing, because the people in Israel are really wanting these people back. So if they break the deal and Hamas is like, all right, then no more POWs are going to be released, then it's going to be trouble again inside of Israel. So, I think this looks pretty good. I support this. I also will be very happy to have a situation where every single day I don't turn on the internet and look at like, oh, a new bombing of a refugee camp, massacre, 50 dead, and see children being blown apart and people burning up and just misery, death, and just slaughter. Like, and just to have that end will be good.
Yeah, there's like this narrative in the forward that essentially Netanyahu's trying to hide underneath Trump's skirts. So he's like trying to get this all cleaned up before Trump takes power. Because if Trump was elected, he has repeatedly threatened that there would be hell to pay if no ceasefire deal were reached by Inauguration Day. While most listeners assumed he was threatening Hamas, we cannot be sure. Netanyahu prizes Trump as an ally. It's not surprising he might take previously unexpected steps to appease him. He wants the protection Trump seems primed to try to afford him on the international stage. That is a story that is being told in certain publications in Israel.
Yeah. Now, what's funny, one thing Israel absolutely has refused, and I guess this is so petty, but they're holding out on it. They're like, because they talked about how they're going to be mutual exchange of corpses and bodies when they find them. Israel's like, you're not getting Sinwar's body. We're just never giving it to you. They've basically announced that. I'm like, okay, so cool. So nice, like, petty thing that you've done. Keep forever the body of their leader. I'm sure there's, like, religious exemptions for the fact that, like, they can't get his body. That they're like, nah, he's in heaven anyway. Like, he did the bit. Like, Allah is rewarding him. Like, we
All you heebs, I know that gas kikes don't ruin nation states or turn your children into trannies, faggots, and reprobates. And now your dream is out of reach because of their interest rates. My fellow Goyim, something's telling me to go fumigate. I'm on my way to gas kikes. Gas kikes. I'm on my way to gas kikes, not enough. 6 million killed, Hitler was a cup. The next Holocaust 3 times as much. Rookie numbers in the racket, gotta get them right up. Yeah, Jews, their God wants them to kill. Red heifers on a hill, they know if they don't steal your house, someone else will. I know that gas kikes don't ruin nation states or fill your cities up with Packies, beaners, and gas kikes don't kill the Kennedys. When all the Jews are dead, there'll be no Zionist entity. You try to make me think the Muslim Ummah's my enemy, my greatest ally. Something tells me that you're no friend to me. And now I wanna gas kikes with mujahids, kick your ass out of the Gaza Strip, stop you from bombing those starving kids, and the rabbi's mouth going down for tips. Yeah, Jews, you speak of human rights, ideals you don't believe, but I'm with it, so we're gassing all you heebs. I know that gas kikes don't ruin nation states or turn your children into trannies, faggots, and reprobates. And now your dream is out of reach because of their interest rates. My fellow Goyim, something's telling me to go fumigate. I'm on my way to gas kikes. Gas kikes. I'm on my way to gas kikes, not enough. 6 million killed, Hitler was a cup. The next Holocaust 3 times as much. Rookie numbers in the racket, gotta get them right up. Yeah, Jews, their God wants them to kill. Red heifers on a hill, they know if they don't steal your house, someone else will. I know that gas kikes don't ruin nation states or fill your cities up with Packies, beaners, and gas kikes don't kill the Kennedys. When all the Jews are dead, there'll be no Zionist entities. Kick your ass.
Congratulations, it's a boy. Cut him. I'll make the incision. Suck him. Congratulations.
But yeah, it's that's also just petty shit. It's just typical Jew shit. It's like the one thing. Yeah, we're not giving you this one, no.
It's another interest. Here's a little detail here. Incredibly, Netanyahu appears poised to demonstrate that he prefers to accept Hamas's terms, likely because Smotrich and Ben-Gvir would not approve of the PA. Consequently, the government's talking points and TV panels prominently feature the preposterous claim that the PA, which actively fights Hamas and arrests its operatives in the West Bank, is just as bad as Hamas.
Dude.
A genocidal jihadist group dedicated to Israel's destruction of our Jews, blah, blah, blah.
The fucking Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and the faction, they didn't want any, because they wanted to kill them all and settle the area.
Yep.
They didn't. It's not that they were opposed to they were opposed to a PA deal because they felt like this would be more acceptable to the United States and to the liberal wing in Israel, and this was like more likely to happen, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, no, we're never going to allow that because it would have been something. And so like, no, because we actually want to go and conquer this whole area, kill all these people, and take it for ourselves. Like, it's very clear. That's what they say. They don't hide that. I was reading what Bezalel Smotrich was saying in the Times of Israel yesterday, and he was literally saying that. He's like, no, what we need to do is we need to open up hellfire on Gaza, kill all of them, and take the land. That's what he wants. He's not lying. He's not telling you anything. That's what it's about. So, yeah, and that's actually something that for a lot of people in Israel, that they are like, well, that comes later. Or they're just, frankly, that society is not, they are tired of this. They legitimately, if you read their press, like other than what's very funny is the crazy religious Zionists, they live on the West Bank. They live in illegal settlements.
Right.
And many of them are like Jewish religious students. They don't fight in the army. And it's actually fucked up. Like their society is fucked. It's a fucked up, weird, twisted society. So the biggest, literally, it takes the term chicken hawk to like a new fucking level. Where the people that literally don't fight at all, like, no, keep fighting and conquer all of them. If you see the massive protests they were having every day for like ending the war, releasing the hostages in Israel.
Yeah, because even this piece is talking about like 70% of them are opposed to the war. Over half of them think that it's because Netanyahu is trying to clutch political power to himself, and he thinks it's the only way to do it. So, yeah.
No, see, I don't agree with that. Netanyahu was trying for as long as he could to serve the interests of a greater Israel. He was actually trying to expand Israel's borders. Now, it could also be that Netanyahu went to some people and were like, look,
no,
the Gaza thing is not really working, but we did manage to grab this territory in Lebanon, and we did manage to grab the territory in Syria, so we have expanded Israel's borders in this war. Just not into Gaza.
If maybe they want this brush fire in the backyard to go out because they want to focus on Iran, but who knows?
That's a possibility. I've heard that as well. That they don't and look, their army is hurting. Just so everyone understands, like this is something that doesn't get talked about in the Israeli press or the American press. But their army is not in good shape. I mean, you say 400 deaths, that's not that much, but it's much worse than 400 deaths when you talk about injuries, and that's also only in Gaza, and that's only post October 7th. They lost like 600 troops on October 7th. They lost people in Lebanon. And there are many, many injuries in both of these wars. They don't tell you how many they lost in Lebanon. You don't know. It's like a mystery. They're claiming it's like 40 something, but I don't believe that. I just don't. And the number of, you just don't know how many people have lost limbs. You don't know how many people have been permanently taken out of commission. It could be thousands. It's definitely thousands. And then on top of that, you have suicides, PTSD. Like their army's not in good shape. So that's another element of this, is that they can only do this so long, and if they want to, then they're not going to be doing a ground war with Iran. That's another problem. How are you going to fight Iran? You need America for this. Like you cannot actually fight. How is Israel going to do a war against Iran? They can only fly planes. Anyway. So I also think the other problem they're having is Yemen.
Yeah, man.
because Yemen launched another ballistic missile.
Man, Yemen.
Oh man, a couple days ago they got through, and fell on some people's house. Now I think it wasn't intercepted, but it's very funny because there's this Jew, these two Jews living in this area. They're like, it did. I think the Jews weren't sure if they hit it, but apparently they did. They did at least intercept part of it. But this family, this Jew family, or this Jew couple, they're like, we went outside and there was a big missile sticking out the top of our roof because it just fell on their house.
Whoopsie.
Anyway,
whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
A little dud there. Didn't go off. Just landed.
Well, it was already blown up. It had been blown up in the sky, but it's the bris came down and hit their home.
Wonderful.
But yeah, just like that company that makes the pistachio.
Oh, dude, I saw those in the store yesterday. I went in the grocery store. I saw all the wonderful pistachios. I was like, geez.
And you're like, oh, wonderful.
Well, I was like, wonderful. No, I was buying.
Why can't I get the Iranian pistachios?
I was buying some.
Why can't I get the good stuff?
I was buying some baked beans. To walk by them to get to the baked beans.
Oh, the good pistachio. These are the Iranian pistachios. You do not get these pistachios.
That's right.
Yeah, it's not.
No, you get the wonderful pistachios.
Yeah, it's like wonderful. Look, how many fucking times I gotta pray with Vishnu himself, Yahweh himself comes down from the heavens. I'm not getting Iranian pistachios. I'm trying to do an imperfect allegory here with the
Well, like the you animals bit. Do I even have that one? I don't even know what that is.
You animals was.
Can I not just live here without having to occasionally deal with you animals?
No, I was doing like the Glenn Ross. Like, you do not get these
all right. I thought you were talking about Coral.
Yeah.
That bit right there. That was actually Opie avoiding getting soul food in the hundreds.
Yeah.
That's Opie.
Coral. I don't think Coral would make. Well, yeah.
Coral.
I was doing the thing of like like you do not get these. You get these are the good leads. You do not get these leads until you make sales, which is the dumbest thing.
Yeah, right.
That's what I always thought was so stupid about that. Why are they not giving them the good leads? I guess the idea is like if you don't make sales, we don't want to burn these leads because
you'll call up the good lead and you'll fuck them up. You'll fuck it up. And
Yeah,
you won't make
if a bad salesman is going to burn a good lead,
well, that's
you don't want that.
That's a business angle I'll never understand. Like, how do you know these are good leads? Like, what the fuck?
They're new?
Like, what?
Yeah, but
it's just like, what the hell makes you think this person is going to fall for your land scam in Florida or in Arizona or whatever?
They actually kind of explain that because they answered like a newsletter or something like that. These are people that like they wrote into like because back then it wasn't internet, so they actually like wrote into something that they were interested in it. So they're like, all right, these are good leads.
They went to the timeshare weekend like ski trip.
Something like this. Something like somehow they had. I think
that makes sense.
The brief one line explained away in the movie was something like they answered to the newsletter.
Oh,
so they're like, good. These are definitely people that are gonna scammable here, right? These are griftables. These are the Glenn griftable.
Yeah,
like,
they want the. These are the medbed leads. They want an alternative health. They're sick and they don't want to go to a doctor. They want to hear your bullshit.
These are people that believe in bioenergetics.
Yeah,
they want to ground.
These are people that are these are prime for electron exchange.
Oh, dude. Why doesn't somebody see? I'm burning the idea here because I just would never be able to do these kind of scams myself. But you could sell like a bed, like a grounding bed, like while you sleep.
Yeah,
your like electrons will be realigned in your body, field.
Just have a bed. It has a power cable coming out. You plug it into the wall, but it only has the ground pin.
It just does, it just grounds right to earth. Boom. So like nothing happens.
Boom.
So you're like, I'm earthing and grounding your bed. Earthing.
and
Earth
grounding.
Bed. Just call it earth bed. This is
he's
a
earthing
perfect
and grounding and laying in the bed.
Your bed, and therefore as you earth your bed, you will be realigning your body field electrons.
He's
so when
going
you wake
to
up,
ground.
Yeah.
He's all alone on his earthing bed.
Oh my god.
He's walking and touching on some grass.
Yeah, I was thinking it's like he's earthing the med bed.
Fucking cake.
Oh man.
What an awkward band that was to listen to.
It's like, that song makes me feel weird.
Every one of their songs is like that, is like another version of that guy like talking weird. And the music.
What's the band? I don't even know what the band is called.
Cake.
Oh, Cake. Yeah.
And it was just like, why do people like this? It's because literally, TV and radio can just force people to like something.
They've got some okay songs that aren't like that though.
I don't remember there being any. I remember there's one where he's talking about on his Italian leather sofa. And I'm just like I don't want to.
That's kind of funny though.
I was like, it is, but it's like I'm uncomfortable. I don't want to hear about that. Like, what is he doing on that sofa?
It's not something I would want to like. It's like a funny joke song.
It's like
nothing you want to really want to
that's like too sensual and creepy. Like, I don't want to think about the material that his sofa is made out of. And
but like, it depends. Are you making fun of this guy for being kind of a douche, or like what's the goal?
I felt like the band was a douche for speaking
Probably
in that
they
manner.
are.
I was like, ugh. That was during like the ska thing, but they weren't really a ska band. They just had like horns and stuff, but they didn't play ska. But there was so many, like, it was like the day of like the Real Big Fish and the Mephistopheles and the Green Apple Quickstep and we'll name a few more. The Squirrel Nuts Zippers.
Oh my God, Squirrel Nuts Zippers! Remember those fuckers?
What was the Cherry Poppin' Daddies? Not at all Jewish.
Dude, this sounds like it's
right
about
there.
Neil Gaiman.
Ah, jeez.
Oh, dude.
This Italian leather sofa.
She doesn't care whether or not he's a good man. She doesn't care.
She doesn't
just
care
as long
whether
as
or
she still
not
has
he's
her
a good
friends.
man. Well, she
She
doesn't
doesn't
care,
care
as
whether
long
or
as
not
still...
he's an island. They laugh, they make money. He's got a gold watch. She's got a silk dress and healthy breasts. They bounce on his Italian leather sofa.
And it's like,
so yeah,
that's
like about Neil Gaiman.
It was just like, how is this brought to my attention?
She doesn't
Why?
care if he's got a stick of butter. She doesn't care if he's got. Sorry, I'm sorry.
She doesn't
God.
care if he's got lube.
She doesn't care.
He doesn't care if it's dry, and that's the only way he can get off. Just call him the master.
Just call him the master. All right, one more funny joke. This might be hard to explain, but I was talking to Borzoi about Neil Gaiman, and he was saying how he how he was happy that, like, on some level, at least in the fantasy genre, these people who had been seen as like these untouchable, like, gods or arbiters of the genre itself have now been taken down a peg, and he included like George R.R. Martin in that. And I'm like, okay, so he's like, so both Gaiman and George R.R. Martin have been taken down, and like whatever else, I kind of just enjoy that. And I was like, yeah, but I don't think George R.R. Martin has any allegations of this. He's probably a weird creep, but he's not doing the
He's
he's
just
the exact guy you're talking about.
He just
like,
basically announced. He just basically announced, like, I'm not finishing my books.
He's never finishing it.
Well,
It's
I think it's
happening,
official.
and
Like, he said, like, yeah, I'm just not doing that. Yeah, we decided. There's no ending. I decided.
Well, Neil Gaiman wrote a essay defending him, saying he doesn't owe you shit, and it's like, I guess, but like, you know, come on, like you wrote this series, it became beloved, you made like, millions and millions of dollars, and you can't finish the books. But here's what's funny. So what I said is like George R.R. Martin, though, he doesn't have quite the same thing, because he admitted in some article a while ago that he stopped playing video games because he would get like too addicted to them. He said he probably lost like one or two novels to playing video games, and one of his favorite games was like Master of Orion. So I was like, so with Neil Gaiman, you got like Call Me Master, and with George R. Martin, like Call Me Master of Orion.
Oh, nice.
Which is it was funny because I did then the two. I made a meme of him where it says in the same font, "Call Me Master." I can show it to you. It's fine. Call Me Master of Orion. I died laughing because I'd already known that he had said that he played like too much Master of Orion, which is basically a port of Civilization except for space, right? Like you're playing the same thing where you conquer and you build. You know, it's just a empire builder space game. Yeah,
that's crazy.
What, are you kidding?
I died laughing. Borzoi like chuckled, but I was like, "Come on, it's just good. It's funny as fuck." Anyway,
hey, now you speak my language here.
Apropos of nothing. Apropos. Anyway, I guess that's going to do it for the Awkward Wednesday show.
Yeah.
And we'll be back.
It's really awkward. We had a lot of stuff going on today.
I think it was a good show. I had a lot of fun.
I was trying to think, like, which one of those like cringy ska bands should I combine with Gaiman or Sandman to make this show title? Like Squirrel, like a Cherry Poppin' Gaimans. green, like Gaming Apple No Lube. I can't think of anything.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
All right, we need to just end the show.
I don't know.
I don't know enough about it.
It's just time to go at this point.
Is it the real big? I don't know. Let's not
real
go
big
on.
stick of butter.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the butter on his Italian leather sofa.
I'd kind of rather not think about it though. I mean, but I made several jokes about it. Now we're at that stage where it's like it's now just the stick of butter is now just a fucking joke now.
Well, I do have like the notes there are good, right? It goes Rufo's fast food wealth. Opie is the real racist. Gaiman is the real rapist, and Israel is the real ceasefire. People like when I make a little theme like that in the notes. So, Gaiman is the real rapist. That might be too slanderous. I don't think you can really put that as a show title.
Just put allegedly in parentheses.
Allegedly. All slander statements are alleged here. Like we're not serious. We don't know anything.
Yeah.
We never make any accusations.
It's all allegations.
Allegations. All along, there were incidents and accidents. There were hints and allegations. Oh, God, please don't copyright strike me, Chevy Chase. Yeah, no show title. I don't know. I'll think of something. You think of any other ska bands?
Ska bands. Boss Tones.
The Mighty...
Scotalites, Mephistopheles.
Yeah, the Mighty Boss Tones.
They're like the biggest one. They were like the biggest white ska band. Now I'm actually gonna have to white knight for niggers on this. Like that is their music style that was kind of stolen. Although again, it was all done on instruments created by white people and recording technology created by white people.
Never had to melt any butter.
Yeah, I was gonna say never.
But I
had
know
to.
someone who
God,
has.
I can't get away from the. But I know someone who did, and he just apologized.
But he's working on himself. Never had to knock on wood. He's working on himself. He's doing the hard work. He's doing the hard work of not being guilty of rape, but
I'm doing the hard work of getting away with it. Like I'm putting in the work just every day, grinding out here, just working on getting away with this.
Cue like the next week of that stuck in my head. Anyway,
I don't know.
I guess I'm
like putting in the work. That's the show title. Just putting in the work.
Putting in the work, I guess. I'm putting in the hard work of
putting in the work.
Just going to be a better me at the end of the day here.
Yeah. Me that's not guilty of rape.
Me that's not guilty of rape.
That's the better.
I'm working on the me that is guilty, and I'm going to make him not guilty.
Yeah, I'm trying to work into a place where he's not guilty.
I'm doing the hard work that
makes
makes
a great
you
transition for me.
I'm going to do the hard work that makes you forgive me for all this and still buys all my product and adapts my graphic novels and books into television series.
It's going to be some work.
It's going to be hard work.
We're going to press through this.
In the end, you're still going to buy
together.
tickets to my movies. You're going to buy copies of my new books, and I'm going to keep being rich and famous, and I'm probably going to keep banging girls.
I'll probably keep raping girls. But you know what will happen is that we'll get through this little rough patch. We'll get through it together. We can each help out with this, and in the end,
Italian.
I'll be a better person because I'll be a person who's no longer guilty
He's
of
going
rape.
the distance. He's working on himself. He's all alone with the butter shelf. I don't know. He's raping and on the back of his bus.
All alone with his
ex-wife.
With
his ex-wife is looking for some girls.
Well, it also it brings a whole new thing, different to like 4-strength, 4-stem leather belt. Like, sorry, I don't know if anybody remembers that joke. That's like a very, very old internet joke. But Neil Gaiman's kind of like an armlet, so he's like 4-strength, 4-stem leather belt, right? Like, but you know. Still enough to hold down a teenage girl, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah,
sorry.
Still enough. I'm trying to think of like some rancid lyrics, you know, like black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac. But what's he got? He's like tour bus, butter stick.
You ever hear that stupid
master.
like indie like kind of adjacent to this kind of shit band like the Modern Lovers?
I don't know.
They got a song like Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. And it's like he would walk down the street and the girls would stop and it was very much like he didn't sing, he talked in an annoying cadence. It's like he would walk down the street and the girls would stop and stare. Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. and it was about how like, he could pick up girls and you couldn't because you're a loser, but Pablo Picasso could like. Neil
Go
Gaiman's
farther
never
and
followed
save on
great
full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for just $35.99.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt. Level 18.
Out of the Gaza Strip, stop you from bombing those star. Kids and the rabbi's mouth going down for tips. Yeah, Jews. You.
Well, that's like the Lou Reed thing, right? Like I'm not singing, I'm just annoying.
I'm just talking in an
It's just,
annoying cadence, and it's supposed to be funny, and I don't. I never got into that shit.
Yeah. Is Lou Reed Jewish?
Probably not. I don't. Probably
because the
Jews
thing
behind the scenes in those days.
I could never understand is the absolute like legendary status that's given to those people for the music they
never
did.
listened to this fucking asshole ever in my life.
I've tried to be like, there's just nothing here. I don't understand. The other thing I can't understand, and it is because he's Jewish, is like Bob Dylan. Like I was watching a bit from the Beatles anthology TV series. And they talked about meeting Bob Dylan.
He is Jewish. He is.
Okay, that explains it then.
Lou Reed is Jewish.
There is no reason.
He was actually
there is no reason to hold that stuff in such high regard. It's just lame.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Born at Bethel Hospital in Brooklyn, New York, I started to read very quickly and said, yes, his family is Jewish. His grandparents were Russian Jews who fled anti-Semitism. I literally smashed it, and this is what I found. What I found might surprise you. Drew Reed.
I'm not surprised, but it's like saying like Bob Dylan, like the Beatles talking about how much they loved the Bob Dylan record, and they played some Bob Dylan music on it. And I'm like, this music is such trash. There's nothing to it, unless you were literally sitting in like the wooden cabin with the dirt floor where he stole the song from the Appalachian people. You're like in the room, like experiencing that by the person that's singing the song. I can see it being something, but actually plunking down for a Bob Dylan record and sitting there and listening to him prattle on with an acoustic guitar repetitively, I don't get it, and it's just I can only guess
any of the
just
songs
Jewish.
he did were way better done by other people.
Any song he had, somebody else took it, or like later on in his career, the songs that nobody likes because he wasn't acoustic anymore. Like that song in the beginning of The Big Lebowski is pretty good, but then again, I think I only like it because it sets the mood for the beginning of Big Lebowski. La 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 la. There's a woman like you. That song. But like if that wasn't over the opening to Big Lebowski, I don't know if I would like the song, but it fits right in there. But that's like, that's like 80s Dylan. So it's way different than like 60s Dylan, which is just like
Tangled Up in Blue is a good song as long as Bob Dylan isn't doing it.
I don't know if
it's you've heard it. It's like I'm not going to sing it because I can't sing. It's good. The lyrics are actually pretty good. But when he does it, it's just like that, right? It's like when other people do it and they actually sing the lyrics, and it's
Okay.
got like a catchy hook.
Yeah, like
to
somebody
it.
with
It's
somebody
good.
with talent like
Good
performs.
Yeah.
Like Guns N' Roses doing fucking like knocking on heaven's door is like epic. Even like Jimi Hendrix doing the one there. The fuck you called Along the Watchtower. That becomes like the Vietnam anthem. The Bob version, I don't even think I've ever heard it. It's like, why would you?
Well, also like
Okay.
what was it? "I Shall Be Released" was also like a Vietnam War song, but that was also another one. It was very
Did you
much
just say it
better
like
when
that?
someone else sang it.
I would
and
rather
not
hear.
Bob
I'd rather
Dylan.
hear Cake sing it. Be like,
Yeah, Kate could do a "Tangled Up in Blue" because you could just talk because there's a lot
it's
of
like,
lyrics.
knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
Yeah, yes, knocking.
Knocking.
He's knocking
on
and
heavens.
knocking
He's knocking
on
and
heaven.
knocking on heaven's door. I don't need these guns no more.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Speaking of music,
That's enough of that.
there's some music.
Section 1 of The Brothers Karamazov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 1. The History of a Family. Chapter 1. Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. Alexei Fyodorovich Karamazov was the third son of Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, a landowner well known in our district in his own day and still remembered among us, owing to his gloomy and tragic death, which happened 13 years ago, and which I shall describe in its proper place. For the present, I will only say that this landowner, for so we used to call him, although he hardly spent a day of his life on his own estate, was a strange type, yet one pretty frequently to be met with, a type abject and vicious, and at the same time senseless. But he was one of those senseless persons who are very well capable of looking after their worldly affairs, and apparently after nothing else. Fyodor Pavlovitch, for instance, began with next to nothing. His estate was of the smallest. He ran to dine at other men's tables, and fastened on them as a toady. Yet at his death it appeared that he had 100,000 roubles in hard cash. At the same time, he was all his life one of the most senseless, fantastical fellows in the whole district. I repeat, it was not stupidity. The majority of these fantastical fellows are shrewd and intelligent enough, but just senselessness, and a peculiar national form of it. He was married twice, and had 3 sons, the eldest, Dmitri, by his first wife, and 2, Ivan and Alexei, by his second. Fyodor Pavlovitch's first wife, Adalida Ivanovna, belonged to a fairly rich and distinguished noble family, also landowners in our district, the Miusovs. How it came to pass that an heiress who was also a beauty, and moreover one of those vigorous, intelligent girls so common in this generation, but sometimes also to be found in the last, could have married such a worthless, puny weakling, as we all called him, I won't attempt to explain. I knew a young lady of the last romantic generation who, after some years of an enigmatic passion for a gentleman, whom she might quite easily have married at any moment, invented insuperable obstacles to their union, and ended by throwing herself one stormy night into a rather deep and rapid river from a high bank, almost a precipice, and so perished, entirely to satisfy her own caprice, and to be like Shakespeare's Ophelia. Indeed, if this precipice, a chosen and favourite spot of hers, had been less picturesque, if there had been a prosaic flat bank in its place, most likely the suicide would never have taken place. This is a fact, and probably there have been not a few similar instances in the last 2 or 3 generations. Adelaida Ivanovna Miusov's action was similarly, no doubt, an echo of other people's ideas, and was due to the irritation caused by lack of mental freedom. She wanted, perhaps, to show her feminine independence, to override class distinctions and the despotism of her family. And a pliable imagination persuaded her, we must suppose, for a brief moment, that Fyodor Pavlovitch, in spite of his parasitic position, was one of the bold and ironical spirits of that progressive epoch, though he was, in fact, an ill-natured buffoon, and nothing more. What gave the marriage piquancy was that it was preceded by an elopement, and this greatly captivated Adelaida Ivanovna's fancy. Fyodor Pavlovitch's position at the time made him specially eager for any such enterprise, for he was passionately anxious to make a career in one way or another. To attach himself to a good family and obtain a dowry was an alluring prospect. As for mutual love, it did not exist, apparently, either in the bride or in him, in spite of Adelaida Ivanovna's beauty. This was perhaps a unique case of the kind in the life of Fyodor Pavlovitch, who was always of a voluptuous temper and ready to run after any petticoat on the slightest encouragement. She seems to have been the only woman who made no particular appeal to his senses. Immediately after the elopement, Adelaida Ivanovna discerned in a flash that she had no feeling for her husband but contempt. The marriage accordingly showed itself in its true colors with extraordinary rapidity. Although the family accepted the event pretty quickly and apportioned the runaway bride her dowry, the husband and wife began to lead a most disorderly life, and there were everlasting scenes between them. It was said that the young wife showed incomparably more generosity and dignity than Fyodor Pavlovitch, who, as is now known, got hold of all her money up to 25,000 rubles as soon as she received it, so that those thousands were lost to her forever. The little village and the rather fine town house which formed part of her dowry he did his utmost for a long time to transfer to his name by means of some deed of conveyance. He would probably have succeeded, merely from her moral fatigue and desire to get rid of him, and from the contempt and loathing he aroused by his persistent and shameless importunity. But, fortunately, Adelaida Ivanovna's family intervened and circumvented his greediness. It is known for a fact that frequent fights took place between the husband and wife, but rumor had it that Fyodor Pavlovitch did not beat his wife, but was beaten by her, for she was a hot-tempered, bold, dark-browed, impatient woman, possessed of remarkable physical strength. Finally, she left the house and ran away from Fyodor Pavlovitch with a destitute divinity student, leaving Mitya, a child of 3 years old, in her husband's hands. Immediately, Fyodor Pavlovitch introduced a regular harem into the house and abandoned himself to orgies of drunkenness. In the intervals he used to drive all over the province, complaining tearfully to each and all of Adelaida Ivanovna's having left him, going into details too disgraceful for a husband to mention in regard to his own married life. What seemed to gratify him and flatter his self-love most was to play the ridiculous part of the injured husband, and to parade his woes with embellishments. "One would think that you'd got a promotion, Fyodor Pavlovitch. You seem so pleased in spite of your sorrow," scoffers said to him. Many even added that he was glad of a new comic part in which to play the buffoon, and that it was simply to make it funnier that he pretended to be unaware of his ludicrous position. But, who knows, it may have been simplicity. At last he succeeded in getting on the track of his runaway wife. The poor woman turned out to be in Petersburg, where she had gone with her divinity student, and where she had thrown herself into a life of complete emancipation. Fyodor Pavlovitch at once began bustling about, making preparations to go to Petersburg, with what object he could not himself have said. He would perhaps have really gone, but having determined to do so, he felt at once entitled to fortify himself for the journey by another bout of reckless drinking. And just at that time his wife's family received the news of her death in Petersburg. She had died quite suddenly in a garret, according to one story, of typhus, or, as another version had it, of starvation. Fyodor Pavlovitch was drunk when he heard of his wife's death, and the story is that he ran out into the street and began shouting with joy, raising his hands to heaven, "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace." But others said he wept without restraint, like a little child, so much so that people were sorry for him, in spite of the repulsion he inspired. It is quite possible that both versions were true, that he rejoiced at his release, and at the same time wept for her who released him. As a general rule, people, even the wicked, are much more naive and simple-hearted than we suppose, and we ourselves are, too. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 1, Chapter 2. He gets rid of his eldest son. You can easily imagine what a father such a man could be and how he would bring up his children. His behavior as a father was exactly what might be expected. He completely abandoned the child of his marriage with Adelaida Ivanovna, not from malice, nor because of his matrimonial grievances, but simply because he forgot him. While he was wearying everyone with his tears and complaints, and turning his house into a sink of debauchery, a faithful servant of the family, Grigory, took the 3-year-old Mitya into his care. If he hadn't looked after him, there would have been no one even to change the baby's little shirt. It happened, moreover, that the child's relations on his mother's side forgot him too, at first. His grandfather was no longer living. His widow, Mitya's grandmother, had moved to Moscow and was seriously ill, while his daughters were married, so that Mitya remained for almost a whole year in old Grigory's charge, and lived with him in the servants' cottage. But if his father had remembered him, he could not indeed have been altogether unaware of his existence. He would have sent him back to the cottage, as the child would only have been in the way of his debaucheries. But a cousin of Mitya's mother, Pyotr Alexandrovich Musov, happened to return from Paris. He lived for many years afterwards abroad, but was at that time quite a young man, and distinguished among the Musovs as a man of enlightened ideas and of European culture, who had been in the capitals and abroad. Towards the end of his life he became a liberal of the type common in the 40s and 50s. In the course of his career he had come into contact with many of the most liberal men of his epoch, both in Russia and abroad. He had known Proudhon and Bakunin personally, and in his declining years was very fond of describing the 3 days of the Paris Revolution of February 1848, hinting that he himself had almost taken part in the fighting on the barricades. This was one of the most grateful recollections of his youth. He had an independent property of about 1,000 souls, to reckon in the old style. His splendid estate lay on the outskirts of our little town, and bordered on the lands of our famous monastery, with which Pyotr Alexandrovich began an endless lawsuit, almost as soon as he came into the estate, concerning the rights of fishing in the river, or wood-cutting in the forest, I don't know exactly which. He regarded it as his duty as a citizen and a man of culture to open an attack upon the clericals. Hearing all about Adelaida Ivanovna, whom he, of course, remembered, and in whom he had at one time been interested, and learning of the existence of Mitya, he intervened, in spite of all his youthful indignation and contempt for Fyodor Pavlovitch. He made the latter's acquaintance for the first time, and told him directly that he wished to undertake the child's education. He used, long afterwards, to tell, as a characteristic touch, that when he began to speak of Mitya, Fyodor Pavlovitch looked for some time as though he did not understand what child he was talking about, and even as though he was surprised to hear that he had a little son in the house. The story may have been exaggerated, yet it must have been something like the truth. Fyodor Pavlovitch was all his life fond of acting, of suddenly playing an unexpected part, sometimes without any motive for doing so, and even to his own direct disadvantage, as for instance in the present case. This habit, however, is characteristic of a very great number of people, some of them very clever ones, not like Fyodor Pavlovitch. Pyotr Alexandrovich carried the business through vigorously, and was appointed, with Fyodor Pavlovitch, joint guardian of the child, who had a small property, a house and land, left him by his mother. Mitya did, in fact, pass into his cousin's keeping, but as the latter had no family of his own, and after securing the revenues of his estates was in haste to return at once to Paris, he left the boy in charge of one of his cousins, a lady living in Moscow. It came to pass that, settling permanently in Paris, he too forgot the child, especially when the Revolution of February broke out, making an impression on his mind that he remembered all the rest of his life. The Moscow lady died, and Mitya passed into the care of one of her married daughters. I believe he changed his home a fourth time later on. I won't enlarge upon that now, as I shall have much to tell later of Fyodor Pavlovitch's firstborn, and must confine myself now to the most essential facts about him, without which I could not begin my story. In the first place, this Mitya, or rather Dmitri Fyodorovitch, was the only one of Fyodor Pavlovitch's 3 sons who grew up in the belief that he had property, and that he would be independent on coming of age. He spent an irregular boyhood and youth. He did not finish his studies at the gymnasium. He got into a military school, then went to the Caucasus, was promoted, fought a duel, and was degraded to the ranks, earned promotion again, led a wild life, and spent a good deal of money. He did not begin to receive any income from Fyodor Pavlovitch until he came of age, and until then got into debt. He saw and knew his father, Fyodor Pavlovitch, for the first time on coming of age, when he visited our neighborhood on purpose to settle with him about his property. He seems not to have liked his father. He did not stay long with him, and made haste to get away, having only succeeded in obtaining a sum of money and entering into an agreement for future payments from the estate, of the revenues and value of which he was unable, a fact worthy of note, upon this occasion, to get a statement from his father. Fyodor Pavlovitch remarked for the first time then, this too should be noted, that Mitya had a vague and exaggerated idea of his property. Fyodor Pavlovitch was very well satisfied with this, as it fell in with his own designs. He gathered only that the young man was frivolous, unruly, of violent passions, impatient and dissipated, and that if he could only obtain ready money he would be satisfied, although only, of course, for a short time. So Fyodor Pavlovitch began to take advantage of this fact, sending him from time to time small doles, installments. In the end, when 4 years later Mitya, losing patience, came a second time to our little town to settle up once for all with his father, it turned out to his amazement that he had nothing, that it was difficult to get an account even, that he had received the whole value of his property in sums of money from Fyodor Pavlovitch, and was perhaps even in debt to him, that by various agreements into which he had of his own desire entered at various previous dates, he had no right to expect anything more, and so on and so on. The young man was overwhelmed, suspected deceit and cheating, and was almost beside himself. And indeed, this circumstance led to the catastrophe, the account of which forms the subject of my first introductory story, or rather the external side of it. But before I pass to that story, I must say a little of Fyodor Pavlovitch's other 2 sons, and of their origin. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 1, Chapter 3. The Second Marriage and the Second Family. Very shortly after getting his 4-year-old Mitya off his hands, Fyodor Pavlovitch married a second time. His second marriage lasted 8 years. He took this second wife, Sofia Ivanovna, also a very young girl, from another province, where he had gone upon some small piece of business in company with a Jew. Though Fyodor Pavlovitch was a drunkard and a vicious debauchee, he never neglected investing his capital, and managed his business affairs very successfully, though no doubt not over scrupulously. Sofia Ivanovna was the daughter of an obscure deacon, and was left from childhood an orphan without relations. She grew up in the house of a general's widow, a wealthy old lady of good position, who was at once her benefactress and tormentor. I do not know the details, but I have only heard that the orphan girl, a meek and gentle creature, was once cut down from a halter in which she was hanging from a nail in the loft. So terrible were her sufferings from the caprice and everlasting nagging of this old woman, who was apparently not bad-hearted, but had become an insufferable tyrant through idleness. Fyodor Pavlovitch made her an offer. Inquiries were made about him, and he was refused. But again, as in his first marriage, he proposed an elopement to the orphan girl. There is very little doubt that she would not on any account have married him if she had known a little more about him in time. But she lived in another province. Besides, what could a little girl of 16 know about it, except that she would be better at the bottom of the river than remaining with her benefactress? So the poor child exchanged a benefactress for a benefactor. Fyodor Pavlovitch did not get a penny this time, for the general's widow was furious. She gave them nothing and cursed them both. But he had not reckoned on a dowry. What allured him was the remarkable beauty of the innocent girl, above all her innocent appearance, which had a peculiar attraction for a vicious profligate, who had hitherto admired only the coarser types of feminine beauty. "Those innocent eyes slit my soul up like a razor," he used to say afterwards, with his loathsome snigger. In a man so depraved, this might, of course, mean no more than sensual attraction. As he had received no dowry with his wife, and had, so to speak, taken her from the halter, he did not stand on ceremony with her. Making her feel that she had wronged him, he took advantage of her phenomenal meekness and submissiveness to trample on the elementary decencies of marriage. He gathered loose women into his house and carried on orgies of debauchery in his wife's presence. To show what a pass things had come to, I may mention that Grigori, the gloomy, stupid, obstinate, argumentative servant, who had always hated his first mistress, Adelaida Ivanovna, took the side of his new mistress. He championed her cause, abusing Fyodor Pavlovitch in a manner little befitting a servant, and on one occasion broke up the revels and drove all the disorderly women out of the house. In the end, this unhappy young woman, kept in terror from her childhood, fell into that kind of nervous disease which is most frequently found in peasant women who are said to be possessed by devils. At times, after terrible fits of hysterics, she even lost her reason. Yet she bore Fyodor Pavlovitch 2 sons, Ivan and Alexei, the eldest in the first year of marriage, and the second 3 years later. When she died, little Alexei was in his 4th year, and, strange as it seems, I know that he remembered his mother all his life, like a dream, of course. At her death, almost exactly the same thing happened to the 2 little boys as to their elder brother, Mitya. They were completely forgotten and abandoned by their father. They were looked after by the same Grigori, and lived in his cottage, where they were found by the tyrannical old lady who had brought up their mother. She was still alive, and had not, all those 8 years, forgotten the insult done her. All that time she was obtaining exact information as to her Sophia's manner of life, and hearing of her illness and hideous surroundings, she declared aloud 2 or 3 times to her retainers, "It serves her right. God has punished her for her ingratitude." Exactly 3 months after Sophia Ivanovna's death, the general's widow suddenly appeared in our town, and went straight to Fyodor Pavlovitch's house. She spent only half an hour in the town, but she did a great deal. It was evening. Fyodor Pavlovitch, whom she had not seen for those 8 years, came in to her drunk. The story is that instantly upon seeing him, without any sort of explanation, she gave him 2 good resounding slaps on the face, seized him by a tuft of hair, and shook him 3 times up and down. Then, without a word, she went straight to the cottage to the 2 boys. Seeing at the first glance that they were unwashed and in dirty linen, she promptly gave Grigori, too, a box on the ear, and, announcing that she would carry off both the children, she wrapped them, just as they were, in a rug, put them in the carriage, and drove off to her own town. Grigori accepted the blow like a devoted slave, without a word, and when he escorted the old lady to her carriage, he made her a low bow, and pronounced impressively that God would repay her for the orphans. "You are a blockhead all the same," the old lady shouted to him as she drove away. Fyodor Pavlovitch, thinking it over, decided that it was a good thing, and did not refuse the general's widow his formal consent to any proposition in regard to his children's education. As for the slaps she had given him, he drove all over the town telling the story. It happened that the old lady died soon after this, but she left the boys in her will 1,000 roubles each, for their instruction, and so that all be spent on them exclusively, with the condition that it be so portioned out as to last till they are 21, for it is more than adequate provision for such children. If other people think fit to throw away their money, let them. I have not read the will myself, but I heard there was something queer of the sort, very whimsically expressed. The principal heir, Yefim Petrovitch Polyanov, the marshal of nobility of the province, turned out, however, to be an honest man. Writing to Fyodor Pavlovitch, and discerning at once that he could extract nothing from him for his children's education, though the latter never directly refused, but only procrastinated, as he always did in such cases, and was indeed at times effusively sentimental, Yefim Petrovitch took a personal interest in the orphans. He became especially fond of the younger, Alexei, who lived for a long while as one of his family. I beg the reader to note this from the beginning. And to Yefim Petrovitch, a man of a generosity and humanity rarely to be met with, the young people were more indebted for their education and bringing up than to anyone. He kept the 2,000 roubles left to them by the general's widow intact, so that by the time they came of age their portions had been doubled by the accumulation of interest. He educated them both at his own expense, and certainly spent far more than 1,000 roubles upon each of them. I won't enter into a detailed account of their boyhood and youth, but will only mention a few of the most important events. Of the elder, Ivan, I will only say that he grew into a somewhat morose and reserved, though far from timid, boy. At 10 years old, he had realized that they were living not in their own home, but on other people's charity, and that their father was a man of whom it was disgraceful to speak. This boy began very early, almost in his infancy, so they say at least, to show a brilliant and unusual aptitude for learning. I don't know precisely why, but he left the family of Yefim Petrovitch when he was hardly 13, entering a Moscow gymnasium and boarding with an experienced and celebrated teacher, an old friend of Yefim Petrovitch. Ivan used to declare afterwards that this was all due to the ardor for good works of Yefim Petrovitch, who was captivated by the idea that the boy's genius should be trained by a teacher of genius. But neither Yefim Petrovitch nor this teacher was living when the young man finished at the gymnasium and entered the university. As Yefim Petrovitch had made no provision for the payment of the tyrannical old lady's legacy, which had grown from 1,000 to 2, it was delayed, owing to formalities inevitable in Russia, and the young man was in great straits for the first 2 years at the university, as he was forced to keep himself all the time he was studying. It must be noted that he did not even attempt to communicate with his father, perhaps from pride, from contempt for him, or perhaps from his cool common sense, which told him that from such a father he would get no real assistance. However that may have been, the young man was by no means despondent, and succeeded in getting work, at first giving sixpenny lessons and afterwards getting paragraphs on street incidents into the newspapers under the signature of Eyewitness. These paragraphs, it was said, were so interesting and piquant that they were soon taken. This alone showed the young man's practical and intellectual superiority over the masses of needy and unfortunate students of both sexes, who hang about the offices of the newspapers and journals, unable to think of anything better than everlasting entreaties for copying and translations from the French. Having once got into touch with the editors, Ivan Fyodorovitch always kept up his connection with them, and in his latter years at the university he published brilliant reviews of books upon various special subjects, so that he became well known in literary circles. But only in his last year he suddenly succeeded in attracting the attention of a far wider circle of readers, so that a great many people noticed and remembered him. It was rather a curious incident. When he had just left the university and was preparing to go abroad upon his 2,000 rubles, Ivan Fyodorovitch published in one of the more important journals a strange article, which attracted general notice, on a subject of which he might have been supposed to know nothing, as he was a student of natural science. The article dealt with a subject which was being debated everywhere at the time, the position of the ecclesiastical courts. After discussing several opinions on the subject, he went on to explain his own view. What was most striking about the article was its tone and its unexpected conclusion. Many of the church party regarded him unquestioningly as on their side, and yet not only the secularists, but even atheists joined them in their applause. Finally, some sagacious persons opined that the article was nothing but an impudent satirical burlesque. I mention this incident particularly because this article penetrated into the famous monastery in our neighborhood, where the inmates, being particularly interested in the question of the ecclesiastical courts, were completely bewildered by it. Learning the author's name, they were interested in his being a native of the town and the son of that Fyodor Pavlovitch. And just then it was that the author himself made his appearance among us. Why Ivan Fyodorovitch had come amongst us, I remember asking myself at the time with a certain uneasiness. This fateful visit, which was the first step leading to so many consequences, I never fully explained to myself. It seemed strange on the face of it that a young man so learned, so proud, and apparently so cautious, should suddenly visit such an infamous house, and a father who had ignored him all his life, hardly knew him, never thought of him, and would not under any circumstances have given him money, though he was always afraid that his sons Ivan and Alexei would also come to ask him for it. And here the young man was, staying in the house of such a father, had been living with him for 2 months, and they were on the best possible terms. This last fact was a special cause of wonder to many others as well as to me. Pyotr Alexandrovitch Musov, of whom we have spoken already, the cousin of Fyodor Pavlovitch's first wife, happened to be in the neighborhood again on a visit to his estate. He had come from Paris, which was his permanent home. I remember that he was more surprised than anyone when he made the acquaintance of the young man, who interested him extremely, and with whom he sometimes argued, and not without an inner pang compared himself in acquirements. "He is proud," he used to say. "He will never be in want of pence. He has got money enough to go abroad now. What does he want here? Everyone can see that he hasn't come for money, for his father would never give him any. He has no taste for drink and dissipation, and yet his father can't do without him. They get on so well together." That was the truth. the young man had an unmistakable influence over his father, who positively appeared to be behaving more decently, and even seemed at times ready to obey his son, though often extremely and even spitefully perverse. It was only later that we learned that Ivan had come partly at the request of, and in the interests of, his elder brother Dmitri, whom he saw for the first time on this very visit, though he had, before leaving Moscow, been in correspondence with him about an important matter of more concern to Dmitri than himself. What that business was, the reader will learn fully in due time. Yet even when I did know of this special circumstance, I still felt Ivan Fyodorovitch to be an enigmatic figure, and thought his visit rather mysterious. I may add that Ivan appeared at the time in the light of a mediator between his father and his elder brother Dmitri, who was in open quarrel with his father and even planning to bring an action against him. The family, I repeat, was now united for the first time, and some of its members met for the first time in their lives. The younger brother, Alexei, had been a year already among us, having been the first of the three to arrive. It is of that brother, Alexei, I find it most difficult to speak in this introduction. Yet I must give some preliminary account of him, if only to explain one queer fact, which is that I have to introduce my hero to the reader wearing the cassock of a novice. Yes, he had been for the last year in our monastery, and seemed willing to be cloistered there for the rest of his life. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 1, Chapter 4, The Third Son, Alyosha. He was only 20. His brother Ivan was in his 24th year at the time, while their elder brother Dmitri was 27. First of all, I must explain that this young man, Alyosha, was not a fanatic, and, in my opinion at least, was not even a mystic. I may as well give my full opinion from the beginning. He was simply an early lover of humanity, and that he adopted the monastic life was simply because at that time it struck him, so to say, as the ideal escape for his soul, struggling from the darkness of worldly wickedness to the light of love. And the reason this life struck him in this way was that he found in it, at that time, as he thought, an extraordinary being, our celebrated elder, Zosima, to whom he became attached with all the warm first love of his ardent heart. But I do not dispute that he was very strange, even at that time, and had been so, indeed, from his cradle. I have mentioned already, by the way, that though he lost his mother in his 4th year, he remembered her all his life, her face, her caresses, as though she stood living before me. Such memories may persist, as everyone knows, from an even earlier age, even from 2 years old, but scarcely standing out through a whole lifetime, like spots of light out of darkness, like a corner torn out of a huge picture, which has all faded and disappeared except that fragment. That is how it was with him. He remembered one still summer evening, an open window, the slanting rays of the setting sun, that he recalled most vividly of all. In a corner of the room the holy image, before it a lighted lamp, and on her knees before the image his mother, sobbing hysterically with cries and moans, snatching him up in both arms, squeezing him close till it hurt, and praying for him to the Mother of God, holding him out in both arms to the image as though to put him under the mother's protection. And suddenly a nurse runs in and snatches him from her in terror. That was the picture. And Alyosha remembered his mother's face at that minute. He used to say that it was frenzied but beautiful, as he remembered. But he rarely cared to speak of this memory to anyone. In his childhood and youth he was by no means expansive, and talked little indeed, but not from shyness or a sullen unsociability. Quite the contrary, from something different, from a sort of inner preoccupation entirely personal and unconcerned with other people, but so important to him that he seemed, as it were, to forget others on account of it. But he was fond of people. He seemed throughout his life to put implicit trust in people, yet no one ever looked on him as a simpleton or naive person. There was something about him which made one feel at once, and it was so all his life afterwards, that he did not care to be a judge of others, that he would never take it upon himself to criticize, and would never condemn anyone for anything. He seemed, indeed, to accept everything without the least condemnation, though often grieving bitterly. And this was so much so, that no one could surprise or frighten him, even in his earliest youth. Coming at 20 to his father's house, which was a very sink of filthy debauchery, he, chaste and pure as he was, simply withdrew in silence, when to look on was unbearable, but without the slightest sign of contempt or condemnation. His father, who had once been in a dependent position, and so was sensitive and ready to take offence, met him at first with distrust and sullenness. "He does not say much," he used to say, "and thinks the more." But soon, within a fortnight indeed, he took to embracing him and kissing him terribly often, with drunken tears, with sottish sentimentality. Yet he evidently felt a real and deep affection for him, such as he had never been capable of feeling for anyone before. Everyone, indeed, loved this young man wherever he went, and it was so from his earliest childhood. When he entered the household of his patron and benefactor, Yefim Petrovitch Polyanoff, he gained the hearts of all the family, so that they looked on him quite as their own child. Yet he entered the house at such a tender age that he could not have acted from design nor artfulness in winning affection. So that the gift of making himself loved directly and unconsciously was inherent in him, in his very nature, so to speak. It was the same at school, though he seemed to be just one of those children who are distrusted, sometimes ridiculed, and even disliked by their schoolfellows. He was dreamy, for instance, and rather solitary. From his earliest childhood he was fond of creeping into a corner to read, and yet he was a general favourite all the while he was at school. He was rarely playful or merry, but anyone could see at the first glance that this was not from any sullenness. On the contrary, he was bright and good-tempered. He never tried to show off among his schoolfellows. Perhaps because of this, he was never afraid of anyone. Yet the boys immediately understood that he was not proud of his fearlessness, and seemed to be unaware that he was bold and courageous. He never resented an insult. It would happen that an hour after the offence he would address the offender or answer some question with as trustful and candid an expression as though nothing had happened between them. And it was not that he seemed to have forgotten or intentionally forgiven the affront, but simply that he did not regard it as an affront, and this completely conquered and captivated the boys. He had one characteristic which made all his schoolfellows, from the bottom class to the top, want to mock at him, not from malice, but because it amused them. This characteristic was a wild, fanatical modesty and chastity. He could not bear to hear certain words and certain conversations about women. There are certain words and conversations unhappily impossible to eradicate in schools. Boys pure in mind and heart, almost children, are fond of talking in school among themselves, and even aloud, of things, pictures, and images of which even soldiers would sometimes hesitate to speak. More than that, much that soldiers have no knowledge or conception of is familiar to quite young children of our intellectual and higher classes. There is no moral depravity, no real corrupt inner cynicism in it, but there is the appearance of it, and it is often looked upon among them as something refined, subtle, daring, and worthy of imitation. Seeing that Alyosha Karamazov put his fingers in his ears when they talked of that, they used sometimes to crowd round him, pull his hands away, and shout nastiness into both ears, while he struggled, slipped to the floor, tried to hide himself without uttering one word of abuse, enduring their insults in silence. But at last they left him alone and gave up taunting him with being a regular girl, and what's more, they looked upon it with compassion as a weakness. He was always one of the best in the class, but was never first. At the time of Yefim Petrovitch's death, Alyosha had 2 more years to complete at the provincial gymnasium. The inconsolable widow went almost immediately after his death for a long visit to Italy with her whole family, which consisted only of women and girls. Alyosha went to live in the house of 2 distant relations of Yefim Petrovitch, ladies whom he had never seen before. On what terms he lived with them he did not know himself. It was very characteristic of him, indeed, that he never cared at whose expense he was living. In that respect he was a striking contrast to his elder brother Ivan, who struggled with poverty for his first 2 years in the university, maintained himself by his own efforts, and had from childhood been bitterly conscious of living at the expense of his benefactor. But this strange trait in Alyosha's character must not, I think, be criticized too severely, for at the slightest acquaintance with him, anyone would have perceived that Alyosha was one of those youths, almost of the type of religious enthusiast, who, if they were suddenly to come into possession of a large fortune, would not hesitate to give it away for the asking, either for good works or perhaps to a clever rogue. In general, he seemed scarcely to know the value of money, not, of course, in a literal sense. When he was given pocket money, which he never asked for, he was either terribly careless of it so that it was gone in a moment, or he kept it for weeks together, not knowing what to do with it. In later years, Pyotr Alexandrovitch Miusov, a man very sensitive on the score of money and bourgeois honesty, pronounced the following judgment after getting to know Alyosha. Here is perhaps the one man in the world whom you might leave alone without a penny in the center of an unknown town of 1 million inhabitants, and he would not come to harm, he would not die of cold and hunger, for he would be fed and sheltered at once, and if he were not, he would find a shelter for himself, and it would cost him no effort or humiliation, and to shelter him would be no burden, but, on the contrary, would probably be looked on as a pleasure. He did not finish his studies at the gymnasium. A year before the end of the course, he suddenly announced to the ladies that he was going to see his father about a plan which had occurred to him. They were sorry and unwilling to let him go. The journey was not an expensive one, and the ladies would not let him pawn his watch, a parting present from his benefactor's family. They provided him liberally with money, and even fitted him out with new clothes and linen. But he returned half the money they gave him, saying that he intended to go 3rd class. On his arrival in the town, he made no answer to his father's first inquiry why he had come before completing his studies, and seemed, so they say, unusually thoughtful. It soon became apparent that he was looking for his mother's tomb. He practically acknowledged at the time that that was the only object of his visit. But it can hardly have been the whole reason of it. It is more probable that he himself did not understand and could not explain what had suddenly arisen in his soul and drawn him irresistibly into a new, unknown, but inevitable path. Fyodor Pavlovitch could not show him where his second wife was buried, for he had never visited her grave since he had thrown earth upon her coffin, and in the course of years had entirely forgotten where she was buried. Fyodor Pavlovitch, by the way, had for some time previously not been living in our town. 3 or 4 years after his wife's death, he had gone to the south of Russia and finally turned up in Odessa, where he spent several years. He made the acquaintance, at first, in his own words, of a lot of low Jews, Jewesses, and Jewkins, and ended by being received by Jews high and low alike. It may be presumed that at this period he developed a peculiar faculty for making and hoarding money. He finally returned to our town only 3 years before Alyosha's arrival. His former acquaintances found him looking terribly aged, although he was by no means an old man. He behaved not exactly with more dignity, but with more effrontery. The former buffoon showed an insolent propensity for making buffoons of others. His depravity with women was not simply what it used to be, but even more revolting. In a short time he opened a great number of new taverns in the district. It was evident that he had perhaps 100,000 roubles, or not much less. Many of the inhabitants of the town and district were soon in his debt, and of course had given good security. Of late, too, he looked somehow bloated, and seemed more irresponsible, more uneven, had sunk into a sort of incoherence, used to begin one thing and go on with another, as though he were letting himself go altogether. He was more and more frequently drunk. And if it had not been for the same servant, Grigory, who by that time had aged considerably too, and used to look after him sometimes almost like a tutor, Fyodor Pavlovitch might have gotten into terrible scrapes. Alyosha's arrival seemed to affect even his moral side, as though something had awakened in this prematurely old man which had long been dead in his soul. "Do you know," he used often to say, looking at Alyosha, "that you are like her, the crazy woman?" That was what he used to call his dead wife, Alyosha's mother. Grigory it was who pointed out the crazy woman's grave to Alyosha. He took him to our town cemetery and showed him, in a remote corner, a cast-iron tombstone, cheap but decently kept, on which were inscribed the name and age of the deceased and the date of her death, and below a 4-lined verse, such as are commonly used on old-fashioned middle-class tombs. To Alyosha's amazement, this tomb turned out to be Grigory's doing. He had put it up on the poor crazy woman's grave at his own expense, after Fyodor Pavlovitch, whom he had often pestered about the grave, had gone to Odessa, abandoning the grave and all his memories. Alyosha showed no particular emotion at the sight of his mother's grave. He only listened to Grigory's minute and solemn account of the erection of the tomb. He stood with bowed head and walked away without uttering a word. It was perhaps a year before he visited the cemetery again. But this little episode was not without an influence upon Fyodor Pavlovitch, and a very original one. He suddenly took 1,000 roubles to our monastery to pay for requiems for the soul of his wife, but not for the second, Alyosha's mother, the crazy woman, but for the first, Adelaida Ivanovna, who used to thrash him. In the evening of the same day he got drunk and abused the monks to Alyosha. He himself was far from being religious. He had probably never put a penny candle before the image of a saint. Strange impulses of sudden feeling and sudden thought are common in such types. I have mentioned already that he looked bloated. His countenance at this time bore traces of something that testified unmistakably to the life he had led. Besides the long, fleshy bags under his little, always insolent, suspicious, and ironical eyes, besides the multitude of deep wrinkles in his little fat face, The Adam's apple hung below his sharp chin like a great fleshy goiter, which gave him a peculiar repulsive sensual appearance. Add to that a long rapacious mouth with full lips, between which could be seen little stumps of black, decayed teeth. He slobbered every time he began to speak. He was fond indeed of making fun of his own face, though I believe he was well satisfied with it. He used particularly to point to his nose, which was not very large, but very delicate and conspicuously aquiline. A regular Roman nose, he used to say. With my goiter I've quite the countenance of an ancient Roman patrician of the decadent period. He seemed proud of it. Not long after visiting his mother's grave, Alyosha suddenly announced that he wanted to enter the monastery, and that the monks were willing to receive him as a novice. He explained that this was his strong desire, and that he was solemnly asking his consent as his father. The old man knew that the elder Zossima, who was living in the monastery hermitage, had made a special impression upon his gentle boy. "That is the most honest monk among them, of course," he observed, after listening in thoughtful silence to Alyosha, and seeming scarcely surprised at his request. So that's where you want to be, my gentle boy." He was half drunk, and suddenly he grinned his slow, half-drunken grin, which was not without a certain cunning and tipsy slyness. "I had a presentiment that you would end in something like this, would you believe it? You were making straight for it. Well, to be sure, you have your own 2,000, that's a dowry for you, and I'll never desert you, my angel, and I'll pay what's wanted for you there if they ask for it. But, of course, if they don't ask, why should we worry them? What do you say? You know, you spend money like a canary, 2 grains a week. Do you know that near one monastery there's a place outside the town where every baby knows there are none but the monks' wives living, as they are called? 30 women, I believe. I have been there myself. You know, it's interesting in its own way, of course, as a variety. The worst of it is it's awfully Russian. There are no French women there. Of course, they could get them fast enough. They have plenty of money. If they get to hear of it, they'll come along. Well, there's nothing of that sort here. No monks' wives. And 200 monks. They're honest. They keep the fasts. I admit it. So, you want to be a monk. And do you know, I'm sorry to lose you, Alyosha. Would you believe it? I've really grown fond of you. Well, it's a good opportunity. You'll pray for us sinners. We have sinned too much here. I've always been thinking who would pray for me, and whether there's anyone in the world to do it. My dear boy, I'm awfully stupid about that. You wouldn't believe it. Awfully. You see, however stupid I am about it, I keep thinking. From time to time, of course, not all the while. It's impossible, I think, for the devils to forget to drag me down to hell with their hooks when I die. Then I wonder, hooks? Where would they get them? What of? Iron hooks? Where do they forge them? Have they a foundry there of some sort? The monks in the monastery probably believe that there's a ceiling in hell, for instance. Now, I'm ready to believe in hell, but without a ceiling. It makes it more refined, more enlightened, more Lutheran, that is. And after all, what does it matter whether it has a ceiling or hasn't? But do you know, there's a damnable question involved in it. If there's no ceiling, there can be no hooks. And if there are no hooks, it all breaks down, which is unlikely again, for then there would be none to drag me down to hell. And if they don't drag me down, what justice is there in the world? Il faudrait les inventer, those hooks, on purpose for me alone. For if you only knew, Alyosha, what a blackguard I am. But there are no hooks there, said Alyosha, looking gently and seriously at his father. Yes, yes, only the shadows of hooks. I know. That's how a Frenchman described hell. J'ai vu l'ombre d'un cocher qui, avec l'ombre d'une brasse, frappait l'ombre d'une carrosse. How do you know there are no hooks, darling? When you've lived with the monks, you will sing a different tune. But go and get at the truth there, and then come and tell me. Anyway, it's easier going to the other world if one knows what there is there. Besides, it will be more seemly for you with the monks than here with me, with a drunken old man and young harlots. Though you're like an angel, nothing touches you, and I dare say nothing will touch you there. That's why I let you go, because I hope for that. You've got all your wits about you. You will burn and you will burn out. You will be healed and come back again. And I will wait for you. I feel that you're the only creature in the world who has not condemned me. My dear boy, I feel it, you know. I can't help feeling it. And he even began blubbering. He was sentimental. He was wicked and sentimental. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 1, Chapter 5. Elders. Some of my readers may imagine that my young man was a sickly, ecstatic, poorly developed creature, a pale, consumptive dreamer. On the contrary, Alyosha was at this time a well-grown, red-cheeked, clear-eyed lad of 19, radiant with health. He was very handsome, too, graceful, moderately tall, with hair of a dark brown, with a regular, rather long, oval-shaped face, and wide-set, dark grey, shining eyes. He was very thoughtful, and apparently very serene. I shall be told, perhaps, that red cheeks are not incompatible with fanaticism and mysticism, but I fancy that Alyosha was more of a realist than anyone. Oh, no doubt in the monastery he fully believed in miracles, but to my thinking miracles are never a stumbling block to the realist. It is not miracles that dispose realists to belief. The genuine realist, if he is an unbeliever, will always find strength and ability to disbelieve in the miraculous, and if he is confronted with a miracle as an irrefutable fact, he would rather disbelieve his own senses than admit the fact. Even if he admits it as a fact of nature, till then unrecognized by him. Faith does not, in the realist, spring from the miracle, but the miracle from faith. If the realist once believes, then he is bound by his very realism to admit the miraculous also. The Apostle Thomas said that he would not believe till he saw, but when he did see, he said, "My Lord and my God." Was it the miracle forced him to believe? Most likely not. But he believed solely because he desired to believe, and possibly he fully believed in his secret heart, even when he said, "I do not believe till I see." I shall be told perhaps that Alyosha was stupid, undeveloped, had not finished his studies, and so on. That he did not finish his studies is true, but to say that he was stupid or dull would be a great injustice. I'll simply repeat what I have said above. He entered upon this path only because, at that time, it alone struck his imagination and presented itself to him as offering an ideal means of escape for his soul from darkness to light. Add to that he was to some extent a youth of our last epoch, that is, honest in nature, desiring the truth, seeking for it and believing in it, and seeking to serve it at once with all the strength of his soul, seeking for immediate action, and ready to sacrifice everything, life itself, for it. Though these young men unhappily fail to understand that the sacrifice of life is, in many cases, the easiest of all sacrifices, and that to sacrifice, for instance, 5 or 6 years of their seething youth to hard and tedious study, if only to multiply tenfold their powers of serving the truth and the cause they have set before them as their goal, such a sacrifice is utterly beyond the strength of many of them. The path Alyosha chose was a path going in the opposite direction, but he chose it with the same thirst for swift achievement. As soon as he reflected seriously, he was convinced of the existence of God and immortality, and at once he instinctively said to himself, "I want to live for immortality, and I will accept no compromise." In the same way, if he had decided that God and immortality did not exist, he would at once have become an atheist and a socialist. For socialism is not merely the labor question, it is before all things the atheistic question, the question of the form taken by atheism today, the question of the Tower of Babel, built without God, not to mount to heaven from earth, but to set up heaven on earth. Alyosha would have found it strange and impossible to go on living as before. It is written, "Give all that thou hast to the poor, and follow me, if thou wouldst be perfect." Alyosha said to himself, "I can't give 2 rubles instead of all, and only go to Mass instead of following him." Perhaps his memories of childhood brought back our monastery, to which his mother may have taken him to Mass. Perhaps the slanting sunlight and the holy image to which his poor crazy mother had held him up still acted upon his imagination. Brooding on these things, he may have come to us perhaps only to see whether here he could sacrifice all or only 2 rubles, and in the monastery he met this elder. I must digress to explain what an elder is in Russian monasteries, and I am sorry that I do not feel very competent to do so. I will try, however, to give a superficial account of it in a few words. Authorities on the subject assert that the institution of elders is of recent date, not more than 100 years old in our monasteries, though in the Orthodox East, especially in Sinai and Athos, it has existed over 1,000 years. It is maintained that it existed in ancient times in Russia also, but through the calamities which overtook Russia, the Tartars, civil war, the interruption of relations with the East after the destruction of Constantinople, this institution fell into oblivion. It was revived among us towards the end of the last century by one of the great ascetics, as they called him, Paisi Velichkovsky, and his disciples. But to this day it exists in few monasteries only, and has sometimes been almost persecuted as an innovation in Russia. It flourished especially in the celebrated Kozelsky Optin monastery. When and how it was introduced into our monastery, I cannot say. There had already been 3 such elders, and Zosima was the last of them. But he was almost dying of weakness and disease, and they had no one to take his place. The question for our monastery was an important one, for it had not been distinguished by anything in particular till then. They had neither relics of saints, nor wonder-working icons, nor glorious traditions, nor historical exploits. It had flourished and been glorious all over Russia through its elders, to see and hear whom pilgrims had flocked for thousands of miles from all parts. What was such an elder? An elder was one who took your soul, your will, into his soul and his will. When you choose an elder, you renounce your own will and yield it to him in complete submission, complete self-abnegation. This novitiate, this terrible school of abnegation, is undertaken voluntarily in the hope of self-conquest, of self-mastery, in order, after a life of obedience, to attain perfect freedom, that is, from self, to escape the lot of those who have lived their whole life without finding their true selves in themselves. This institution of elders is not founded on theory, but was established in the East from the practice of 1,000 years. The obligations due to an elder are not the ordinary obedience, which has always existed in our Russian monasteries. The obligation involves confession to the elder by all who have submitted themselves to him and to the indissoluble bond between him and them. The story is told, for instance, that in the early days of Christianity, one such novice, failing to fulfill some command laid upon him by his elder, left his monastery in Syria and went to Egypt. There, after great exploits, he was found worthy at last to suffer torture and a martyr's death for the faith. When the church, regarding him as a saint, was burying him, suddenly, at the deacon's exhortation, "Depart all ye unbaptized," the coffin containing the martyr's body left its place and was cast forth from the church, and this took place 3 times. And only at last they learnt that this holy man had broken his vow of obedience and left his elder, and therefore could not be forgiven without the elder's absolution, in spite of his great deeds. Only after this could the funeral take place. This, of course, is only an old legend, but here is a recent instance. A monk was suddenly commanded by his elder to quit Athos, which he loved as a sacred place and a haven of refuge, and to go first to Jerusalem to do homage to the holy places, and then to go to the north to Siberia. There is the place for thee, and not here. The monk, overwhelmed with sorrow, went to the ecumenical patriarch at Constantinople and besought him to release him from his obedience. But the patriarch replied that not only was he unable to release him, but there was not and could not be on earth a power which could release him except the elder who had himself laid that duty upon him. In this way, the elders are endowed in certain cases with unbounded and inexplicable authority. That is why in many of our monasteries the institution was at first resisted, almost to persecution. Meantime, the elders immediately began to be highly esteemed among the people. Masses of the ignorant people, as well as men of distinction, flocked, for instance, to the elders of our monastery to confess their doubts, their sins, and their sufferings, and ask for counsel and admonition. Seeing this, the opponents of the elders declared that the sacrament of confession was being arbitrarily and frivolously degraded, though the continual opening of the heart to the elder by the monk or the layman had nothing of the character of the sacrament. In the end, however, the institution of elders has been retained and is becoming established in Russian monasteries. It is true, perhaps, that this instrument, which had stood the test of 1,000 years for the moral regeneration of a man from slavery to freedom and to moral perfectibility, may be a two-edged weapon, and it may lead some not to humility and complete self-control, but to the most satanic pride, that is, to bondage and not to freedom. The elder Zosima was 65. He came of a family of landowners, had been in the army in early youth, and served in the Caucasus as an officer. He had, no doubt, impressed Alyosha by some peculiar quality of his soul. Alyosha lived in the cell of the elder, who was very fond of him and let him wait upon him. It must be noted that Alyosha was bound by no obligation, and could go where he pleased and be absent for whole days. Though he wore the monastic dress, it was voluntarily, not to be different from others. No doubt he liked to do so. Possibly his youthful imagination was deeply stirred by the power and fame of his elder. It was said that so many people had for years past come to confess their sins to Father Zosima and to entreat him for words of advice and healing, that he had acquired the keenest intuition and could tell from an unknown face what a newcomer wanted and what was the suffering on his conscience. He sometimes astounded and almost alarmed his visitors by his knowledge of their secrets before they had spoken a word. Alyosha noticed that many, almost all, went into the elder for the first time with apprehension and uneasiness, but came out with bright and happy faces. Alyosha was particularly struck by the fact that Father Zosima was not at all stern. On the contrary, he was almost always gay. The monks used to say that he was more drawn to those who were more sinful, and the greater the sinner, the more he loved him. There were, no doubt, up to the end of his life, among the monks, some who hated and envied him, but they were few in number, and they were silent, though among them were some of great dignity in the monastery. One, for instance, of the older monks, distinguished for his strict keeping of fasts and vows of silence. But the majority were on Father Zosima's side, and very many of them loved him with all their hearts, warmly and sincerely. Some were almost fanatically devoted to him, and declared, though not quite aloud, that he was a saint, that there could be no doubt of it, and seeing that his end was near, they anticipated miracles and great glory to the monastery in the immediate future from his relics. Alyosha had unquestioning faith in the miraculous power of the elder, just as he had unquestioning faith in the story of the coffin that flew out of the church. He saw many who came with sick children or relatives, and besought the elder to lay hands on them and to pray over them, return shortly after, some the next day, and falling in tears at the elder's feet, thank him for healing their sick. Whether they had really been healed or were simply better in the natural course of the disease was a question which did not exist for Alyosha, for he fully believed in the spiritual power of his teacher and rejoiced in his fame, in his glory, as though it were his own triumph. His heart throbbed, and he beamed, as it were, all over, when the elder came out to the gates of the hermitage into the waiting crowd of pilgrims of the humbler class, who had flocked from all parts of Russia on purpose to see the elder and obtain his blessing. They fell down before him, wept, kissed his feet, kissed the earth on which he stood, and wailed, while the women held up their children to him and brought him the sick possessed with devils. The elder spoke to them, read a brief prayer over them, blessed them, and dismissed them. Of late he had become so weak through attacks of illness that he was sometimes unable to leave his cell, and the pilgrims waited for him to come out for several days. Alyosha did not wonder why they loved him so, why they fell down before him and wept with emotion merely at seeing his face. Oh, he understood that for the humble soul of the Russian peasant, worn out by grief and toil, and still more by the everlasting injustice and everlasting sin, his own and the world's, it was the greatest need and comfort to find some one or something holy to fall down before and worship. Among us there is sin, injustice, and temptation, but yet somewhere on earth there is someone holy and exalted. He has the truth, he knows the truth, so it is not dead upon the earth, so it will come one day to us too, and rule over all the earth according to the promise. Alyosha knew that this was just how the people felt and even reasoned. He understood it, but that the elder Zosima was this saint and custodian of God's truth, of that he had no more doubt than the weeping peasants and the sick women who held out their children to the elder. The conviction that after his death the elder would bring extraordinary glory to the monastery was even stronger in Alyosha than in anyone there, and of late a kind of deep flame of inner ecstasy burnt more and more strongly in his heart. He was not at all troubled at this elder's standing as a solitary example before him. No matter, He is holy. He carries in his heart the secret of renewal for all, that power which will, at last, establish truth on the earth, and all men will be holy and love one another, and there will be no more rich nor poor, no exalted nor humbled, but all will be as the children of God, and the true kingdom of Christ will come. That was the dream in Alyosha's heart. The arrival of his two brothers, whom he had not known till then, seemed to make a great impression on Alyosha. He more quickly made friends with his half-brother Dmitri, though he arrived later, than with his own brother Ivan. He was extremely interested in his brother Ivan, but when the latter had been 2 months in the town, though they had met fairly often, they were still not intimate. Alyosha was naturally silent, and he seemed to be expecting something, ashamed about something, while his brother Ivan, though Alyosha noticed at first that he looked long and curiously at him, seemed soon to have left off thinking of him. Alyosha noticed it with some embarrassment. He ascribed his brother's indifference at first to the disparity of their age and education. But he also wondered whether the absence of curiosity and sympathy in Ivan might be due to some other cause entirely unknown to him. He kept fancying that Ivan was absorbed in something inward and important, that he was striving towards some goal, perhaps very hard to attain, and that was why he had no thought for him. Alyosha wondered, too, whether there was not some contempt on the part of the learned atheist for him, a foolish novice. He knew for certain that his brother was an atheist. He could not take offense at this contempt, if it existed, yet with an uneasy embarrassment which he did not himself understand, he waited for his brother to come nearer to him. Dmitri used to speak of Ivan with the deepest respect and with the peculiar earnestness. From him Alyosha learnt all the details of the important affair which had of late formed such a close and remarkable bond between the two elder brothers. Dmitri's enthusiastic references to Ivan were the more striking in Alyosha's eyes, since Dmitri was, compared with Ivan, almost uneducated, and the two brothers were such a contrast in personality and character that it would be difficult to find two men more unlike. It was at this time that the meeting, or rather gathering, of the members of this inharmonious family took place in the cell of the elder who had such an extraordinary influence on Alyosha. The pretext for this gathering was a false one. It was at this time that the discord between Dmitri and his father seemed at its acutest stage, and their relations had become insufferably strained. Fyodor Pavlovitch seems to have been the first to suggest, apparently in joke, that they should all meet in Father Zosima's cell, and that, without appealing to his direct intervention, they might more decently come to an understanding under the conciliating influence of the elder's presence. Dmitri, who had never seen the elder, naturally supposed that his father was trying to intimidate him, but as he secretly blamed himself for his outbursts of temper with his father on several recent occasions, he accepted the challenge. It must be noted that he was not, like Ivan, staying with his father, but living apart at the other end of the town. It happened that Pyotr Alexandrovitch Miusov, who was staying in the district at the time, caught eagerly at the idea. A liberal of the 40s and 50s, a free thinker and atheist, he may have been led on by boredom or the hope of frivolous diversion. He was suddenly seized with the desire to see the monastery and the holy man. As his lawsuit with the monastery still dragged on, he made it the pretext for seeing the superior, in order to attempt to settle it amicably. A visitor coming with such laudable intentions might be received with more attention and consideration than if he came from simple curiosity. Influences from within the monastery were brought to bear on the elder, who of late had scarcely left his cell, and had been forced by illness to deny even his ordinary visitors. In the end, he consented to see them, and the day was fixed. "Who has made me a judge over them?" was all he said, smilingly, to Alyosha. Alyosha was much perturbed when he heard of the proposed visit. Of all the wrangling, quarrelsome party, Dmitri was the only one who could regard the interview seriously. All the others would come from frivolous motives, perhaps insulting to the elder. Alyosha was well aware of that. Ivan and Miusov would come from curiosity, perhaps of the coarsest kind, while his father might be contemplating some piece of buffoonery. Though he said nothing, Alyosha thoroughly understood his father. The boy, I repeat, was far from being so simple as everyone thought him. He awaited the day with a heavy heart. No doubt he was always pondering in his mind how the family discord could be ended. But his chief anxiety concerned the elder. He trembled for him, for his glory, and dreaded any affront to him, especially the refined, courteous irony of Miusov, and the supercilious half-utterances of the highly educated Ivan. He even wanted to venture on warning the elder, telling him something about them, but on second thoughts said nothing. He only sent word the day before, through a friend, to his brother Dmitri, that he loved him and expected him to keep his promise. Dmitri wondered, for he could not remember what he had promised, but he answered by letter that he would do his utmost not to let himself be provoked by vileness, but that, although he had a deep respect for the elder and for his brother Ivan, he was convinced that the meeting was either a trap for him or an unworthy farce. "Nevertheless, I would rather bite out my tongue than be lacking in respect to the sainted man whom you reverence so highly," he wrote in conclusion. Alyosha was not greatly cheered by the letter. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 2, An Unfortunate Gathering. Chapter 1, They Arrive at the Monastery. It was a warm, bright day at the end of August. The interview with the elder had been fixed for 11:30, immediately after late Mass. Our visitors did not take part in the service, but arrived just as it was over. First, an elegant open carriage, drawn by 2 valuable horses, drove up with Miusov and a distant relative of his, a young man of 20, called Pyotr Fomitch Kalganov. This young man was preparing to enter the university. Miusov, with whom he was staying for the time, was trying to persuade him to go abroad, to the University of Zurich or Jena. The young man was still undecided. He was thoughtful and absent-minded. He was nice-looking, strongly built, and rather tall. There was a strange fixity in his gaze at times. Like all very absent-minded people, he would sometimes stare at a person without seeing him. He was silent and rather awkward, but sometimes, when he was alone with anyone, he became talkative and effusive, and would laugh at anything or nothing. But his animation vanished as quickly as it appeared. He was always well and even elaborately dressed. He had already some independent fortune and expectations of much more. He was a friend of Alyosha's. In an ancient, jolting but roomy hired carriage with a pair of old pinkish-grey horses, a long way behind Miusov's carriage, came Fyodor Pavlovitch with his son Ivan. Dmitri was late, though he had been informed of the time the evening before. The visitors left their carriage at the hotel, outside the precincts, and went to the gates of the monastery on foot. Except Fyodor Pavlovitch, none of the party had ever seen the monastery, and Miusov had probably not even been to church for 30 years. He looked about him with curiosity, together with assumed ease. But except the church and the domestic buildings, though these two were ordinary enough, he found nothing of interest in the interior of the monastery. The last of the worshippers were coming out of the church, bareheaded and crossing themselves. Among the humbler people were a few of higher rank, 2 or 3 ladies and a very old general. They were all staying at the hotel. Our visitors were at once surrounded by beggars, but none of them gave them anything except young Kalganov, who took a 10-kopeck piece out of his purse and, nervous and embarrassed, God knows why, hurriedly gave it to an old woman, saying, "Divide it equally." None of his companions made any remark upon it, so that he had no reason to be embarrassed. But, perceiving this, he was even more overcome. It was strange that their arrival did not seem expected, and that they were not received with special honor, though one of them had recently made a donation of 1,000 rubles, while another was a very wealthy and highly cultured landowner, upon whom all in the monastery were in a sense dependent, as a decision of the lawsuit might at any moment put their fishing rights in his hands. Yet no official personage met them. Miusov looked absent-mindedly at the tombstones round the church, and was on the point of saying that the dead buried here must have paid a pretty penny for the right of lying in this holy place, but refrained. His liberal irony was rapidly changing almost into anger. "Who the devil is there to ask in this imbecile place? We must find out, for time is passing," he observed suddenly, as though speaking to himself. All at once there came up a bald-headed elderly man with ingratiating little eyes, wearing a full summer overcoat. Lifting his hat, he introduced himself with a honeyed lisp as Maximov, a landowner of Tula. He at once entered into our visitor's difficulty. "Father Zosima lives in the hermitage, apart, 400 paces from the monastery, the other side of the copse." "I know it's the other side of the copse," observed Fyodor Pavlovitch, "but we don't remember the way. It's a long time since we've been here." "This way, by this gate, and straight across the copse. The copse. Come with me, won't you? I'll show you. I have to go. I'm going myself. This way, this way." They came out of the gate and turned towards the copse. Maximov, a man of 60, ran rather than walked, turning sideways to stare at them all with an incredible degree of nervous curiosity. His eyes looked starting out of his head. "You see, we have come to the elder upon business of our own," observed Miusov severely. "That personage has granted us an audience, so to speak, and so, though we thank you for showing us the way, we cannot ask you to accompany us." "I've been there. I've been already. Un chevalier parfait," and Maximov snapped his fingers in the air. "Who is a chevalier?" asked Miusov. "The elder, the splendid elder, the honor and glory of the monastery, Zosima, such an elder." But his incoherent talk was cut short by a very pale, wan-looking monk of medium height, wearing a monk's cap, who overtook them. Fyodor Pavlovitch and Miusov stopped. The monk, with an extremely courteous, profound bow, announced, "The Father Superior invites all of you gentlemen to dine with him after your visit to the hermitage. At 1 o'clock, not later. And you also," he added, addressing Maximov. "That I certainly will, without fail," cried Fyodor Pavlovitch, hugely delighted at the invitation. "And believe me, we've all given our word to behave properly here. And you, Pyotr Alexandrovitch, will you go too?" "Yes, of course. What have I come for but to study all the customs here? The only obstacle to me is your company." "Yes, Dmitri Fyodorovitch is non-existent as yet." It would be a capital thing if he didn't turn up. Do you suppose I like all this business, and in your company too? So we will come to dinner. Thank the Father Superior, he said to the monk. No, it is my duty now to conduct you to the elder, answered the monk. If so, I'll go straight to the Father Superior, babbled Maximov. The Father Superior is engaged just now, but as you please. The monk hesitated. Impertinent old man, Musov observed aloud, while Maximov ran back to the monastery. He's like Fanson, Fyodor Pavlovitch said suddenly. Is that all you can think of? In what way is he like Fanson? Have you ever seen Fanson? I've seen his portrait. It's not the features, but something indefinable. He's a second Fanson. I can always tell from the physiognomy. Ah, I dare say you are a connoisseur in that. But look here, Fyodor Pavlovitch, you said just now that we had given our word to behave properly. Remember it. I advise you to control yourself. But if you begin to play the fool, I don't intend to be associated with you here. You see what a man he is. He turned to the monk. I'm afraid to go among decent people with him. A fine smile, not without a certain slyness, came onto the pale, bloodless lips of the monk, but he made no reply, and was evidently silent from a sense of his own dignity. Yusuf frowned more than ever. Oh, devil take them all! An outer show, elaborated through centuries, and nothing but charlatanism and nonsense underneath, flashed through Musov's mind. Here's the hermitage, we've arrived, cried Fyodor Pavlovitch. The gates are shut. And he repeatedly made the sign of the cross to the saints painted above and on the sides of the gates. When you go to Rome, you must do as the Romans do. Here in this hermitage there are 25 saints being saved. They look at one another and eat cabbages, and not one woman goes in at this gate. That's what is remarkable, and that really is so. But I did hear that the elder receives ladies, he remarked suddenly to the monk. Women of the people are here, too, now, lying in the portico there waiting. But for ladies of higher rank, 2 rooms have been built adjoining the portico, but outside the precincts. You can see the windows, and the elder goes out to them by an inner passage when he is well enough. They are always outside the precincts. There is a Harkov lady, Madame Holikov, waiting there now with her sick daughter. Probably he has promised to come out to her, though of late he has been so weak that he has hardly shown himself even to the people. So then there are loopholes, after all, to creep out of the hermitage to the ladies. Don't suppose, Holy Father, that I mean any harm, but do you know that at Athos not only the visits of women are not allowed, but no creature of the female sex, no hens, nor turkey hens, nor cows? Fyodor Pavlovitch, I warn you, I shall go back and leave you here. They'll turn you out when I'm gone. But I'm not interfering with you, Pyotr Alexandrovitch. Look, he cried suddenly, stepping within the precincts. What a vale of roses they live in! Though there were no roses now, there were numbers of rare and beautiful autumn flowers, growing wherever there was space for them, and evidently tended by a skilful hand. There were flower beds round the church and between the tombs, and the one-storied wooden house where the elder lived was also surrounded with flowers. And was it like this in the time of the last elder, Varsonofy? He didn't care for such elegance. They say he used to jump up and thrash even ladies with a stick, observed Fyodor Pavlovitch as he went up the steps. The elder Varsonofy did sometimes seem rather strange, but a great deal that's told is foolishness. He never thrashed anyone, answered the monk. Now, gentlemen, if you will wait a minute, I will announce you. Fyodor Pavlovitch, for the last time, you're compact, do you hear? Behave properly, or I will pay you out, Yusuf had time to mutter again. I can't think why you are so agitated, Fyodor Pavlovitch observed sarcastically. Are you uneasy about your sins? They say he can tell by one's eyes what one has come about. And what a lot you think of their opinion. You, a Parisian, and so advanced. I'm surprised at you. But Miusov had no time to reply to this sarcasm. They were asked to come in. He walked in, somewhat irritated. Now, I know myself. I am annoyed. I shall lose my temper and begin to quarrel, and lower myself and my ideas, he reflected. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 2, Chapter 2, The Old Buffoon. They entered the room almost at the same moment that the elder came in from his bedroom. There were already in the salle, awaiting the elder, 2 monks of the hermitage, one the Father Librarian, and the other Father Palissy, a very learned man, so they said, in delicate health, though not old. There was also a tall young man who looked about 22, standing in the corner throughout the interview. He had a broad, fresh face and clever, observant, narrow brown eyes, and was wearing ordinary dress. He was a divinity student, living under the protection of the monastery. His expression was one of unquestioning but self-respecting reverence. Being in a subordinate and dependent position, and so not on an equality with the guests, he did not greet them with a bow. Father Zosima was accompanied by a novice and by Alyosha. The 2 monks rose and greeted him with a very deep bow, touching the ground with their fingers, then kissed his hand. Blessing them, the elder replied with as deep a reverence to them, and asked their blessing. The whole ceremony was performed very seriously and with an appearance of feeling, not like an everyday rite. But Miusov fancied that it was all done with intentional impressiveness. He stood in front of the other visitors. He ought, he had reflected upon it the evening before, from simple politeness, since it was the custom here, to have gone up to receive the elder's blessing, even if he did not kiss his hand. But when he saw all this bowing and kissing on the part of the monks, he instantly changed his mind. With dignified gravity he made a rather deep, conventional bow, and moved away to a chair. Fyodor Pavlovitch did the same, mimicking Miusov like an ape. Ivan bowed with great dignity and courtesy, but he too kept his hands at his sides, while Kalganov was so confused that he did not bow at all. The elder let fall the hand raised to bless them, and, bowing to them again, asked them all to sit down. The blood rushed to Alyosha's cheeks. He was ashamed. His forebodings were coming true. Father Zosima sat down on a very old-fashioned mahogany sofa, covered with leather, and made his visitors sit down in a row along the opposite wall on 4 mahogany chairs, covered with shabby black leather. The monks sat, one at the door and the other at the window. The divinity student, the novice, and Alyosha remained standing. The cell was not very large and had a faded look. It contained nothing but the most necessary furniture, of coarse and poor quality. There were 2 pots of flowers in the window, and a number of holy pictures in the corner. Before one huge ancient icon of the Virgin, a lamp was burning. Near it were 2 other holy pictures in shining settings, and, next them, carved cherubims, china eggs, a Catholic cross of ivory, with a Mater Dolorosa embracing it, and several foreign engravings from the great Italian artists of past centuries. Next to these costly and artistic engravings were several of the roughest Russian prints of saints and martyrs, such as are sold for a few farthings at all the fairs. On the other walls were portraits of Russian bishops, past and present. Miusov took a cursory glance at all these conventional surroundings, and bent an intent look upon the elder. He had a high opinion of his own insight, a weakness excusable in him as he was 50, an age at which a clever man of the world of established position can hardly help taking himself rather seriously. At the first moment he did not like Zosima. There was, indeed, something in the elder's face which many people besides Musov might not have liked. He was a short, bent little man, with very weak legs, and though he was only 65, he looked at least 10 years older. His face was very thin and covered with a network of fine wrinkles, particularly numerous about his eyes, which were small, light-coloured, quick, and shining like two bright points. He had a sprinkling of grey hair about his temples. His pointed beard was small and scanty, and his lips, which smiled frequently, were as thin as two threads. His nose was not long, but sharp, like a bird's beak. To all appearances a malicious soul, full of petty pride, thought Musov. He felt altogether dissatisfied with his position. A cheap little clock on the wall struck 12 hurriedly, and served to begin the conversation. "Precisely to our time," cried Fyodor Pavlovitch, "but no sign of my son, Dmitri. I apologize for him, sacred elder." Alyosha shuddered all over at sacred elder. "I am always punctual myself, minute for minute, remembering that punctuality is the courtesy of kings." "But you are not a king, anyway," Yusov muttered, losing his self-restraint at once. "Yes, that's true. I'm not a king, and, would you believe it, Pyotr Alexandrovitch, I was aware of that myself. But there, I always say the wrong thing. Your Reverence," he cried with sudden pathos, "you behold before you a buffoon in earnest. I introduce myself as such. It's an old habit, alas, and if I sometimes talk nonsense out of place, it's with an object, with the object of amusing people and making myself agreeable. One must be agreeable, mustn't one? I was 7 years ago in a little town where I had business, and I made friends with some merchants there. We went to the captain of police because we had to see him about something, and to ask him to dine with us. He was a tall, fat, fair, sulky man, the most dangerous type in such cases. It's their liver. I went straight up to him, and with the ease of a man of the world, you know, 'Mr. Ispravnik,' said I, 'be our napravnik.' 'What do you mean by napravnik?' said he. I saw, at the first half-second, that it had missed fire. He stood there so glum. 'I wanted to make a joke,' said I, 'for the general diversion, as Mr. Napravnik is our well-known Russian orchestra conductor, and what we need for the harmony of our undertaking is someone of that sort.' And I explained my comparison very reasonably, didn't I? 'Excuse me,' said he, 'I am an ispravnik, and I do not allow puns to be made on my calling.' He turned and walked away. I followed him, shouting, 'Yes, yes, you are an ispravnik, not a napravnik.' 'No,' he said, 'since you called me a napravnik, I am one.' And would you believe it, it ruined our business. And I'm always like that, always injuring myself with my politeness. Once, many years ago, I said to an influential person, 'Your wife is a ticklish lady,' in an honourable sense, of the moral qualities, so to speak. But he asked me, 'Why, have you tickled her?' I thought I'd be polite, so I couldn't help saying, 'Yes,' and he gave me a fine tickling on the spot. Only that happened long ago, so I'm not ashamed to tell the story. I'm always injuring myself like that." "You're doing it now," muttered Musov with disgust. Father Zosima scrutinized them both in silence. "Am I? Would you believe it? I was aware of that too, Pyotr Alexandrovitch, and let me tell you, indeed, I foresaw I should as soon as I began to speak. And do you know, I foresaw too that you'd be the first to remark on it. The minute I see my joke isn't coming off, Your Reverence, both my cheeks feel as though they were drawn down to the lower jaw, and there is almost a spasm in them. That's been so since I was young, when I had to make jokes for my living in noblemen's families. I am an inveterate buffoon, and have been from birth up, Your Reverence. It's as though it were a craze in me. I dare say it's a devil within me, but only a little one. A more serious one would have chosen another lodging. But not your soul, Pyotr Alexandrovitch. You're not a lodging worth having either. But I believe in God, though I have had doubts of late. But now I sit and await words of wisdom. I'm like the philosopher Diderot, Your Reverence. Did you ever hear, Most Holy Father, how Diderot went to see the Metropolitan Platon in the time of the Empress Catherine? He went in and said straight out, "There is no God," to which the great bishop lifted up his finger and answered, "The fool hath said in his heart, there is no God." And he fell down at his feet on the spot. "I believe," he cried, "and will be christened." And so he was. Princess Dashkoff was his godmother, and Potyomkin his godfather. "Fyodor Pavlovitch, this is unbearable. You know you're telling lies, and that stupid anecdote isn't true. Why are you playing the fool?" cried Miusov in a shaking voice. "I suspected all my life that it wasn't true," Fyodor Pavlovitch cried with conviction. "But I'll tell you the whole truth, gentlemen. Great elder, forgive me. The last thing about Diderot's christening I made up just now. I never thought of it before. I made it up to add piquancy. I play the fool, Pyotr Alexandrovitch, to make myself agreeable, though I really don't know myself sometimes what I do it for. And as for Diderot, I heard as far as 'the fool hath said in his heart' 20 times from the gentry about here when I was young. I heard your aunt, Pyotr Alexandrovitch, tell the story. They all believe to this day that the infidel Diderot came to dispute about God with the Metropolitan Platon." Miusov got up, forgetting himself in his impatience. He was furious and conscious of being ridiculous. What was taking place in the cell was really incredible. For 40 or 50 years past, from the times of former elders, no visitors had entered that cell without feelings of the profoundest veneration. Almost everyone admitted to the cell felt that a great favor was being shown him. Many remained kneeling during the whole visit. Of those visitors, many had been men of high rank and learning, some even free thinkers, attracted by curiosity, but all, without exception, had shown the profoundest reverence and delicacy. For here there was no question of money, but only, on the one side, love and kindness, and on the other, penitence and eager desire to decide some spiritual problem or crisis. So that such buffoonery amazed and bewildered the spectators, or at least some of them. The monks, with unchanged countenances, waited with earnest attention to hear what the elder would say, but seemed on the point of standing up, like Miusov. Alyosha stood with hanging head on the verge of tears. What seemed to him strangest of all was that his brother Ivan, on whom alone he had rested his hopes, and who alone had such influence on his father that he could have stopped him, sat now quite unmoved, with downcast eyes, apparently waiting with interest to see how it would end, as though he had nothing to do with it. Alyosha did not dare to look at Rakitin, the divinity student, whom he knew almost intimately. He alone in the monastery knew Rakitin's thoughts. "Forgive me," began Miusov, addressing Father Zossima, "for perhaps I seem to be taking part in this shameful foolery. I made a mistake in believing that even a man like Fyodor Pavlovitch would understand what was due on a visit to so honored a personage. I did not suppose I should have to apologize simply for having come with him." Pyotr Alexandrovitch could say no more, and was about to leave the room, overwhelmed with confusion. "Don't distress yourself, I beg." The elder got on to his feeble legs, and taking Pyotr Alexandrovitch by both hands, made him sit down again. I beg you not to disturb yourself. I particularly beg you to be my guest. And with a bow he went back and sat down again on his little sofa. Great elder, speak. Do I annoy you by my vivacity? Fyodor Pavlovitch cried suddenly, clutching the arms of his chair in both hands, as though ready to leap up from it if the answer were unfavourable. I earnestly beg you, too, not to disturb yourself, and not to be uneasy, the elder said impressively. Do not trouble. Make yourself quite at home, and above all, do not be so ashamed of yourself, for that is at the root of it all. Quite at home, to be my natural self. Oh, that is too much, but I accept it with grateful joy. Do you know, blessed Father, you'd better not invite me to be my natural self. Don't risk it. I will not go so far as that myself. I warn you, for your own sake. Well, the rest is still plunged in the mists of uncertainty, though there are people who'd be pleased to describe me for you. I mean that for you, Pyotr Alexandrovitch. But as for you, holy being, let me tell you I am brimming over with ecstasy. He got up, and throwing up his hands, declaimed, Blessed be the womb that bare thee, and the paps that gave thee suck, the paps especially. When you said just now, don't be so ashamed of yourself, for that is at the root of it all, you pierced right through me by that remark, and read me to the core. Indeed, I always feel when I meet people that I am lower than all, and that they all take me for a buffoon. So I say, let me really play the buffoon. I am not afraid of your opinion, for you are every one of you worse than I am. That is why I am a buffoon. It is from shame, great elder, from shame. It's simply over-sensitiveness that makes me rowdy. If I had only been sure that everyone would accept me as the kindest and wisest of men, oh, Lord, what a good man I should have been then. Teacher, he fell suddenly on his knees, what must I do to gain eternal life? It was difficult even now to decide whether he was joking or really moved. Father Zossima, lifting his eyes, looked at him and said with a smile, You have known for a long time what you must do. You have sense enough. Don't give way to drunkenness and incontinence of speech. Don't give way to sensual lust, and above all to the love of money. And close your taverns. If you can't close all, at least 2 or 3. And above all, don't lie. You mean about Diderot? No, not about Diderot. Above all, don't lie to yourself. The man who lies to himself and listens to his own lie comes to such a pass that he cannot distinguish the truth within him or around him, and so loses all respect for himself and for others. And having no respect, he ceases to love, and in order to occupy and distract himself without love, he gives way to passions and coarse pleasures, and sinks to bestiality in his vices, all from continual lying to other men and to himself. The man who lies to himself can be more easily offended than anyone. You know it is sometimes very pleasant to take offense, isn't it? A man may know that nobody has insulted him, but that he has invented the insult for himself, has lied and exaggerated to make it picturesque, has caught at a word and made a mountain out of a molehill. He knows that himself. Yet he will be the first to take offense, and will revel in his resentment till he feels great pleasure in it, and so pass to genuine vindictiveness. But get up, sit down, I beg you. All this, too, is deceitful posturing. Blessed man, give me your hand to kiss. Fyodor Pavlovitch skipped up and imprinted a rapid kiss on the elder's thin hand. It is pleasant to take offense. You said that so well, as I never heard it before. Yes, I have been all my life taking offense to please myself, taking offense on aesthetic grounds, for it is not so much pleasant as distinguished sometimes to be insulted. That you had forgotten, great elder. It is distinguished. I shall make a note of that. But I have been lying positively my whole life long, every day and hour of it. Of a truth, I am a lie, and the father of lies. Though I believe I am not the father of lies, I'm getting mixed in my texts. Say the son of lies, and that will be enough. Only, my angel, I may sometimes talk about Diderot. Diderot will do no harm, though sometimes a word will do harm. Great elder, by the way, I was forgetting, though I had been meaning for the last 2 years to come here on purpose to ask and to find out something. Only do tell Pyotr Alexandrovitch not to interrupt me. Here is my question. Is it true, great father, that the story is told somewhere in the lives of the saints of a holy saint martyred for his faith who, when his head was cut off at last, stood up, picked up his head, and courteously kissing it, walked a long way, carrying it in his hands? Is that true or not, honored father? No, it is untrue, said the elder. There is nothing of the kind in all the lives of the saints. What saint do you say the story is told of? Asked the father librarian. I do not know what saint. I do not know and can't tell. I was deceived. I was told the story. I had heard it. And do you know who told it? Pyotr Alexandrovitch Musov here, who was so angry just now about Diderot. He it was who told the story. I have never told it you. I never speak to you at all. It is true you did not tell me, but you told it when I was present. It was 3 years ago. I mentioned it because by that ridiculous story you shook my faith, Pyotr Alexandrovitch. You knew nothing of it, but I went home with my faith shaken, and I have been getting more and more shaken ever since. Yes, Pyotr Alexandrovitch, you were the cause of a great fall. That was not a Diderot. Fyodor Pavlovitch got excited and pathetic, though it was perfectly clear to everyone by now that he was playing a part again. Yet Musov was stung by his words. What nonsense, and it is all nonsense, he muttered. I may really have told it some time or other, but not to you. I was told it myself. I heard it in Paris from a Frenchman. He told me it was read at our Mass from the Lives of the Saints. He was a very learned man who had made a special study of Russian statistics and had lived a long time in Russia. I have not read the Lives of the Saints myself, and I am not going to read them. All sorts of things are said at dinner. We were dining then. Yes, you were dining then, and so I lost my faith, said Fyodor Pavlovitch, mimicking him. What do I care for your faith? Yusov was on the point of shouting, but he suddenly checked himself and said with contempt, You defile everything you touch. The elder suddenly rose from his seat. Excuse me, gentlemen, for leaving you a few minutes, he said, addressing all his guests. I have visitors awaiting me who arrived before you. But don't you tell lies all the same, he added, turning to Fyodor Pavlovitch with a good-humoured face. He went out of the cell. Alyosha and the novice flew to escort him down the steps. Alyosha was breathless. He was glad to get away, but he was glad, too, that the elder was good-humoured and not offended. Father Zosima was going towards the portico to bless the people waiting for him there. But Fyodor Pavlovitch persisted in stopping him at the door of the cell. "Blessed man," he cried with feeling, "allow me to kiss your hand once more. Yes, with you I could still talk, I could still get on. Do you think I always lie and play the fool like this? Believe me, I have been acting like this all the time on purpose to try you. I have been testing you all the time to see whether I could get on with you. Is there room for my humility beside your pride? I am ready to give you a testimonial that one can get on with you. But now I'll be quiet. I will keep quiet all the time. I'll sit in a chair and hold my tongue. Now it is for you to speak, Pyotr Alexandrovitch. You are the principal person left now, for 10 minutes. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 2, Chapter 3, Peasant Women Who Have Faith. Near the wooden portico below, built onto the outer wall of the precinct, there was a crowd of about 20 peasant women. They had been told that the elder was at last coming out, and they had gathered together in anticipation. 2 ladies, Madame Holikov and her daughter, had also come out into the portico to wait for the elder, but in a separate part of it, set aside for women of rank. Madame Holikov was a wealthy lady, still young and attractive, and always dressed with taste. She was rather pale, and had lively black eyes. She was not more than 33, and had been 5 years a widow. Her daughter, a girl of 14, was partially paralyzed. The poor child had not been able to walk for the last 6 months, and was wheeled about in a long reclining chair. She had a charming little face, rather thin from illness, but full of gaiety. There was a gleam of mischief in her big dark eyes with their long lashes. Her mother had been intending to take her abroad ever since the spring, but they had been detained all the summer by business connected with their estate. They had been staying a week in our town, where they had come more for purposes of business than devotion, but had visited Father Zosima once already 3 days before. Though they knew that the elder scarcely saw anyone, they had now suddenly turned up again, and urgently entreated the happiness of looking once again on the great healer. The mother was sitting on a chair by the side of her daughter's invalid carriage, and 2 paces from her stood an old monk, not one of our monastery, but a visitor from an obscure religious house in the far north. He, too, sought the elder's blessing. But Father Zosima, on entering the portico, went first straight to the peasants, who were crowded at the foot of the 3 steps that led up into the portico. Father Zosima stood on the top step, put on his stole, and began blessing the women who thronged about him. One crazy woman was led up to him. As soon as she caught sight of the elder, she began shrieking and writhing as though in the pains of childbirth. Laying the stole on her forehead, he read a short prayer over her, and she was at once soothed and quieted. I do not know how it may be now, but in my childhood I often happened to see and hear these possessed women in the villages and monasteries. They used to be brought to Mass. They would squeal and bark like a dog so that they were heard all over the church. But when the sacrament was carried in and they were led up to it, at once the possession ceased, and the sick women were always soothed for a time. I was greatly impressed and amazed at this as a child. But then I heard from country neighbors and from my town teachers that the whole illness was simulated to avoid work, and that it could always be cured by suitable severity. Various anecdotes were told to confirm this. But later on, I learnt with astonishment from medical specialists that there is no pretense about it, that it is a terrible illness to which women are subject, specially prevalent among us in Russia, and that it is due to the hard lot of the peasant women. It is a disease, I was told, arising from exhausting toil too soon after hard, abnormal, and unassisted labor in childbirth, and from the hopeless misery, from beatings and so on, which some women were not able to endure like others. The strange and instant healing of the frantic and struggling woman as soon as she was led up to the Holy Sacrament, which had been explained to me as due to malingering and the trickery of the clericals, arose probably in the most natural manner. Both the women who supported her and the invalid herself fully believed as a truth beyond question that the evil spirit in possession of her could not hold out if the sick woman were brought to the sacrament and made to bow down before it. And so, with a nervous and psychically deranged woman, a sort of convulsion of the whole organism always took place, and was bound to take place, at the moment of bowing down to the sacrament, aroused by the expectation of the miracle of healing, and the implicit belief that it would come to pass. And it did come to pass, though only for a moment. It was exactly the same now, as soon as the elder touched the sick woman with the stole. Many of the women in the crowd were moved to tears of ecstasy by the effect of the moment. Some strove to kiss the hem of his garment, others cried out in sing-song voices. He blessed them all and talked with some of them. The possessed woman he knew already. She came from a village only 6 versts from the monastery, and had been brought to him before. But here is one from afar. He pointed to a woman by no means old, but very thin and wasted, with a face not merely sunburnt, but almost blackened by exposure. She was kneeling and gazing with a fixed stare at the elder. There was something almost frenzied in her eyes. "From afar off, Father, from afar off, from 200 miles from here, from afar off, Father, from afar off," the woman began in a sing-song voice, as though she were chanting a dirge, swaying her head from side to side, with her cheek resting in her hand. There is silent and long-suffering sorrow to be met with among the peasantry. It withdraws into itself and is still. But there is a grief that breaks out, and from that minute it bursts into tears and finds vent in wailing. This is particularly common with women. But it is no lighter a grief than the silent. Lamentations comfort only by lacerating the heart still more. Such grief does not desire consolation. It feeds on the sense of its hopelessness. Lamentations spring only from the constant craving to reopen the wound. "You are of the tradesman class?" said Father Zosima, looking curiously at her. "Town-folk we are, Father, town-folk, yet we are peasants, though we live in the town. I have come to see you, O Father. We heard of you, Father, we heard of you. I have buried my little son, and I have come on a pilgrimage. I have been in 3 monasteries, but they told me, 'Go, Nastasia, go to them,' that is, to you. I have come. I was yesterday at the service, and today I have come to you." "What are you weeping for?" "It's my little son I'm grieving for, Father. He was 3 years old, 3 years, all but 3 months. For my little boy, Father, I'm in anguish for my little boy. He was the last one left. We had 4, my Nikita and I, and now we've no children. Our dear ones have all gone. I buried the first 3 without grieving over much, and now I have buried the last. I can't forget him. He seems always standing before me. He never leaves me. He has withered my heart. I look at his little clothes, his little shirt, his little boots, and I wail. I lay out all that is left of him, all his little things. I look at them and wail. I say to Nikita, my husband, 'Let me go on a pilgrimage, master.' He is a driver. We're not poor people, Father, not poor. He drives our own horse. It's all our own, the horse and the carriage. And what good is it all to us now? My Nikita has begun drinking while I am away. He's sure to. It used to be so before. As soon as I turn my back, he gives way to it. But now I don't think about him. It's 3 months since I left home. I've forgotten him. I've forgotten everything. I don't want to remember. And what would our life be now together? I've done with him. I've done with them all. I don't care to look upon my house and my goods. I don't care to see anything at all. Listen, mother, said the elder. Once in olden times a holy saint saw in the temple a mother like you weeping for her little one, her only one, whom God had taken. Knowest thou not, said the saint to her, how bold these little ones are before the throne of God? Verily there are none bolder than they in the kingdom of heaven. Thou didst give us life, O Lord, they say, and scarcely had we looked upon it when thou didst take it back again. And so boldly they ask and ask again, that God gives them at once the rank of angels. Therefore, said the saint, thou too, O mother, rejoice and weep not, for thy little son is with the Lord in the fellowship of the angels. That's what the saint said to the weeping mother of old. He was a great saint, and he could not have spoken falsely. Therefore, you too, mother, know that your little one is surely before the throne of God, is rejoicing and happy, and praying to God for you, and therefore weep not, but rejoice. The woman listened to him, looking down with her cheek in her hand. She sighed deeply. My Nikita tried to comfort me with the same words as you. Foolish one, he said, why weep? Our son is no doubt singing with the angels before God. He says that to me, but he weeps himself. I see that he cries like me. I know, Nikita, said I. Where could he be if not with the Lord God? Only here with us now he is not, as he used to sit beside us before. And if only I could look upon him one little time, if only I could peep at him one little time, without going up to him, without speaking, if I could be hidden in a corner and only see him for one little minute, hear him playing in the yard, calling in his little voice, Mammy, where are you? If only I could hear him pattering with his little feet about the room just once, only once. For so often I remember how he used to run to me and shout and laugh. If only I could hear his little feet, I should know him. But he's gone, Father, he's gone, and I shall never hear him again. Here's his little sash, but him I shall never see or hear now. She drew out of her bosom her boy's little embroidered sash, and as soon as she looked at it she began shaking with sobs, hiding her eyes with her fingers, through which the tears flowed in a sudden stream. "It is Rachel of old," said the elder, "weeping for her children, and will not be comforted because they are not. Such is the lot set on earth for you mothers. Be not comforted. Consolation is not what you need. Weep and be not consoled, but weep. Only every time that you weep, be sure to remember that your little son is one of the angels of God, that he looks down from there at you and sees you, and rejoices at your tears, and points at them to the Lord God. And a long while yet will you keep that great mother's grief. But it will turn in the end into quiet joy, and your bitter tears will be only tears of tender sorrow that purifies the heart and delivers it from sin. And I shall pray for the peace of your child's soul. What was his name? Alexei, Father. A sweet name. After Alexei, the man of God? Yes, Father. What a saint he was. I will remember him, Mother, and your grief in my prayers, and I will pray for your husband's health. It is a sin for you to leave him. Your little one will see from heaven that you have forsaken his father, and will weep over you. Why do you trouble his happiness? He is living, for the soul lives forever, and though he is not in the house, he is near you, unseen. How can he go into the house when you say that the house is hateful to you? To whom is he to go if he find you not together, his father and mother? He comes to you in dreams now, and you grieve. But then he will send you gentle dreams. Go to your husband, Mother. Go this very day. I will go, Father, at your word. I will go. You've gone straight to my heart. My Nikita, you are waiting for me, the woman began in a sing-song voice. But the elder had already turned away to a very old woman, dressed like a dweller in the town, not like a pilgrim. Her eyes showed that she had come with an object, and in order to say something. She said she was the widow of a non-commissioned officer, and lived close by in the town. Her son, Vasenka, was in the commissariat service, and had gone to Irkutsk in Siberia. He had written twice from there, but now a year had passed since he had written. She did inquire about him, but she did not know the proper place to inquire. Only the other day, Stepanida Ilyinishna, she's a rich merchant's wife, said to me, "You go, Pohorovna, and put your son's name down for prayer in the church, and pray for the peace of his soul as though he were dead. His soul will be troubled," she said, "and he will write you a letter." And Stepanida Ilyinishna told me it was a certain thing which had been many times tried, only I am in doubt. Oh, you light of ours, is it true or false, and would it be right? Don't think of it. It's shameful to ask the question. How is it possible to pray for the peace of a living soul? And his own mother, too. It's a great sin, akin to sorcery. Only for your ignorance it is forgiven you. Better pray to the Queen of Heaven, our swift defense and help, for his good health, and that she may forgive you for your error. And another thing I will tell you, Prohorovna. Either he will soon come back to you, your son, or he will be sure to send a letter. Go, and henceforward be in peace. Your son is alive, I tell you. Dear Father, God reward you, our benefactor, who prays for all of us and for our sins. But the elder had already noticed in the crowd 2 glowing eyes fixed upon him. An exhausted, consumptive-looking, though young peasant woman was gazing at him in silence. Her eyes besought him, but she seemed afraid to approach. "What is it, my child?" "Absolve my soul, Father," she articulated softly, and slowly sank on her knees and bowed down at his feet. "I have sinned, Father. I am afraid of my sin." The elder sat down on the lower step. The woman crept closer to him, still on her knees. "I am a widow these 3 years," she began in a half-whisper with a sort of shudder. "I had a hard life with my husband. He was an old man. He used to beat me cruelly. He lay ill. I thought, looking at him, if he were to get well, if he were to get up again, what then? And then the thought came to me." "Stay," said the elder, and he put his ear close to her lips. The woman went on in a low whisper, so that it was almost impossible to catch anything. She had soon done. 3 years ago?" asked the elder. 3 years. At first I didn't think about it, but now I've begun to be ill, and the thought never leaves me." "Have you come from far?" "Over 300 miles away." "Have you told it in confession?" "I have confessed it. Twice I have confessed it." "Have you been admitted to communion?" "Yes. I am afraid to die." "Fear nothing, and never be afraid, and don't fret. If only your penitence fail not, God will forgive all. There is no sin, and there can be no sin on all the earth, which the Lord will not forgive to the truly repentant. Man cannot commit a sin so great as to exhaust the infinite love of God. Can there be a sin which could exceed the love of God? Think only of repentance, continual repentance, but dismiss fear altogether. Believe that God loves you as you cannot conceive, that he loves you with your sin, in your sin. It has been said of old that over 1 repentant sinner there is more joy in heaven than over 10 righteous men. Go and fear not. Be not bitter against men. Be not angry if you are wronged. Forgive the dead man in your heart what wrong he did you. Be reconciled with him in truth. If you are penitent, you love. And if you love, you are of God. All things are atoned for. All things are saved by love. If I, a sinner even as you are, am tender with you and have pity on you, how much more will God? Love is such a priceless treasure that you can redeem the whole world by it, and expiate not only your own sins, but the sins of others. He signed her 3 times with the cross, took from his own neck a little icon, and put it upon her. She bowed down to the earth without speaking. He got up and looked cheerfully at a healthy peasant woman with a tiny baby in her arms. "From Vishagoria, dear father." 5 miles you have dragged yourself with the baby. What do you want? I've come to look at you. I have been to you before, or have you forgotten? You've no great memory if you've forgotten me. They told us you were ill. Thinks I'll go and see him for myself. Now I see you, and you're not ill. You'll live another 20 years, God bless you. There are plenty to pray for you. How should you be ill? I thank you for all, daughter. By the way, I have a thing to ask, not a great one. Here are 60 kopecks. Give them, dear father, to someone poorer than me. I thought as I came along, better give through him. He'll know whom to give to. Thanks, my dear, thanks. You are a good woman. I love you. I will do so certainly. Is that your little girl? My little girl, father, Lizaveta. May the Lord bless you both, you and your babe, Lizaveta. You have gladdened my heart, mother. Farewell, dear children. Farewell, dear ones. He blessed them all and bowed low to them. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 2, Chapter 4. A Lady of Little Faith. A visitor looking on the scene of his conversation with the peasants and his blessing them, shed silent tears and wiped them away with her handkerchief. She was a sentimental society lady of genuinely good disposition in many respects. When the elder went up to her, at last, she met him enthusiastically. Ah, what I have been feeling, looking on at this touching scene. She could not go on for emotion. Oh, I understand the people's love for you. I love the people myself. I want to love them. And who could help loving them, our splendid Russian people, so simple in their greatness? How is your daughter's health? You wanted to talk to me again? Oh, I have been urgently begging for it. I have prayed for it. I was ready to fall on my knees and kneel for 3 days at your windows until you let me in. We have come, great healer, to express our ardent gratitude. You have healed my Lise, healed her completely, merely by praying over her last Thursday and laying your hands upon her. We have hastened here to kiss those hands, to pour out our feelings and our homage. What do you mean by healed? But she is still lying down in her chair. But her night fevers have entirely ceased ever since Thursday, said the lady with nervous haste. And that's not all. Her legs are stronger. This morning she got up well. She had slept all night. Look at her rosy cheeks, her bright eyes. She used to be always crying, but now she laughs and is gay and happy. This morning she insisted on my letting her stand up, and she stood up for a whole minute without any support. She wagers that in a fortnight she'll be dancing a quadrille. I've called in Dr. Herzenstube. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I am amazed. I can make nothing of it. And would you have us not come here to disturb you, not fly here to thank you? Please, thank him, thank him. Lise's pretty little laughing face became suddenly serious. She rose in her chair as far as she could, and, looking at the elder, clasped her hands before him, but could not restrain herself, and broke into laughter. It's at him, she said, pointing to Alyosha, with childish vexation at herself for not being able to repress her mirth. If anyone had looked at Alyosha, standing a step behind the elder, he would have caught a quick flush crimsoning his cheeks in an instant. His eyes shone, and he looked down. She has a message for you, Alexey Fyodorovitch. How are you? The mother went on, holding out her exquisitely gloved hand to Alyosha. The elder turned round, and all at once looked attentively at Alyosha. The latter went nearer to Lise and, smiling in a strangely awkward way, held out his hand to her too. Lise assumed an important air. Katerina Ivanovna has sent you this through me. She handed him a little note. She particularly begs you to go and see her as soon as possible, that you will not fail her, but will be sure to come. She asks me to go and see her? Me? What for? Alyosha muttered in great astonishment. His face at once looked anxious. Oh, it's all to do with Dmitri Fyodorovitch and what has happened lately, the mother explained hurriedly. Katerina Ivanovna has made up her mind, but she must see you about it. Why, of course, I can't say, but she wants to see you at once, and you will go to her, of course. It is a Christian duty. I have only seen her once, Alyosha protested with the same perplexity. Oh, she is such a lofty, incomparable creature, if only for her suffering. Think what she has gone through, what she is enduring now. Think what awaits her. It's all terrible, terrible. Very well, I will come, Alyosha decided, after rapidly scanning the brief, enigmatic note, which consisted of an urgent entreaty that he would come, without any sort of explanation. Oh, how sweet and generous that would be of you, cried Lise, with sudden animation. I told Mamma you'd be sure not to go. I said you were saving your soul. How splendid you are. I've always thought you were splendid. How glad I am to tell you so. Lise, said her mother impressively, though she smiled after she had said it. You have quite forgotten us, Alexey Fyodorovitch, she said. You never come to see us. Yet Lise has told me twice that she is never happy except with you. Alyosha raised his downcast eyes and again flushed and again smiled without knowing why. But the elder was no longer watching him. He had begun talking to a monk who, as mentioned before, had been awaiting his entrance by Lise's chair. He was evidently a monk of the humblest, that is, of the peasant class, of a narrow outlook, but a true believer, and in his own way a stubborn one. He announced that he had come from the far north, from Obdorsk, from St. Sylvester, and was a member of a poor monastery consisting of only 10 monks. The elder gave him his blessing and invited him to come to his cell whenever he liked. How can you presume to do such deeds? The monk asked suddenly, pointing solemnly and significantly at Lise. He was referring to her healing. It's too early, of course, to speak of that. Relief is not complete cure, and may proceed from different causes. But if there has been any healing, it is by no power but God's will. It's all from God. Visit me, Father, he added to the monk. It's not often I can see visitors. I am ill, and I know that my days are numbered. Oh, no, no, God will not take you from us. You will live a long, long time yet, cried the lady. And in what way are you ill? You look so well, so gay and happy. I am extraordinarily better today, but I know that it's only for a moment. I understand my disease now thoroughly. If I seem so happy to you, you could never say anything that would please me so much. For men are made for happiness, and anyone who is completely happy has a right to say to himself, I am doing God's will on earth. All the righteous, all the saints, all the holy martyrs were happy. Oh, how you speak! What bold and lofty words! Cried the lady. You seem to pierce with your words. And yet, happiness, happiness, where is it? Who can say of himself that he is happy? Oh, since you have been so good as to let us see you once more today, let me tell you what I could not utter last time, what I dared not say, all I am suffering, and have been for so long. I am suffering. Forgive me, I am suffering. And in a rush of fervent feeling, she clasped her hands before him. From what, specially? I suffer from lack of faith. Lack of faith in God? Oh, no, no, I dare not even think of that. But the future life, it is such an enigma, and no one can solve it. Listen, you are a healer, you are deeply versed in the human soul. And of course I dare not expect you to believe me entirely, but I assure you, on my word of honor, that I am not speaking lightly now. The thought of the life beyond the grave distracts me to anguish, to terror, and I don't know to whom to appeal, and have not dared to all my life. And now I am so bold as to ask you. Oh God, what will you think of me now? She clasped her hands. Don't distress yourself about my opinion of you, said the elder. I quite believe in the sincerity of your suffering. Oh, how thankful I am to you. You see, I shut my eyes and ask myself, if everyone has faith, where did it come from? And then they do say that it all comes from terror at the menacing phenomena of nature, and that none of it's real. And I say to myself, what if I've been believing all my life, and when I come to die there's nothing but the burdocks growing on my grave, as I read in some author? It's awful. How can I get back my faith? But I only believed when I was a little child, mechanically, without thinking of anything. How is one to prove it? I have come now to lay my soul before you and to ask you about it. If I let this chance slip, no one all my life will answer me. How can I prove it? How can I convince myself? Oh, how unhappy I am. I stand and look about me and see that scarcely anyone else cares. No one troubles his head about it, and I'm the only one who can't stand it. It's deadly, deadly. No doubt, but there's no proving it, though you can be convinced of it. How? By the experience of active love. Strive to love your neighbor actively and indefatigably. And as far as you advance in love, you will grow surer of the reality of God and of the immortality of your soul. If you attain to perfect self-forgetfulness in the love of your neighbor, then you will believe without doubt, and no doubt can possibly enter your soul. This has been tried. This is certain. In active love, there's another question, and such a question. You see, I so love humanity that, would you believe it, I often dream of forsaking all that I have, leaving Lise and becoming a sister of mercy. I close my eyes and think and dream, and at that moment I feel full of strength to overcome all obstacles. No wounds, no festering sores could at that moment frighten me. I would bind them up and wash them with my own hands. I would nurse the afflicted. I would be ready to kiss such wounds. It is much and well that your mind is full of such dreams and not others. Sometime, unawares, you may do a good deed in reality. Yes, but could I endure such a life for long? The lady went on fervently, almost frantically. That's the chief question. That's my most agonizing question. I shut my eyes and ask myself, would you persevere long on that path? And if the patient whose wounds you are washing did not meet you with gratitude, but worried you with his whims, without valuing or remarking your charitable services, began abusing you and rudely commanding you, and complaining to the superior authorities of you, which often happens when people are in great suffering, what then? Would you persevere in your love or not? And do you know, I came with horror to the conclusion that if anything could dissipate my love to humanity, it would be ingratitude. In short, I am a hired servant. I expect my payment at once. That is, praise, and the repayment of love with love. Otherwise, I am incapable of loving anyone. She was in a very paroxysm of self-castigation, and, concluding, she looked with defiant resolution at the elder. "It's just the same story as a doctor once told me," observed the elder. "He was a man getting on in years, and undoubtedly clever. He spoke as frankly as you, though in jest, in bitter jest. 'I love humanity,' he said, 'but I wonder at myself. The more I love humanity in general, the less I love man in particular. In my dreams, he said, I have often come to making enthusiastic schemes for the service of humanity, and perhaps I might actually have faced crucifixion if it had been suddenly necessary. And yet I am incapable of living in the same room with anyone for 2 days together, as I know by experience. As soon as anyone is near me, his personality disturbs my self-complacency and restricts my freedom. In 24 hours, I begin to hate the best of men. One because he's too long over his dinner, another because he has a cold and keeps on blowing his nose. I become hostile to people the moment they come close to me. But it has always happened that the more I detest men individually, the more ardent becomes my love for humanity. But what's to be done? What can one do in such a case? Must one despair? No, it is enough that you are distressed at it. Do what you can, and it will be reckoned unto you. Much is done already in you, since you can so deeply and sincerely know yourself. If you have been talking to me so sincerely, simply to gain approbation for your frankness, as you did for me just now, then, of course, you will not attain to anything in the achievement of real love. It will all get no further than dreams, and your whole life will slip away like a phantom. In that case, you will naturally cease to think of the future life, too, and will of yourself grow calmer after a fashion in the end. You have crushed me. Only now, as you speak, I understand that I was really only seeking your approbation for my sincerity when I told you I could not endure ingratitude. You have revealed me to myself. You have seen through me and explained me to myself. Are you speaking the truth? Well, now, after such a confession, I believe that you are sincere and good at heart. If you do not attain happiness, always remember that you are on the right road, and try not to leave it. Above all, avoid falsehood, every kind of falsehood, especially falseness to yourself. Watch over your own deceitfulness, and look into it every hour, every minute. Avoid being scornful, both to others and to yourself. What seems to you bad within you will grow purer from the very fact of your observing it in yourself. Avoid fear, too, though fear is only the consequence of every sort of falsehood. Never be frightened at your own faint-heartedness in attaining love. Don't be frightened overmuch even at your evil actions. I am sorry I can say nothing more consoling to you, for love in action is a harsh and dreadful thing compared with love in dreams. Love in dreams is greedy for immediate action, rapidly performed and in the sight of all. Men will even give their lives if only the ordeal does not last long, but is soon over, with all looking on and applauding as though on the stage. But active love is labor and fortitude, and for some people, too, perhaps a complete science. But I predict that just when you see with horror that in spite of all your efforts you are getting farther from your goal instead of nearer to it, at that very moment I predict that you will reach it, and behold clearly the miraculous power of the Lord, who has been all the time loving and mysteriously guiding you. Forgive me for not being able to stay longer with you. They are waiting for me. Goodbye. The lady was weeping. Lise, bless her, she cried, starting up suddenly. She does not deserve to be loved. I have seen her naughtiness all along, the elder said jestingly. Why have you been laughing at Alexei? Lise had, in fact, been occupied in mocking at him all the time. She had noticed before that Alyosha was shy and tried not to look at her, and she found this extremely amusing. She waited intently to catch his eye. Alyosha, unable to endure her persistent stare, was irresistibly and suddenly drawn to glance at her, and at once she smiled triumphantly in his face. Alyosha was even more disconcerted and vexed. At last he turned away from her altogether and hid behind the elder's back. After a few minutes, drawn by the same irresistible force, he turned again to see whether he was being looked at or not, and found Lise almost hanging out of her chair to peep sideways at him, eagerly waiting for him to look. Catching his eye, she laughed so that the elder could not help saying, "Why do you make fun of him like that, naughty girl?" Lise suddenly and quite unexpectedly blushed. Her eyes flashed, and her face became quite serious. She began speaking quickly and nervously in a warm and resentful voice. "Why has he forgotten everything, then? He used to carry me about when I was little. We used to play together. He used to come to teach me to read, do you know? 2 years ago, when he went away, he said that he would never forget me, that we were friends forever, forever, forever. And now he's afraid of me all at once. Am I going to eat him? Why doesn't he want to come near me? Why doesn't he talk? Why won't he come and see us? It's not that you won't let him. We know that he goes everywhere. It's not good manners for me to invite him. He ought to have thought of it first, if he hasn't forgotten me. No, now he's saving his soul. Why have you put that long gown on him? If he runs, he'll fall." And suddenly she hid her face in her hand and went off into irresistible, prolonged, nervous, inaudible laughter. The elder listened to her with a smile, and blessed her tenderly. As she kissed his hand, she suddenly pressed it to her eyes and began crying. "Don't be angry with me. I'm silly and good for nothing, and perhaps Alyosha's right, quite right, in not wanting to come and see such a ridiculous girl." "I will certainly send him," said the elder. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 2, Chapter 5. So be it, so be it. The elder's absence from his cell had lasted for about 25 minutes. It was more than half.
They have recruited the rich and the powerful. They're running the whole show. Wake up! They're all about you. All about you. For the truth.
What's up? What's going on? It is Painted and Boscovich. I think this is episode 53, which would mean we've done a year's worth of episodes and then one. Although it's been a little bit over a year since we did the show.
That makes sense because I think a couple times.
Yeah, you missed a couple weeks in the end of the year,
and you kind of renamed them as like map check or something.
I don't even know what the hell we did.
I don't know.
Like we got all confused.
We've been consistent though. So that's
no, but this is a good show. I mean, this is a great show. It's one of my favorites of all the shows I do. But really, the star of them all is just me. No. I'm joking.
Well, I mean, not to downplay myself, but you are the star of the show. I mean,
yeah.
So
but
I'm not the main draw of that. I recognize that.
But you are the co-host with the most innovative prep. I know I'm going to totally insult Sven and Alex by saying that, but it is true. Anyway, so what we're gonna do, and I rely on you. I've even joked about this on Tedious about how I sometimes feel like I use you like an AI bot. Like I feel bad. Like you're like my chat GPT.
that is so true. Like you'll message me like, do you know anything about this? And either I'll spit the facts out immediately, or I'll just say, just give me a second, and then I link dump a bunch of things.
It's not intentional. Now, there's some things I just know a lot about, and I don't need to do that. But things that I don't, like, I can count on you to know about, like, Scientology. I can count on you to know about Unabomber. I can count on you to know about, like,
cults, murderers, and terrorists.
Yes, exactly, and internet drama.
Oh, yes, that too.
Internet drama too, because
these things are connected.
Yeah, and these things are related. I am like woefully not educated on the internet drama, and that has actually been a problem for me. I should at least have known perhaps known the lay of the land a little bit better in some cases, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. But speaking of cults and Jews, we have the case we have is a perfect intersection, which is this Neil Gaiman thing. Yep. That came out. I mean, I guess the allegations came out about a year ago, right?
So like 6 months ago, it was when the first big accusations and allegations came out, and then New York Mag dropped this big thing yesterday that has exploded even more than the previous allegations did because of the content of it. But this has been this yesterday was Nerd 9/11 or whatever day this happened.
Yeah. Yeah, Nerd 9/11. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about it. Jamie was telling me, she's like, all these people were talking about Neil Gaiman. Do you know what happened? And I was like, no, why? And she's like, he's like raping people or something. I'm like, well, he's Jewish. That wouldn't surprise me. And I was like, I think there was something about that already. Didn't that already come out? And she's like, I don't know. Everyone's talking about it though today. Everyone's talking about it. And I was like, all right, well, I have to go figure it out.
Yeah, because if you look at videos about this subject, you'll see there was a bunch of them about 6 months ago when people were first discussing this.
Dude, this cover kills me. This cover of this. So this is the cover of New York Magazine this week. I take it. And it's just got a picture of Neil Gaiman looking all schlubby and Jewish, and it says, "Call me master," because apparently he was into.
Oh man, you could easily Photoshop a happy merchant onto his face, and it would work perfectly. Call me master.
Yes, it would.
I'll get on that one, meme lords, if it hasn't already been done.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many. I feel like sort of the internet anti-Semitic community has not been up on this, because there's a huge intersection with the sort of internet anti-Semitic community and like Trump world and stuff, and so there's this constant. And this is not really this doesn't really touch that world, right? This is more touching sort of like the mainstream, like trendy nerd world thing, right?
I feel like some of them do cover it because Gaiman is like has the politics you would expect him to have.
Yeah, that's true.
But I do think you're right that this has been woefully undercovered
by anti-Semites.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're covering it, but undercovered also. You would think. Here's what's funny. You would think that anti-libtards might want to go after this, but they don't.
Well, I know people who do that kind of stuff. A few of them, that are like comic book type A-loggers, have been on the story for a while, but they're kind of the exception, not the norm.
Well, one of the funny things about it is that this isn't really a great meal for them either, though, because it's not really what their narrative is. Right, like the diversity in comics, like your boy Zach. I don't know if that guy's still doing videos. Although apparently, the guy was like married to a black girl or something. Whatever, but
that tracks to me.
Yeah, but he just hated the fact that like they were putting like women in the comic or something like that, or what was it? Somebody said there's some like right wing movie review site, and we were making fun of it, and friend of mine went and he checked out. He's like, dude, the reviews on this are terrible. They're like this movie gets 9 out of 10 for casting. There's no woman. And he's like, and this is like the crux of all the reviews on the site.
If you're talking about the site that I'm thinking of, one of their biggest reviewers on there is a libertarian guy with a Filipino wife who wants to build like a Catholic theocracy. It's so funny.
Yeah, and this is the kind of stuff where it's like you would think that this would be something they would want to talk about, but for whatever reason, they don't. And I would actually, on some,
I think they're just uneducated on the subject.
But I also, on some level, I'm grateful because I don't want to have to fight off like a million people like blaming the women here, because some of the women involved in this are absolutely disgusting themselves, but that's not really the point. At least Gaiman's wife is absolutely fucking wretched, and the main girl that this New York Magazine article is about is also like obviously a very, very damaged person and totally untrustworthy, and not anybody I would ever want anything to do with.
Amanda Palmer is one of the most vile human beings that has ever existed.
Yeah, when you said this, you had like some pre-existing grudge knowledge about her, and I was a little bit surprised. Like, oh, I'm not surprised that she is, but like it's sort of, I was like, oh yeah, okay.
The two things she did a lot of shit, but the two things I remember the most and the most vividly is she faked a suicide on her ex-boyfriend to try and get him to clean up, but she recorded the audio of his reaction on discovering her quote unquote body and included that on one of her songs. Like she used that audio of him reacting to her fake suicide. And the other one I remember is she wrote a poem for Dzhokhar Tsarnaev and posted it online.
Oh yeah, for Dzhokhar. Yes, I remember. We actually, that was an early thing that was A-logged on the TRS site, not by myself, but somebody else wrote an attack on that guy who's long gone by now. I don't know what happened to him; he just drifted away. But he wrote an attack article against her. No, was it Bulbasaur? It might have been. There was a couple guys that did it, but I think
I could see Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur definitely did it. He hated her, but there was another guy that did it too. But anyway, yeah. So I don't even know if you could find. You probably find that in archive. It would be funny to try and dig that up someplace. I might have it someplace in some stored database someplace on my computer. But in any case, yes, I remember all this. And now, according to this article, so let's just start at the beginning. Neil Gaiman is a rapist. Okay, Neil Gaiman, the fantasy author who writes comic books and fantasy books, and he was like, he's considered to be like top of that game. And the thing that's so annoying is that there are a couple of authors that, like, if you dip your toe into the world of people that talk about fantasy fiction, like online and YouTube and Reddit and stuff, Gaiman and Stephen King are like always like praised by these people, even though I think both of them are trash, and I very much prefer other authors in the genre. Like you mentioned,
what's even worse of Gaiman is that he's become kind of the template, the go-to for depictions of Norse mythology, because he's done a lot of work in interweaving fantasy with our actual mythology.
So
stuff.
He took the crown. He supplanted the previous Jew who had taken that over, which was Stan Lee, and now it's him, right?
Yeah.
So Marvel Comics, like he's brought that in now. If you had to choose, I'd actually choose the Marvel Comics one over whatever he's doing, which I don't really know, but I always hated Neil Gaiman. So
it's hard to take the Marvel version of it seriously because it's so comic.
It's a comic book,
and it doesn't attempt to have any verisimilitude in terms of of it being a depiction of Norse mythology.
Other than Thor going and fighting Jotnar, frost giants. Which is in the sources.
But I mean, like in broad strokes, they take actual stuff from it, but it's depicted in such a way that makes it alien to the point that they made them aliens.
Yes, that's true. Well, that all goes to depends on frankly what timeline, but we don't even need to get into that. But but it wasn't always that way. But like I would still say though that it's still better than anything that Neil Gaiman would have done. But I don't know. I'm not here to like make a big deal of that.
The systemic thing here is like Jews are in charge of dictating our own historical mythology as a culture to us.
I would not care at all if there were actual like Norwegian and like Swedish men who were writing comic books about like a Thor character where he went around the hammer and smacking giants in the face and shit. That would be cool, right? Because that would be like, okay, well, that's a way to sort of like bring this up to date so people can look at the history and all that. And if it wasn't, exactly according to the canon, well, the canon isn't exactly according to whatever canon came before it. Like all this shit is up in the air, right? It's actually sad how little we know about that because there's really only a few sources. And it's like Snorri Sturluson and like a few others are really the only sources
Well, yeah,
on
Snorri
that stuff.
Sturluson, who did the prose Edda, and then there's the poetic Edda, which I don't think has an attributed author for that.
Yeah, I don't know. He and a lot of Snorri Sturluson was based on the poetic Edda, and also if you ever try and read the prose Edda, I've never tried to read the poetic because it's weird, but I've tried to read. I read the prose, and this is a funny tangent we went on. The beginning of the prose Edda actually is interesting because he incorporates because he was a Christian, right? He was a Christian right in the 12th to 13th
He's
century.
a Christian monk, yeah.
And so it's when you think a name like Snorri Sturluson, he's like some Viking dude. He's not, isn't that right? But it sounds he's descended from them, but
yeah, it's like what's the difference, really? I mean.
Right. I mean, yeah, but I'm saying he's not literally wearing like the helmet with horns and like the axe and.
I mean, Icelandic genetics are 25% Celt because of the slaves they brought over.
Well, yeah, but they're also just like, they're also just like people that are just adjacent genetically to one another. But
yeah.
But the funny thing is, if the very first intro to it, he actually. Before he gets into the actual thing, which is like this, it's like almost like a dialogue where like a king and someone in the king's court are like talking and then discussing about the origins of the world and stuff, and like the frost giant, the giant Ymir was formed out of the nothingness, and what was it called? Ginnungagap, and then like I know about this stuff because I'm a dork, right?
Gods of the
God of the Ginnungagap.
God.
Well, because it was saying there was the realm of fire, the realm of ice. Between it was the gap, and then like they started melting together, and the giant Ymir was formed, and he died, and then Odin, Vili, and Ve were formed out of his corpse, and then they made the world. It's something like this, right? It's fucking weird. There's also cow involved. It gets odd, but the point is that he also in the introduction he tried to like syncretize that with like Adam and Eve and the Bible. It's very strange.
Well, that's why a lot of Norse neo-pagans they reject the prose Edda. They'll only utilize the poetic Edda, the Havamal, and maybe I don't know if there's anything else they would utilize. But a lot of the Norse neo-pagans who take
but that was just in the introduction, though.
They see it as tainted. I not all of them feel that way, but I know Norse neo-pagans that reject the prose Edda.
It's still a source, though, my friend.
Well, they say it's corrupted, so like they don't use it.
Dude,
for
they're all corrupted. Like, I don't. I mean, I don't want to argue with this.
I'm just giving.
I know you're giving me the information, but you know my views on this, right? Like these sources that come from the ancient world, none of them are exactly according to what the source that came before them. Like they're all somehow changed and variated. So it just sucks that we don't have very much, because we probably don't have most of even to form like a general idea of what the sort of the sort of general pool of stories and consensuses that created then what became the idea of the Norse pantheon, the Norse cosmology and all that stuff. We don't really have very much at all.
Well, and this is why neo-paganism is almost entirely like reconstructions and attempted reconstructions.
But it's
by necessity, it has to be that way.
Yeah, and I don't actually have a problem with any of that because the way I see it,
I don't either. I did sociology of religion in school, so like this is why I kind of view things this way. I don't see it as good or bad. I'm just a neutral observer on it.
Yeah, I mean, religions are going to operate in a certain way. I would say having a truth, a fact. Let me not say a truth. Having a fact value to them is not a necessary component and never has been, so it's irrelevant, right? Like they're not based in facts, so it doesn't matter. They claim to have based in a truth, but they're not based in fact, if you understand the difference, which I know that you do. So the point being here, oh god, I said it again.
See, we got to start bullying you because you guys all bullied me into stop using aspect.
Well, I got bullied out of saying here's the thing, and I barely say it anymore. So you're not alone. But let's focus on Neil Gaiman. Although I would love to talk about Norse stuff because it's just a thing that's another hobby of mine, like another just side hobby, intellectual hobby of mine is that kind of stuff. But we want to A-log this Jew rapist. So
we have to gay log Gaiman.
Yeah. So Neil Gaiman is a piece of shit. I've never liked his writing. I read some Sandman. First of all, I was A-log the writing because I read some Sandman, and I thought it was just like hopelessly emo, like goth girl shit. Like, and this is like 25 years ago. And I just thought it was just like, I was like, this is like over the